The corporate party was a success. Ajay was so drunk that he woke up in Lexi's bed in the morning, completely naked, but he didn't remember anything. It was the first time anything like that had ever happened in his life. He'd always been reticent when it came to alcohol, but this time Lexi was slowly adding vodka to his whiskey, and the last 2 toasts from the drink to the bottom category had finished off Ajay's unfit body. He put on his pants and went to the kitchen to pour himself some water. His head ached terribly. He drank the water, washed his face, and began to wake his companion. "Lexi? Lexi." "Good morning," he whispered. "Really, it wasn't that good. My head was about to crack." Lexi reached up to kiss Ajay, but he pulled away. "Look, I don't even remember how I got here. I had too much to drink last night. I don't know what came over me. And we were, well, did we have something?" We did. I guess I'm just not in the right frame of mind." "You don't remember that," Lexi smiled. "Ugh." Ajay covered his eyes with his hands. "What kind of idiot am I? How could I?" "Oh, come on. We're of legal age." "But we were. By the way, I enjoyed it, even though you were drunk. I vow to have affairs in the workplace. I was really drunk. I guess I was out of control. I'm sorry, please. Let's just forget it. I've never had an affair at work either. I'll forgive and forget if you promise to have dinner with me." "All right. It's a deal. But I have to go home now. I have to be in the field by tonight. I have a meeting." "Lexi, I'm sorry, but you better not tell anyone about this or they'll start whispering. I don't want to embarrass you." "No one's going to find out. Don't worry." "Thank you. You're a real friend. Let's have dinner tomorrow night. I'll invite you. You pick the place." "It's a deal." Ajay quickly got dressed, called a cab, and went home. Lexi was pleased that she had managed to get so close to Ajay. Of course, nothing had happened between them. She brought him back to her house. He didn't resist, but as soon as his head touched the pillow, he immediately fell asleep. Lexi tried to wake him up, but couldn't. She had to just undress him, spread his clothes out for appearances, and lay down next to him. "Well, since we can't get into mistresses yet, we'll start with friendship, and then we'll see," Lexi thought. 30 years ago, Ajay's father Edward started a woodworking mill. Over the years, they had become the area's largest manufacturer and supplier of wood building materials and products. A corporate party was thrown in honor of the anniversary of the founding. It was his father's life's work. From an early age, EJ was prepared to continue the business. As early as elementary school, he had an excellent understanding of wood and wood construction. His father was proud of his son and encouraged his desire to train in the industry. EJ's mom left this world early. When EJ was 10, she died of meningitis. His father was so immersed in his work that he didn't notice his wife getting worse, and she herself didn't want to bother him with what she thought at the time was nothing. The diagnosis was made too late, and there was no saving her. Edward was very upset by his wife's death. For a long time, he blamed himself for being in the wrong line of work. He raised EJ alone. The second marriage didn't work out. EJ was an obedient and intelligent boy. He graduated from high school with honors and the institute with a red diploma. Only it was rather important not for him, but for his father. But Ajay didn't want to upset him. After graduating from the institute, he went to his father's factory, first in the shop to familiarize himself with wood and its processing and to understand with his own eyes what exactly happens at the factory. Then, when the knowledge was accumulated, his father transferred him to the office and made him his deputy. Previously, he had already had a deputy and a part-time friend. He and Andrew had been friends since high school, but when they went to study at different institutes, their lives diverged, and they became distant from each other. It was only a few years later that a chance meeting brought them back together. Andrew had a degree in economics. Ajay's father was looking for just such a specialist, so he made him deputy for economic issues. He was very competent in his field, and Edward appreciated it. Years of friendship and working side by side were shattered by one event. Andrew's wife became seriously ill. The local doctors wanted to operate on her, but he overheard them saying that the operation would probably not help, so he refused their treatment. He found a clinic in Israel, sent there all the documents, medical history, tests, and received an invitation for surgery. But the sum was so huge that even if he sold all his property, this money would not be enough. So he turned to his friend Edward and told him everything as it was. But Edward had all his money invested in the business, and to pull out such a sum would mean rolling back everything that had been accomplished. The factory wouldn't have been able to afford it. It was still in its infancy and not generating much revenue. Ajay's father had to refuse his friend's help. But Andrew was on the verge of despair. He didn't want to lose his wife and went to the extreme. He took that money out of the company and prepared to pay the bill. Edward noticed something wrong very quickly and came to his friend's house with the police. Andrew was apprehended, tried, and given 4 years in prison for grand theft. His wife was operated on at a local hospital, and as expected, the surgery did not work. She died. Andrew contracted an open form of tuberculosis during his imprisonment and also died before he was released. They were left with 2 children, a daughter of 12 and a son of 15. Their grandmother, and Drew's mother took them in. But a year later, she also died, and the children were placed in an orphanage. EJ was also 15 at the time. And of course, Edward thought about him first of all, because his son was also brought up without a mother. He wanted his child to have a good life, a secure future, so he worked hard and was not ready to lose the company for the sake of his friend's wife. Edward died of oncology when EJ was 25 years old. He took his father's place and continued his business. By this time, the company already had quite a large turnover in the market of wood production and processing. Lexi joined the company as office manager when the previous secretary went on maternity leave. She didn't get there by accident. An acquaintance of AJ's, Bob, had really asked her to help his sister with her job. They had only known Bob for a couple of years. He worked as a specialist at an authorized dealer where he serviced EJ's car. Bob had helped EJ several times with disputed repair issues, taking his car in for work without waiting in line. So when Bob asked for his sister, AJ certainly didn't refuse. Lexi was a very attractive young woman, tall, slender, with excellent posture. Her long blonde hair was almost always gathered on her head in a bun. She had graduated from a pedagogical institute, but she did not plan to work in her specialty. At the interview, she behaved with great restraint and dignity. It was obvious that she was very intelligent. Ajay had no doubts about the right choice of office manager. She was doing her job very well. And what happened between them after the corporate party really upset EJ. He thought he was the only one to blame for the situation. It was a warm fall evening, and Lexi was putting the finishing touches on her look. When AJ called and said he was waiting for her outside the driveway, she hurried downstairs and got into her car. It was the promised dinner at the restaurant. Dimmed lights, quiet, pleasant music. In this setting, dinner was like a date. Lexi hoped that someday she would still take the vacant seat of his girlfriend. Ajay, on the other hand, was feeling guilty and was being as courteous as possible. After dinner, Lexi started hinting that they could continue the evening at her place. She hoped that she had charmed AJ enough and he would agree. But he reminded her of the agreement that they would remain friends. He drove Lexi home. That was the end of their meeting. "That's okay. I'll wait. You'll have to give in." "You're not going anywhere," Lexi thought to herself. She wasn't used to men turning her down, so she was sure that sooner or later, Ajay would be with her. 3 times a week, Ajay went to the fitness club. On this day, he changed his clothes as usual and went to the gym. He worked out on his own. He didn't need instructors. Mostly the instructors were young athletic guys, but EJ's gaze fell on the new girl, the young female instructor. She hadn't been at the club before. He would be sure to notice her. She was counseling an older lady on cardio exercises. Then she switched to a man who had obvious overweight problems. Also gave him some recommendations. After that, after talking to the receptionist, she left the gym. Ajay also approached the receptionist and inquired who it was. New girl, he was told that she had just gotten a job and was only working her second day. He found out her office hours and decided that next time he would come at those exact hours. Nayeli had come to Pittsburgh from Springfield. There she lived with her mom and 2 brothers. She had to give up big sports because of an injury. At that time, she was already a master athlete in track and field. To support her life, she got a job as a fitness trainer first in Springfield, and then decided to go to Pittsburgh. The pay was more decent here. Working as a trainer, she saved almost all of her money for herself. There was almost nothing left over to pay for rent and food. Nayeli grew up in a full family. Her parents had worked at the local poultry farm all their lives, her mother in poultry processing and her father as an electrician. But a year ago, he was severely electrocuted. He had 2 consecutive heart attacks and died. The mother was left alone with 2 minor sons. The children received a survivor's pension. 10 years ago, her mother was diagnosed with a tumor on her right kidney. It was already quite large. The kidney had to be removed together with the organ. It turned out that the tumor was malignant, and her mother was lucky that it had not metastasized. Since then, she lived with 1 kidney. But after the death of her father, her health deteriorated, and the only kidney did not work so well. Her labs were getting worse and worse. It was clear that the kidney was failing. Her mother was periodically on dialysis, but she needed a transplant. There was nowhere to wait, but there was no donor. Then the doctor offered to perform the operation out of turn, but for a large sum of money. To quickly raise the necessary amount, Nayeli went to Pittsburgh and worked there almost without a day off. However, most of it was planned to be borrowed against the security of the house. Ajay came to the club as he had planned to see Nayeli. Never before had he shown such interest in girls. Nayeli had captivated him at first sight. The figure, of course, was top-notch. From her early years in sports, trim, without an extra gram in her body, dark wavy hair, gathered in a ponytail, large open brown eyes, plump lips, Ajay regarded Nayeli candidly. She noticed his gaze and couldn't stand it. "Would you stop staring at me so unapologetically?" "Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry. Something's been on my mind. I won't do that again. I'm sorry again." "Fine." Nayeli walked off to the other end of the hall so she wouldn't see Ajay, but he tried again and again to find her with his gaze. This was the most unfortunate possible start to an acquaintance. It had to be remedied. And when Nayeli finished and walked towards the locker room, Ajay caught up to her with a quick step and tried to speak. "I apologize again. I was being rude. Of course, you can't stare at girls like that, but when a girl is so beautiful, one can probably understand and forgive a madman. I'd like to make up for my stupid first impression of myself. I can buy you a protein shake or dinner? Ajay mumbled and stuttered, but Nayali's gaze was so stern he knew it was a fiasco. The situation had only gotten worse. No, Nayali ducked into the locker room. Shit, what am I carrying, Ajay thought, but he didn't leave his seat. He decided to wait for her. Nayali changed and came out. Are you still here? Leave me alone, please, she shouted, almost running away. Ajay stood there for another 5 minutes thinking how ridiculous this had all turned out, but he wasn't going to give up. So after work, he came to the gym again during Nayali's office hours. She saw him, but pretended not to notice. He worked out as usual, glancing at Nayali from time to time. He was afraid to approach again and decided to just observe for now. Nayali counseled mostly overweight or elderly people. From this information, Ajay made an important conclusion for himself. She must be kind to work with such people. Nayali didn't pay any attention to the young, muscular guys in the gym. She didn't care at all. But they looked back at her. But not all of them dared to approach her. She stopped them with a very strict look. Tough nut, Ajay thought. For a week, he went to the gym and kept glancing at Nayali. She noticed that he liked her if their gazes met. He'd make such an expression that Nayali finally couldn't stand it and smiled. This was exactly what Ajay had been waiting for. A signal of positive emotion. Can I at least get your name? He ventured to speak. Nayali. My name is Nayali, but I think you already know that, she replied. Well, to be honest, yes, I am aware. The administrator doesn't hide the names of the trainers, Ajay smiled. But it would be nicer to hear from you. You'll have to excuse me. I must have scared you with my insistence at the time. I didn't mean to. That's okay. It just wasn't my plan to get to know you. It's easier without it. Well, maybe you're right. To be honest, I've been working so much lately, too, that I haven't had time for dating, Ajay said. But thanks to you, I've been hitting the gym more often, he laughed. And I thought you had such an affinity for sports, Nayali smiled. Maybe you'd still let me buy you a cup of coffee or juice in honor of our acquaintance. As a friend. I get off at 8. It's a long way to get there, so I'll give you half an hour for a friendly coffee. They left the gym at 8 o'clock and walked into a nearby coffee shop. They spent just under an hour there. Nayali didn't let her walk her any farther than the subway. The acquaintance proved to be interesting for both of them. Ajay was so happy that Nayali made contact that he couldn't sleep for a long time. A new work day awaited him in the morning, but for the first time he didn't feel like going to work. In the office, many people noticed that he came in high spirits. Ajay was indeed cheerful and showered his co-workers with compliments. Lexi also noticed that Ajay was acting unusual. He was looking forward to the evening. He would go to the club again and meet Nayali again. The day dragged on. As luck would have it, there were several important matters to attend to, and he couldn't concentrate. Finally, the workday was over, and while he had always been late before, in the last week he had always left on time. Ajay got in his car and drove to the club. He flew in and looked for Nayali, but she was nowhere to be found. He walked through all the halls and, not finding her, went to the receptionist. It turned out that today was Nayali's only day off for the last 2 weeks. This made him upset, and he left the club. It's not like they agreed to meet tomorrow, and she didn't even leave a phone number, Ajay thought. The next day, he also went to the club after work. Nayali was coaching the older man, not allowing him to overexert himself. It looked so cute from the outside. Ajay looked at her and smiled. Nayali smiled back and continued the class. 2 weeks flew by. Ajay drove to the club every day after work. After her workday was over, they would go to the coffee shop and sit there, chatting. Then he'd walk Nayali to the subway. She wouldn't let him do anything else. The relationship between them was hard to call a relationship, but Ajay was glad for it. Lexi began to actively inquire about where Ajay was rushing to every day after work, but he didn't tell anyone about his life. She began to suspect that Ajay had a girlfriend. That didn't fit her plans at all. She didn't need the competition. Finally, the night came when Ajay decided to offer Nayali a ride home. He was afraid he'd scare her off, so he hadn't offered before. Nayali agreed without any further evening or commitment. Ajay gave Nayali a ride, walked her back to her apartment, and somehow they had their first kiss all by themselves. But that's where it stopped. Nayali said goodnight to Ajay and went home. It was the beginning of a new phase of their acquaintance. Ajay was very pleased with himself for being allowed more than a cup of coffee. He caught himself thinking that he had fallen in love like a boy, and he even liked the fact that Nayali had kept him at a distance for so long. It was a pleasant feeling of euphoria. The adrenaline was going off the charts in his blood. He felt perfectly happy. For Nayali, their relationship was something special too. She hadn't dated anyone since high school. Sports took up a lot of her time. Constant traveling, training camps, competitions, and practices. Relationships with men had no place in that cycle, and now, after her departure from the big sport, she took on her fragile shoulders a heavy task. She was responsible for her mother's health and life, and she was terrified of not making it in time. The next day, Ajay mustered up the courage to invite Nayeli to a restaurant. It was another of her rare days off. She wanted to get some sleep and do her chores around the house, but she agreed. The problem was that Nayeli didn't have a single dress to go out to the restaurant in. That was not part of Nayeli's plans, but she went and bought a very modest, inexpensive dress at the market. It wasn't really suitable for going out to a restaurant, but it was the kind of dress that would look great on a figure like hers. It was her first serious date. Ajay was very nervous, and so was Nayeli. He picked her up and there was a private table waiting for them at the restaurant, away from prying eyes. Ajay wanted maximum privacy, at least here. They had a wonderful evening, laughing, joking. They were very good together. Nayeli decided to herself if Ajay made an attempt, she would let him stay at her place for the night. And so he did. And that night he spent at Nayeli's place. The bright sunshine woke them up before the alarm clock. Ajay could skip work, but Nayeli couldn't afford it. There was a very warm relationship between them. They were gentle and delicate with each other. Ajay couldn't wait to introduce Nayeli to his friends, but Nayeli didn't quite understand what was going on between them yet and asked him to wait. Besides, she had an important period of her life ahead of her. She kept thinking about the upcoming surgery, but she didn't tell Ajay anything. He would have helped her if he had known. It was a lot of money for him, but he could afford it. Plus, he had put the house his father lived in up for sale. It was too big for Ajay. He hadn't lived in it since his father died. So for a couple years, the house just stood empty. Ajay lived in a spacious studio apartment. He didn't need a big apartment all by himself. Once a week, a female helper who had previously cleaned his father's house for many years came to visit him, and Ajay continued to pay her highly for her work as well, for that she also cooked sometimes. But more often, Ajay preferred to eat lunch and dinner in restaurants or at home, ordering delivery. He had gotten used to home-cooked meals. Ajay had two good friends. They always celebrated celebrations and attended different events together. Aaron went to the same school as Ajay. They had been friends since 8th grade. Vincent was a friend from the institute. They became closer to graduation. They were all very different, working in different fields. Aaron was the instigator, always the initiator, the soul of the company. Vincent was very calm, measured. He liked to talk about serious topics and put his friends down from heaven to sinful earth. Ajay was also sensible, but not as restrained as Vincent. Ajay had been spending less time with his friends lately, and they were eager to see who their friend had traded him for. Ajay promised to introduce them, but later. Finally, the day came when they agreed to meet at their favorite restaurant together. The day before, Nayeli had talked to her mother, and she had rejoiced her daughter that she was feeling well, had gone to a doctor's appointment, and the doctor had said she still had enough time before the transplant for them not to worry. In fact, the opposite was true. The doctor told us to hurry, but the mother realized that her daughter wouldn't be given the full amount now, and she hadn't earned the missing amount yet. If Nali had known this, she probably would have found a solution. The evening passed very cheerfully. The friends liked Nayeli. She was clearly not like all the girls that Ajay had dated before. She wasn't as fun and open as the other girls, but that was her zest. At work, Lexi was giving Ajay a hard time, constantly flirting with him, casually reminding him of what had happened between them. Ajay didn't like it, but he tried not to react. A week later, she had a birthday party planned. She decided to celebrate it with some of the firm's employees since she wanted to invite Ajay. Everyone accepted her invitation. The event was held in a small but cozy cafe. There were not many people present. Lexi's brother, 6 of the office staff, and Ajay, except that he had warned right away that he wasn't coming alone. Lexi was eager to see her rival, too, so she agreed. All night, Lexi pretended that she was just a regular employee, a friend of Ajay's, and not pretending to be anything, that she really liked Nayeli. And since she and Ajay had decided to remain friends, she approved of his choice. She also tried to establish a good relationship with Nayeli herself, talking to her a lot, asking her different questions. She found out that Nayeli was not local, that she was from a poor family, where she worked and how and when she met Ajay. All of this was necessary to build her plan to get Ajay back. The next day, she started asking Ajay too as a friend, if they were already living together, how serious their relationship was, and all this in between, unobtrusively and jokingly. After assessing how attached Ajay was to Nayeli, she concluded that only by severely tarnishing her honor would he be able to give her up. But first, she needed to become even closer friends with Nayeli. Lexi was determined to learn as much about her as she could, but Nayeli worked a lot, so it was hard to call her to an event. She didn't have time to talk on the phone either. Lexi had a challenge ahead of her. She decided that she needed to start going to the club with Ajay. She had been complaining a lot about her back pain for a few days. She said she had signed up for a massage and now needed supportive exercises. Ajay had no choice but to suggest Nayeli's classes, as she specialized in problem clients. She had indeed received additional training and was able to provide counseling and special physical therapy for her clients. Nayeli, of course, took on the task of helping Lexi. They bonded enough during the week of daily sessions, and by the next weekend, Lexi began urging her and Ajay to meet somewhere to relax together. But Ajay had other plans. He had decided to completely change the style of his apartment, and he and Nayeli had already invited EJ's fellow designer for the day. However, Lexi wasn't confused and offered to sit in EJ's apartment for everyone along with the designer included. It was easier to accept. There was no way EJ could refuse. For the full lineup, EJ invited his friends Aaron and Vincent as well. The evening went well. They all decided on ways for EJ to customize his apartment. The designer suggested options. They discussed them until they came to a common denominator. EJ was happy with it. They decided to celebrate. But suddenly EJ got a call from a customer asking for some information. EJ said he was out of the office right now, but he had the printed options at home in the safe, and he would look at them and call back. No one but Lexi was listening to the conversation. The safe was in the same single room where the guests were sitting. It was quite large and just stood on the floor. It had a code lock to it, but the password was very simple. Lexi had followed it on purpose, and a plan was born. Opening the safe, he began to look for the papers he needed. In addition to the papers, there was a not insignificant amount of cash lying there. Ajay always kept some cash at home. He had a thing for it. He talked to the customer and returned to the company. The guys celebrated the upcoming repairs and parted ways. Nayeli and Ajay stayed at his place. Lexi spent all night thinking about her plan. In the morning at work, she approached Ajay and decided to broach the subject with Nayeli. "Edge, I really like your girlfriend. She's helped me so much with my back. It's just some kind of miracle." Not a miracle, but professionalism. She's not only a fitness instructor, she's also a specialist. Fuck. She's helped a lot of people at the club. Listen, why does she get so little rest and work so hard? Is she having financial difficulties? Lexi, but that's none of your business, is it? AJ smiled. It's none of mine. I agree. But it seemed to me like she was having some trouble. She's very uptight, worried about something. Maybe she needs your help. You didn't ask Nayeli if she'd let us handle this ourselves without you. Yeah, I'm staying out of it. I'm just worried. Let me worry about her myself. I gotta go. Sorry. AJ didn't like the conversation, but Lexi wanted to plant a thought in him, a doubt. He did wonder. Nayeli never talked about her family, her relationship with her mom and brothers. Why did she go to Metropolis and work so hard? Where does all the money she earns go? He'd already told her a lot about himself, introduced her to his friends. He didn't know much about her, though. In the evening, Ajay decided to talk to Nayeli. He was afraid of offending her and tried to ask her questions as correctly as possible. She didn't like this conversation. She said she would tell him everything as soon as she was ready. She didn't really want to burden Ajay with her problems. She didn't want to start a relationship with that. As a matter of fact, that's why she didn't want any kind of relationship at all to begin with. Ajay was respectful and understanding and didn't demand an explanation from Nayeli, even though he had questions for her. Lexi decided to call J's friend Aaron and talk to him about Nayeli. She tried to impress upon him that her relationship with Nayeli had too much mystery. They'd been dating for 3 months and he still doesn't know anything about her. She's clearly hiding some serious problems. What if it's legal problems? There should be no secrets between people who are close to each other. Aaron was skeptical of Lexi's thinking at first, but then he agreed that she was right about something. In turn, he talked to Vincent. They decided that they needed to bring these thoughts to Ajay's attention. The next day after work, they decided to meet with him instead of going to the gym. The conversation was not an easy one. Edge, come on, let's be honest. What do you even know about her besides first name, last name, and age? Okay, she's from Nizhny Novgorod. What else? Well, why do you bother with these questions? I'll find out in due time. Look, Edge, you're a big boss now. Any dubious connections could be very bad for your reputation. Edge's father put his life on the line. He's remembered and respected by everyone. For the sake of his honorable name, you can't afford to get involved in any adventures protecting a girl you don't even know in essence. So what are you suggesting? If I've tried to talk to her and she's keeping quiet, that's a bad sign. What is she hiding? I haven't offered to meet her relatives. You say you're in a serious relationship. You've never had anything like that in your life. Yes, you've almost decided to propose to her. Maybe you should find out something about her first. Listen, guys, I have a great suggestion. You go to work in the morning, leave the money somewhere visible, and at night see if it's all there. And Nayeli too. At least she's not with you for the money. Why, have you seen it in a movie? It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I agree. Come on, Edge. It'll look like a fluke. But if she starts looking for money, she'll definitely find it. But be prepared for any eventuality. Okay, I'll think about it. I gotta go get Nayeli. AJ tried to end the conversation. He hurriedly saw his friends off and followed Nayeli to the club. They drove back almost in silence. He pondered the words of his friends and couldn't even hide the fact that he was puzzled about something. But he decided that on Nayeli's next day off, he would think of something to check out. The day off came. And then it was like an Indian movie. To check on the bride, the rich groom told her the code to the safe and left for work. But when he returned, Ajay was shocked, opening the safe and seeing it empty. It was so unexpected that he was at a loss for words. He tried to call Aaron and tell him, but he spoke so incoherently that it wasn't immediately clear what he was talking about. Aaron was a little taken aback, too. He wanted to check on Nayeli, of course, but he still hadn't expected such an outcome. The friends met at Ajay's house and had a very heated discussion about the situation. Ajay didn't even call Nayeli. He was afraid she wouldn't pick up the phone or be able to explain what had happened. He'd rather hear some lies than the truth he and his friends had conjured up for themselves. "When was the last time you talked to her?" "At lunchtime, she was going out. I got the impression she was a little flustered, or maybe upset. Then I called while I was driving home, but she didn't pick up. We should report it to the police. What else is missing?" "Oh, just the money. I don't understand. It's not that much money. She could have asked me for it, and I wouldn't have said no. I don't understand." "Call the police." "No, I won't report it anywhere. There must be some explanation for this. I don't believe it. She couldn't have done that." "She did. Don't you see?" "No, find out her address and go there." "All right, Edge, if it makes you feel better. We'll figure it out together and go there so you don't do anything else stupid." The next day, they ran Nayeli's address and got ready to drive to her place in Starling City. Before leaving, Ajay called Nayeli. She picked up the phone and said in a quiet voice that she couldn't talk right now. She would call back later herself. Her voice was shaking. She was very upset. Ajay assumed it was because of what she had done. But Nayeli had a completely different problem. She was at Ajay's house. When one of her sisters called at lunchtime to tell her that her mom had been taken away by ambulance, that she was in very serious condition and was in intensive care, Nayeli urgently called work, said she wouldn't be out for a few days, and went home. When Ajay called Nayeli, she was already at the hospital waiting to hear from the doctor. Taking up the line was not something she could do. The situation was getting out of control. Mom was at death's door. Surgery in that condition was no longer an option. At this point, she didn't care about Ajay. She didn't think of asking him for help as she was used to solving her problems on her own. This problem was proving to be too difficult. She couldn't cope anymore. But it was too late to do anything. For 24 hours, she sat outside the emergency room hoping to hear something good. During that time, Ajay and his friends came to her house, but the boys, Nayeli's brothers, didn't answer the door. They were trained not to open to strangers or talk through the door. So Ajay left with nothing, without finding out anything, what had happened to his favorite girl. Why was she hiding the details of her life from him? Why did she do such a bad thing? Too many questions and so few answers. He was utterly confused. The friends returned to Starling City. Nayeli had been out of contact for the second 24 hours, her phone calls unanswered. Ajay had given up hope that this story might have any good explanation. His friends began to encourage him that if she came back, she would be sure to explain. And if she didn't, then they were right about her. Lexi was overjoyed. Everything had worked out the way she had planned. She comforted poor Ajay as best she could, trying to be there for him all the time. He appreciated her efforts, he didn't reject her, but he didn't let her get too close either. 3 more days passed. Nayeli was already burying her mom at this time. She blamed herself for succumbing to relationships and feelings, and thinking less about saving her mother and less about her condition. She felt so bad that she didn't want to call Ajay and see him, even though she realized that it wasn't his fault. After the funeral, she had to deal with the issue of custody of her younger brothers. She decided to sell the house, add the money she had saved, and move to Starling City. She now had a huge responsibility for her brothers. How could she continue her relationship with Ajay, much less move back to Starling City? She settled with the administrator. She was fired. The money she earned was deposited into an account. Nayeli was simultaneously looking for a place to live and gathering custody papers. Ajay still continued to suffer during this time, but bitterness and resentment gradually took over. He decided that he had a woman by his side who had always supported him, and who he should take a closer look at. Maybe he should forget his Nayeli and start living without her. 2 months later, Nayeli and her brothers moved into a new 1-bedroom apartment. They slowly settled in, found a new school. Nayeli got a job as a fitness trainer at a club near home. They had a custody trial ahead of them. She didn't realize how badly Ajay thought of her right now, but she didn't want to call him either, because she attributed all the pain of losing her mother to his presence in her life. Ajay had almost forgotten about his worries. He didn't go to the police and decided that since Nayeli was already in trouble, he wouldn't add to it. Lexi was already next to him. They were having fun. She was waiting for Ajay's renovations to be finished so she could move in with him. In the meantime, they lived in Lexi's apartment. There was one very serious customer in Ajay's business. They signed a contract to deliver a huge shipment of wooden structures, 100% prepayment in exchange for deadlines. Ajay tried to organize the delivery out of turn. Such large batches had never been ordered from him before. Production began to work day and night, switched to 3 shifts. Full shops prepared the wood for shipment. Modern technology, cameras, security services, nothing worked. At the most important moment, The night before shipment, the largest shop with a huge amount of paid wood caught fire. Fire safety worked, but not everywhere. Most of the wood burned in a matter of minutes. The firefighters who arrived were only able to put out the remnants. The whole thing burned down. It was a huge blow to Ajay's business. The investigation lasted several months and showed that the arson was premeditated. All the cameras had been disconnected beforehand, the wires had just been cut, and the fire safety in the shop had not worked for the same reason. It was a deliberate infliction of damage. Somebody wanted to hurt EJ. Everyone knew this was a very big deal. Could it have been an inside job to set the fire? After the story with Nayeli, he was already prepared for any eventuality. Of course, the factory was insured, and in a few months production was back up and running. But the question of whose hands it had been kept Ajay on his toes. Lexi continued to be there for him. She supported EJ, cheered him up, told him how proud she was of his ability to handle such difficult situations. They moved into his remodeled apartment. EJ had to spend a lot of time at work, but they agreed that as soon as everything stabilized, they would go on vacation. Nayeli by this time had already gotten custody of herself, was working quietly, and was no longer worried about breaking up with EJ. She still thought about him, even missed him, but she never dared to call him. Besides, she was sure that since he didn't take the initiative anymore, he didn't want a relationship with her. Ajay and Lexi decided to vacation somewhere abroad. They chose the island of Mauritius. It was a piece of paradise on Earth, an island in East Africa, in the southwestern part of the Indian Ocean, at a resort with a snow-white beach and underwater waterfalls. It was exactly the kind of place Lexi had always dreamed of. They spent a lot of time on the beaches, swimming in the ocean, visiting local attractions, and had an interesting time on safari. One beautiful morning, Lexi heard the phone ringing. Ajay was in the shower, so she decided to see who was calling. Nayeli's name came up. Lexi picked up the phone. "Hello, is this Nayeli? Ajay can't hear you. He's in the shower. It's Lexi." "Oh, Lexi, hello. I wasn't expecting to hear from you." "Yeah, me neither. Nayeli, I'm asking you not to call Ajay anymore. He and I are fine. A lot has happened since you disappeared. We're together now. Don't interfere and don't call him again. I'm asking nicely." Lexi hung up and deleted the call from her history. Nayeli certainly wasn't expecting a warm welcome, but she didn't expect at all that Ajay had already found a replacement for her. She was not pleased. After that call, she decided never to call again. Ajay didn't hear the conversation. He got out of the shower and they went to breakfast. More excursions and adventures awaited them ahead. 10 days of vacation flew by very quickly. Ajay went back to work. He had fully recovered from the effects of the fire and was looking at a big deal again. Lexi started leaving the office a lot and talking to someone in almost elevated tones. Ajay thought it was odd. He tried to ask around and offered to help. Lexi said she was dealing with family issues with her brother. There was nothing to worry about. One day, he overheard part of the conversation by accident. "Look, it's actually my money you did all this with. It's a great concern to find people for money. Everybody's ready to go. I don't have anything anymore. I practically gave you everything. Left it for a rainy day." Lexi saw Ajay and cut the conversation short. Ajay was interested. "Who are you talking to?" "Pash, my brother and I had a fight. Nothing serious, never mind." "What money are we talking about?" "Our parents left us money, and he's squandering it left and right." "But you said you were from the orphanage." "Yes, but we had small amounts of money in our accounts until we were of age, so he spent his, and now he's asking for mine. I didn't tell you before. It's just that my brother is an avid gambler, and he's always getting into debt. It's an unpleasant part of my background. Plus, he's been quitting for a long time, and now he started again. So we had a fight." Lexi tried to get out of it, making up the story as she went along. Ajay, of course, believed it and stayed out of their family business. Many years had passed since then, but Lexi and Bob were very confident in their goal. When their father went on a crime for the sake of their mother's life, he did not think how much he would ruin not only his life, but also the lives of his 2 children. The fate of teenagers was not easy. Having lived with their grandmother for only 1 year after the death of their father in a penal colony, they had to leave for several years in an orphanage. Life there was not easy, but thanks to the fact that they were 2, they were able to resist, not to break down and start a new life. Upon reaching adulthood, Bob left the walls of the institution earlier, since he was older. He returned to his parents' apartment, got a job as an apprentice car mechanic, but he was very quickly taken into the army. After the army, he returned to his former place of work, went to study at a technical college, made some repairs in the apartment. It had gotten dilapidated without maintenance. He and Lexi planned to sell the apartments. They still had their grandmother's small apartment. When Lexi came of age and left the walls of the orphanage as well, Bob had everything ready to go. They sold the property and bought 2 new apartments each. By the time his mother died, his father had spent a lot of money trying to save his wife. He treated her in various expensive clinics, so the children did not receive a particularly large inheritance. They vowed to each other that they would get revenge on E.J.'s father, Edward. But by the time they had made plans and were ready to act, E.J.'s father had died. The revenge plan had to be revised. It was decided that the son would answer for his father's mistakes. To avoid suspicion, Lexi and Bob officially changed their last names. They found out everything about Edward's son. Bob purposely got a job working for the company at the car dealer from whom E.J. had just purchased his car. He got to know E.J. and began unobtrusively helping him with car maintenance issues. In the 2 years it took Bob to gain his trust, he found out that E.J.'s secretary was going on maternity leave soon and asked his sister Lexi to take her place, even if only on probation. Lexi had to get close to E.J. at all costs. At the beginning of their plan, they wanted to completely bankrupt his company, but then, calculating their forces, they decided that it would be enough to disrupt at least one big deal and ruin the goods to put E.J. in debt. What they didn't realize was that the company was insured for such a huge sum that the insurance paid off all the debts. The plan wasn't as good as they thought. The arson story wasn't over yet. The investigation continued. The culprit was still being actively sought. Bob had paid a lot of money to the entire chain of people involved in the arson. None of them knew each other. If they did, they couldn't tell us where their chain of command originated. The only person is a bribed shop security guard. Having recently gotten a job at the factory, he let strangers in, thinking they were company employees. Everything went perfectly. The shop burned fast and beautifully. Bob rejoiced in the success, but it wasn't enough. They wanted revenge. And further, Bob began to consider the option of malfunctioning the car so that E.J. would get into an accident and ask for more money for that. But Lexi was adamantly against such a plan. Lexi got the money for the arson. This is the same story where Nayeli allegedly broke into A.J.'s safe and fled. Lexi actually got into the safe. She had been following A.J. for a long time and had figured out all of his passwords. It wasn't hard to get to the money. The day before, Aaron, A.J.'s friend, had blabbed that Nayeli was going to get such a test. Lexi really wanted to meet Nayeli that day and tell her that she and A.J. were having an affair, that he was cheating on Nayeli and cheating on her. To make it believable, she had pictures of that one night spent at A.J.'s apartment with Lexi that very day of the corporate party, hoping that proud Nayeli wouldn't tolerate such an attitude, wouldn't confront her, and would just leave. But it worked out even better. Lexi came to meet Nayeli at A.J.'s apartment. Nayeli had already gotten a call from her brothers and was hurriedly going to her place in the city. The conversation didn't work out, but Lexi discreetly managed to open the safe, taking all the available cash from there. Nayeli didn't see it. She left the apartment early and gave her set of keys to Lexi. Nayeli was very upset and angry at herself for giving in to her feelings and missing her mother's deteriorating health. No matter what she said, that was why she didn't feel like talking or explaining herself to A.J. And in fact, at that moment, she couldn't think of anything but her mother. This situation happened to Nayeli just in the nick of time. Lexi, the plan worked not 100%, but 200%. A difficult series of events had forced Nayeli to reevaluate her life. She realized that she was now responsible for her brothers. In this case, she had a very vague idea of a future with A.J., if only on the assumption that he wouldn't leave Peter, and she wouldn't be able to leave the place where her parents were buried. She didn't even know that A.J. had come to Nizhny Novgorod looking for her. This morning's call finally put a stop to her attitude toward A.J. When Lexi picked up the phone, Nayeli decided she wasn't bothering him anymore. Just like that. A stupid coincidence. Someone's dirty plan robbed two people in love of the opportunity to be together for a long time. The relationship between Lexi and A.J. had been building up quite rapidly. In fact, even though she and her brother had vowed to destroy A.J., Lexi liked him. Or rather, she started to like him over time, not right away. The feeling of hatred gradually changed to sympathy. He had good human qualities. He was decent, kind, and smart. He was always honest with everyone, took responsibility for his actions, and was able to make important decisions. Lexi didn't want revenge on him anymore. She liked living next to him. But Bob was relentless. He wanted to settle the score with the son of his family's abuser. Edward, his plan to destroy a large shipment of wood didn't turn out as well as he had planned. He thought of other options and wasn't going to stop. His next idea was to organize a malfunction in A.J.'s car. This required good preparation to draw suspicion away from himself and the company. He wasn't thinking of going as far as murder, but a good accident with severe damage to his health would be ideal. E.J. was invited to a conference on the introduction of the next cutting-edge technology in the woodworking industry in Moscow. He put together a team and he and Lexi went. It was a very big event and very important for E.J. New useful acquaintances, partnerships, contracts. They spent a week in the capital. Besides attending the conference, they had a good time walking around the night city, various beautiful places, restaurants. This event brought them very close together. E.J. remembered Nayeli less and less often, though he thought about her sometimes. Lexi was getting more and more attached and was already planning to have a serious talk with her brother to stop their plan. Upon arriving, Bob decided to voice his thoughts regarding A.J.'s car. "Bob, I wanted to talk to you myself," Lexi said. "I didn't think this would happen in my life. I realize that you and I swore an oath, but things have changed so much for me in the last few months." But he's not to blame for his father's sins, and he was raised without a mother, too, her brother interrupted. What you're saying now, I don't understand. I don't want to go on. Let's stop. Are you serious? I spent so many years of my life trying to get close to him. Yeah, I've lived it. And you're suggesting we stop. You're doing fine. You're traveling abroad with him. And my life hasn't changed. But let me sell my apartment and give the money to you. You'll have the startup capital to start your own business. I thought you wanted to open a car service. You'll have that opportunity, and you'll leave Ajay alone. I must love him. You know, he's really good to me. No one's ever treated me like that in my life. I've never had that, and I don't want to lose him, Lexi said excitedly. We stole his money. We burned down his shop. It took him a long time to rebuild. You could say he rebuilt the whole thing. Can't we just stop there? And if he becomes an invalid, will you love him just as much? Bob asked. What are you saying? I haven't had time to tell you. I want him to be an accident, and then you can go on with your life as you like. No, please don't. Don't do this. I'll do anything you want. Just don't do it. And if he dies, how will you live with that? You'd think it'd be murder. You'll be found out and you'll go to jail. You'll not only ruin his life, you'll ruin yours. Oh, for God's sake, stop it. This wasn't part of our plan. Murder was definitely not part of it. Lexi, I don't want to continue this conversation. I haven't done anything or organized anything yet. I'm trying to keep him alive. But I'm not giving up, just so you know. They didn't agree on anything. Lexi was now very worried about Ajay. She couldn't confess anything to him, give up her brother. Bob had pretty much figured out what he wanted to do and how he wanted to do it. He hadn't spoken to his sister for a while, but he decided to call and warn her not to get in the car with EJ anytime soon. And of course his plan would have worked if the investigative committee hadn't called. The call had come as a surprise. Bob was sure the case had already been closed, but the investigation was still ongoing. Not far from the burned-out shop, witnesses saw a car that looked like his. Traffic cameras had been reviewed, and the car had flashed there. All vehicles seen on the day of the fire had been worked out. Bob was actually in the neighborhood. He wanted to follow up on the arson case, but drove off at the last minute. However, the cameras recorded the presence of his car. The investigation committee took a receipt from him not to leave the city limits for the duration of the investigation. This made Bob anxious, and he decided to hold off on E.J.'s car for now. Lexi was also under attack. If the investigation found a connection between Bob and arson, Ajay would find out about everything and might not want a relationship anymore. Lexi's biggest fear in this situation was not that her brother might get actual jail time, but that she would then have to break up with Ajay. He was already closer and closer to her than her brother. He was the reason she was more worried. For a few days, Lexi had been busy preparing for EJ's upcoming birthday party. He didn't really want a big, loud party, but Lexi talked him into it. She rented a big restaurant. She found the organizers, personally supervised the decorations. It was a big event for her. She wanted to please her favorite man. The event turned out to be really chic. The expensive restaurant was decorated with balloons. A podium for the photo zone was made. It was Lexi's wish. There were a little more guests than she had originally planned, but everyone was seated. They were mostly friends, colleagues, some partners. The host entertained the guests throughout the evening. Photographers and videographers rotated between the tables, filmed contests, congratulations of the guests. EJ was presented with a whole mountain of presents. They were all beautifully wrapped and stacked in a special place for gifts. It was exactly how Lexi had planned it. The guests congratulated Ajay, saying beautiful toasts. It was time for Lexi herself to give a speech. She wanted to talk about her feelings exactly on her birthday so that everyone present would know how dear EJ was to her. She asked for the microphone from the host. Dear AJ, I tried very hard to make this day unforgettable for you. I hope you enjoyed it. Here are the people who are close to you, who are important to you. I thank everyone for accepting our invitation. It means a lot to me. Ajay is not only a good, competent leader, but also a wonderful, reliable person. He is always responsible for his deeds, does not make empty promises. These are quite rare human qualities nowadays. And I'm happy to have such a person with me now, Lexi continued. I'm happy that I can say those words to him. Ajay, I love you. I want you to know that. I want everyone to know that. I'm happy and ready to shout it. Ajay, of course, wasn't expecting such a public confession. It discouraged him a little, but he held himself well, walked over to Lexi and kissed her. Thank you, darling, for these words. For this wonderful celebration. You put so much effort into this. It's only because of you that we're all here. Thank you. Thank you all for coming, for sharing this beautiful evening with us. I'm glad to see each and every one of you. He couldn't reciprocate. He didn't feel like he loved Lexi. In the back of his mind, he was still thinking about Nayeli. Tricking Lexi and confessing his love to her was not something he would do. She was certainly hoping, expecting the same words from him. After Ajay's words, fireworks were set off. Some of the guests dispersed. Some stayed to dance. The main part of the event was over. Lexi felt satisfied with the event, but she was hurt not to hear the words she was waiting for. But then, it's not time yet. she thought. Of course, Lexi was willing to wait. She couldn't imagine her life without a Jay anymore. At home, they discussed the event for a long time. Should they unpack some of the presents? Lexi wondered. They practically stayed up until the morning, discussing the past holiday. The next morning, the investigative committee came to Bob's work. He was charged, suspected of organizing the arson of AJ's company. It was a long investigation, but eventually they uncovered the whole chain. The only person who had contact with Bob was found and pointed to him. Bob, of course, hadn't expected it. He was sure that he had thought everything through, paid enough money, and could be calm. But somewhere he had badly miscalculated. Bob asked to make one call. He was allowed to get Lexi on the phone. It wasn't easy. They fell asleep in the late morning and she really didn't want to go to the phone. On the 5th try, she did decide that there must be something important there and went to find the phone. What was wrong? Why are you here so early? I told you we're having an event. We're not. Lexi started, but Bob cut her off. Natasha, listen to me carefully. They're taking me to the investigating committee right now. I'm being charged with arson. I need a lawyer. Go to my work, find Ammon. He has a contract to sell my car. Just put a date on it. You'll get the money for the car from him. There's a business card in my drawer. This lawyer is a regular client of mine. His name is Andrew Johnson. You call and pay him what you need if you run short. I got some cash in my closet at home. If that's not enough, you sell your car. I won't say anything about you, but you'll do whatever it takes to get me out. I can't talk anymore. The connection went dead. Lexi stood frozen. She was shaking with the news. She had to act fast. She rushed to pack. Ajay was still asleep. In addition to thoughts of how to help her brother, her mind was filled with thoughts of what would happen when Ajay found out. Right now, that was what worried her even more. Right now, when things were working out so well between them, she decided not to tell AJ anything just yet. Of course he would find out it was her brother. But Bob had promised not to drag her into it, and she would pretend she didn't know anything. Lexi arrived at Bob's workplace, did everything her brother told her to do, found Ammon, took the money for the car, called the lawyer, explained everything to him. They agreed to meet in 3 hours at his office. The lawyer took the case, but the cost of his services was not small. He warned her that it would probably not be possible to get the charges dismissed, but there was a possibility to reduce the sentence. Lexi came home. She wasn't herself. It was hard for her to lie to AJ, and she knew it was a road to nowhere. But she had no other choice right now. To hide her excitement, she said she wasn't feeling well, probably caught some kind of virus. Lexi should stay home for a few days, not go to work. AJ decided. He didn't plan to go to the office, but he did. Bob met with his lawyer. He warned that he didn't want to involve his sister in all this, and that he was willing to be punished alone. He didn't bother to tell him how much money was used to set it all up, that Lexi was still involved, but she was the little sister. He had pitied and cared for her all his life, so he didn't want any trouble for her. A few days later, EJ got word that a man had been found who was accused of organizing the arson. When AJ heard who it was, he was of course extremely shocked. He didn't even believe it at first, but the prosecution's case was very convincing. Lexi, I got word today that they found the arsonist in my factory. Did you know it was your brother from the beginning? You lived with me. You slept with me, Lexi. What's going on? Ajay, you probably won't believe me, but I didn't know. Lexi cried. I didn't know he did all this. He won't tell me about anything. Lexi, I don't believe you. More importantly, I don't understand why. Why did he do it? There's something I don't know. Tell me, maybe I'll understand. Did I do something bad to your brother, to you maybe? What's going on, Lexi? Lexi realized that now she could lose Ajay forever. She figured that if she admitted why Bob had gone to such lengths, maybe Ajay would try to understand and forgive them. Look, I'll tell you everything from the beginning, but I want you to know that I'm being sincere with you, and I really love you. You probably don't remember, but your father had a friend. They worked together. He was his deputy. Now Bob and I are his kids. Our mom got really sick when we were teenagers, Lexi continued. She needed emergency surgery. Our father had no one to turn to but your father, Edward. He went to him and asked for help, but Edward refused. Then our father Nicholas went on a crime spree and your father put him in jail. In the end, our mom Janie died, and my brother Bob and I went to an orphanage. We felt bad, abused, and wanted to leave the orphanage as soon as possible. And when Bob turned 18, he left the orphanage and later took me. We lived together. He studied and worked, supported us as best he could. But he's my family. Then he swore he'd find your father and get revenge. But your father died, so Bob decided to get revenge on you. I was against it from the start. He stopped telling me things. I didn't know he was planning the arson. I told him I loved you, that I didn't want any revenge, but he did it anyway. I don't know how to prove to you that my feelings are genuine. I don't know what I can do to make you believe me, but I really felt for you from the beginning, and I only wanted one thing, for us to be together. All this time I've lived with you, and your brother is behind my back. Please forgive us. It's not a good life, you know. If you've been through what we've been through, maybe you'd talk differently now. I'm not defending him. I'm not excusing him. He did a terrible thing. He will be punished. Please believe me." The conversation was long, hard. Ajay was bitter to realize that he'd been cheated again. Bob, after all, had access to his car and could very well have let the car out with a defect. But instead, he'd caused a huge amount of damage to the company. He probably wanted to believe Lexi's words, but he couldn't. It had been too long of a lie on their part. He decided he wasn't ready to continue his relationship with Lexi just yet. He needed time to figure out if he believed her or not. Either way, knowing the whole truth made it hard for him to be around her. Ajay offered to live apart. Lexi had no choice but to pack her things. Time passed. The trial was held. Ajay attended every session. Bob was awarded 4 years in prison for setting the arson, as well as a hefty fine in favor of EJ. Lexi and Bob had hoped for a lesser sentence, but the area affected by the fire was too large. The damage was too great. Lexi did everything she could to help her brother. Bob didn't give her away. For all, she was unaware of his intentions. Lexi continued to work at Ajay's company, but the employees knew the situation and whispered behind her back. She didn't leave, hoping that AJ would forgive and ask her to come back to him. But EJ wanted nothing at all to do with either Bob or Lexi after all of this. As time went on, he realized that they had invaded his trust on purpose. Bob hadn't just asked to get his sister a job with the company. They'd wanted revenge from the start. 2 months passed. EJ had a work-related trip to New York, just where Nayeli now lived. What he didn't know was that she had moved from the suburbs and now lived in the city. Nayeli worked at a fitness center and at a rehabilitation center for stroke patients. On her shoulders fell the care of her younger brothers. The survivor's pension was small, so Nayeli worked almost without a day off. The chances of EJ meeting Nayeli were incredibly slim if it weren't for chance. In the morning, AJ and 2 of his subordinates left for New York. The company that offered the partnership was in the building next door to the fitness center where Nayeli worked. EJ arrived at the partner's office. A somewhat busy meeting awaited him there. Afterwards, they planned to go home, but the new partners insisted on a banquet in honor of the signing of a favorable contract for both parties. EJ had to agree, and they postponed their return home to the next morning. The meeting went as smoothly as possible. Everyone was happy with the new deal. They all got ready to go to the restaurant together, and as they were leaving the office, Ajay saw Nayeli. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was incredible to see her in a foreign big city, but it really was her. Nayeli was walking to the fitness center for her evening shift after the spa. Ajay called her name. Nayeli turned around and saw Ajay. She hurriedly walked into the center, pretending not to recognize him. Ajay followed her, afraid of losing sight of her. On the other side, his partners started yelling to him, not realizing where he was going. But Ajay quickened his step. He ran into the center, saw Nayeli and grabbed her hand. "Nayeli, what are you doing here?" he asked. She turned back to him. "Nayeli, it's so good to see you," Ajay exclaimed. He was really happy to see her, even though he thought she was a thief. "Do you live here, or do you come to work?" "I live here," replied Nayeli. "Ajay, I gotta go." "I'm sorry, Nayeli, wait. I've been thinking about you so much in this whole stupid situation." "What situation?" "About me leaving. You know, my mom died because of me." "I'm so sorry. I didn't know." "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's been so long, but I really have to go." "Nayeli, why don't we meet after work? What time do you get off?" "No need, Ajay. I don't need this. I've been waiting for you. I thought you'd come, or at least call. You have a different life. Let's not do this." "Nayeli, what time do you finish? Or am I going to stand here all night waiting for you?" "All right. I finish in 4 hours. I'll wait for you here." They agreed to meet. Ajay hoped to hear from Nayeli what had happened to her, why she had taken such a step. Nayeli thought that EJ had lost interest in her too quickly because he hadn't been persistent when she'd left. She didn't know what she was being accused of. EJ left with his partners. A banquet awaited them, but 4 hours later he was already waiting for Nayeli. She came out as promised. They got into Ajay's car and drove towards Nayeli's house. "It's been so long, have you had time to move in?" Ajay asked. "Right, of course. There are more opportunities in the city," replied Nayeli. "You know, first my dad died in that house, and then my mom died. I couldn't stay there anymore." "How did you live all that time?" "I thought about you. I guess there wasn't a day that went by that I didn't think about you. My mom died because of me. I didn't have time to help her. I was so happy with you. I didn't realize someone close to me was getting worse." "What happened to Mom? You didn't say anything, did you?" "I didn't want to put my problems on you. The only time I decided to call you in desperation was when your girlfriend picked up. She told me how good your vacation was and told me not to call again. So I didn't call." "Look, I didn't know you called. I called you too, and I came over. But your brothers didn't answer the door. Why didn't you answer the phone? AJ, what do you care? You're doing fine. I've gotten my life together too. There's no point in getting to the bottom of this right now. Nally, I still want to know what happened that day. You snapped, you left, you didn't say anything. Weren't you afraid I might report you to the police? Oh. About what? I don't know what you're talking about. What does it have to do with the police? What does it have to do with the police? I came home last night, you were gone. The safe was open. Everything in it was gone. I figured you were in some kind of trouble, and you needed the money, so you took it. I didn't file a police report, but honestly, I'd like to hear from you about what happened. Are you serious now? Are you accusing me of stealing your money? Nally asked indignantly. I really wish that wasn't the case. Jesus, AJ, I can't believe you're saying this right now. You thought all this time that I had gotten away with your money. I wasn't even close. I would never take someone else's, Nally said indignantly. My brother called me that day to tell me that Mom had been taken to the hospital. I got ready and was on my way out the door when your secretary, Lexi, came through the door. She came over to talk to me about something, but I didn't have time to talk to her. I left her my keys and ran out. I didn't take any money. How could you even think that about me? I've never taken anything that wasn't mine. Wait, so you didn't have the keys and you didn't lock the door? Ajay clarified. I don't have keys. I asked her to give them to you since she was here. And Lexi hasn't said a word about being at my place, about seeing you. Ajay, I didn't take your money. You're gonna have to believe me or not believe me, whatever you want. You've already signed me up as a thief. I'm gonna go home. I gotta go. My brothers are waiting for me though. Nally, but don't go. Let me get this straight. I really thought you took them. So I've been thinking it was you all along, and it wasn't you. But you didn't pick up the phone. What was I supposed to think? My mom was in the emergency room, and then she died. That's why I didn't pick up. I buried her. Then I moved to New York. I got custody of my brothers. I've been through some pretty rough times in my life. I didn't want to drag you into it, because I'm used to dealing with my own problems. But you got over me pretty quickly. I don't blame you. It's your life. Now I have to go. Excuse me, can I call you? You didn't change your number. Lexi and I broke up, Ajay shouted after me. No, I didn't, Nally replied, and hurried away. This conversation was not a pleasant one for her. She hadn't expected AJ to think so poorly of her. Upon returning to New York, AJ immediately approached Lexi. She, of course, denied everything, and even that Nayeli had called while they were on vacation. But AJ remembered that Lexi hadn't been in the office. She had left before lunch and didn't return until the end of the day. He called his friends. Aaron confirmed that Lexi knew about the background check they decided to set up for Nayeli. Basically, everything was coming together. Right after Nayeli's disappearance, Lexi had taken to comforting Ajay, always there for him, gradually taking Nayeli's place. Ajay had requested the call history and found out that Nayeli had indeed called during their vacation. The conversation was short, about a minute. It was just long enough to tell her that Lexi and Ajay were now together and that she shouldn't call here again. Now that he'd figured out that there had been a call, it was clear that Lexi had been lying to him the whole time. She may have had real feelings for him, but you can't build a strong relationship on lies. EJ approached her and asked her to vacate her workstation. Lexi tried to say something, but AJ was adamant. Lexi's life was falling apart before her eyes. Her brother was in jail. The man she loved had given up on her. Her job was lost. It wasn't a good idea to start a relationship with a man who wanted revenge to begin with. It was very hard for Lexi to start over on her own. For a few days, Ajay was in contemplation. He wanted to continue his relationship with Nayeli, but he was afraid to call her. He was afraid she wouldn't want to talk to him, would reject him. Ajay felt like a total jerk for spending so much time blaming Nayeli for something she didn't do. He was ashamed of himself. Every day he wanted to call but put it off. During this time, Nayeli became very ill. She caught pneumonia somewhere and was admitted to the hospital. Her condition was serious. She was on oxygen, a stone's throw from the intensive care unit. Her brothers were alone at home. She was scared for her condition, and out of desperation, she called AJ herself. He was glad to receive the call, but when he heard that Nayeli was ill, he immediately left for Boston. There he went to the hospital, talked to the attending physician, paid for a local room, and a nurse to sit with Nayeli at night. The doctors didn't take any money. They treat all patients the same protocol, but having Nayeli under his care made him feel better. He knew her address, went to her brother's, bought groceries and ready meals. He'd left his contacts so they could contact him if necessary. He drove from New York to Boston almost every day, bringing groceries to Nayeli and the boys, inquiring about her condition. During the 3 weeks that Nayeli was in the hospital, he and the boys developed a warm relationship. They spent a lot of time together, going shopping, going to the hospital to visit Nayeli. And when it was time to be discharged from the hospital, they came together to pick her up. Nayeli was very grateful to EJ for not leaving her brothers behind. It felt good for Ajay to help. He felt like he was getting more and more used to her and her boys. He still loved Naomi, despite the time not together. During the rehab period, he was there for her too. All work issues were handled over the phone, or with the help of assistants. They became close again, cleared up any outstanding issues, resolved any concerns they both had. Ajay apologized to Naomi for thinking badly of her. Naomi loved Ajay, and of course forgave him. After 2 months of traveling from New York to Boston, EJ decided to ask Naomi to move with his brothers to New York. He explained that he couldn't leave. He had company here. Naomi had nothing to hold on to, but she needed to think about it. Changing cities was a big step. Of course, Naomi had her doubts, but Ajay had made one big decision. He had decided to propose to Naomi. Then she would be on the rights of his spouse, and she would not be so afraid to radically change her life. The boys agreed to move and were very much looking forward to it, especially since they had grown up without a father for a long time, and they lacked male attention. Naomi agreed, and they started looking for a house to buy. E.J.'s one-room apartment was too small. The search wasn't long. A month later, the whole family was already packing up their new home. It was a rather large 2-story house with 7 rooms, a kitchen, a large living room, and an indoor pool, a front yard, a lawn, a garage, and an outdoor parking lot. Ajay always wanted to have a big family and a big house. His brothers each had their own room. They went to a new school a few stops from home. Naomi got a job at a fitness center. The apartment in Boston stayed. They rented it out through an agency, and everything seemed to be going well. Except Lexi was plotting her revenge. She still couldn't accept that Ajay was back with Naomi and that they were happy. Bob really begged Lexi to stop now that he was incarcerated. He did not wish the same fate for his sister, but Lexi was resentful. It no longer bothered her that she herself could get hurt, that just like her brother, she could go to jail. She wanted to ruin Naomi's life at any cost. In reality, Lexi was just desperate. She was depressed, and there was no one around to help her out of it. Naomi and Ajay were getting ready for their wedding. The wedding was to be lavish, but in a small circle. It was the wish of both of them. Fewer guests, only those closest to them. Naomi traveled around the salons, picking out dresses. It was a pleasant occupation. She was in no hurry. She wanted to choose the one and only. The wedding day was approaching. Naomi was haunted by a strange feeling of anxiety. She shared her feelings with Ajay. EJ ordered to hire security guards and put guards around the perimeter of the venue where the celebration was planned. Only that, unfortunately, didn't help. It was a warm, sunny summer day. Naomi had to get up early to have time to do her makeup and hair. By the appointed time, guests and representatives of the registry office had gathered in the open area of the restaurant. Naomi and Ajay were unusually beautiful and happy. The celebration started with photo and video shooting. Then speeches, traditionally do the bride and groom agree. After announcing Naomi and EJ as husband and wife, the guests sprinkled congratulations on the newlyweds. At that moment, Lexi appeared from somewhere out of the bushes. She was dressed smartly. The guards mistook her for a guest, so they didn't stop her. Lexi walked quickly and purposefully towards Naomi. She was holding a can of acid. In the commotion, Ajay and Naomi didn't immediately notice her. She had gotten so close that there was nowhere to go. "Congratulations," she shouted and splashed acid in Naomi's direction. But Ajay didn't hesitate and covered her with his back. The guests screamed and security ran up. Lexi was rounded up. Unfortunately, several people, including Ajay, were hurt. They suffered severe chemical burns. Ajay suffered the most. He and another guest at the gala were taken by ambulance to the hospital. EJ spent some time in hospital treatment. The celebration, of course, was spoiled, but difficulties bring people closer together. The newlyweds will still have the opportunity to celebrate this important event. EJ will have scars on his back and arm, but it will not prevent him and Naomi from being happy. Lexi was picked up by the police. She was placed in a holding cell. She would later be charged with willful injury. Bob would be released from prison in due time. Lexi will be out of prison almost as soon as he's out. They will move to another city and start a new life. Decided to check, the new maid left his wallet on the table and switched on the camera. MP4. Jonathan never thought that in his 40s he would be the head of the company his father created. He thought he would have to wait 10 years because his father was strong, healthy, and never got sick. And no one expected that he would ever go to the hospital. But it happened right at the meeting. Robert became ill and was taken to hospital. The doctors said it was a stroke. Jonathan immediately called his mother and told her the news. "But how can it be, son? There's no way your father's heart could be bad." "Mom, this is no time to bicker. That's what the doctors told me. So come here." "Sure, I understand. I'll be right there." Jonathan didn't have a good relationship with his mother, nor with his father. He could never understand why they had even produced him if they had absolutely no interest in his life. They never cared. His father was in business, and his mother was in business for herself, and they didn't care about their son. When Jonathan grew up, He realized that his father had always done his best for the family. When he came to work in his father's company after college, he realized how hard it was, and that his father had always tried for the family and their well-being. And this is how it all ended. Mom arrived an hour later. This really pissed Jonathan off because he understood why she was late. Apparently she couldn't decide what to wear to the hospital. She was always like that. "Here, son, I'm finally here," she declared, standing up in front of him, apparently expecting him to appreciate her appearance. "You could have done it sooner. After all, Dad's in a serious condition right now, and you've been traveling to the hospital for over an hour." "Well, what can I do to help him now? He doesn't have time for us anyway. And anyway, son, why are you so serious? It was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, your father worked day and night, and he didn't care about his family. And if he didn't work so hard, Mom, you'd hardly have such a wonderful life. You have everything. You don't need anything, as you realize. Money doesn't just fall from the sky. So I understand my father." "That's fine, you understand now. You're likely to take over his business. That's great, of course. I can't imagine how he and I are going to get on, though." "I don't know what you mean. Or else he'll stay at home all day. I'm sure he'll pull through. You've got him very strong." "That's only good if he's normal. What if he's paralyzed?" "Mom, it feels like you're afraid of what you'll have to do to look after him. But don't worry, I'll get him the best doctors and carers, because knowing you, you won't even go near him. And that's not right. Do you love him even a little?" "It's none of your business." "How is it none of my business?" "I'll answer that question for you. No, I don't anymore. And believe me, your father doesn't feel anything for me anymore either. We're just used to each other, that's all. Although I don't think things are going well with your Jennifer either." "How long have you two been together?" Jonathan hesitated. "With Jennifer? Yes, they've been together for 20 years. They got married when they were still in college. Then, after 4 years of their life together, they had a son. He loved Jennifer, but the feelings faded a bit. Although it was not his fault, but she herself for some reason began to distance herself from him, although he did everything to make her feel good with him. He thought he was doing a good job. Jennifer then told him that she would not work, that she would take care of her son. And he agreed with her. He was pleased that she was waiting for him at home, that he had support, and that he could work in peace, knowing that his wife was waiting for him at home. At first everything was fine. The son was growing up, becoming somehow closer to his father. But Jennifer, on the contrary, began to distance herself from both of them. What was going on, he could not understand, although he repeatedly asked her about it. But she either kept silent or said that everything was fine. He decided to find out what was wrong. But then his father got into trouble, and he decided to put it on the back burner. Remembering Jennifer, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his wife's number. It was ringing, but there was no answer. He noticed that she had started to ignore his calls a lot, and he didn't like it. "Where's your Jennifer? Hasn't she arrived yet? All you guys do is talk about me. Your wife is taking her time too, I see." "I called you first, Mom, not Jennifer. It's not her problem. It's you and me." "What do you mean it's not her problem? She's part of our family too. Or am I missing something? So living in luxury is just fine with her. And when her father-in-law got into trouble, so her house is on the edge." "Mom, what's Jennifer got to do with it? And what does it have to do with living in luxury? Besides, you know very well that I've been on my own for a long time, and that my father has never helped me with money. Everything I have, I've earned on my own. So don't blame her for money. She's my wife and I do everything for my family. You'd better watch yourself. She's just arrived and she's already trying to make a scene. Because I'm sick of you seeing me all the time and no one else. I'm tired of it. Do you understand? You and your father are both unhappy with me all the time. What I can't understand is, what have I done to you? You haven't done anything, except ignore us. As soon as you gave birth to me, you put me in the care of a nanny. Because you couldn't look after me yourself, you see. You had things to do. But what business, Mum? You've never worked a day in your life. What could you have more important than a child? I thought that when I went to school and started doing well, my mum would finally notice me, realize what kind of son she had and be proud of him. But no, my mum, as always, is busy with herself, and she doesn't need anyone else. How dare you reproach me for that? I gave birth to you, so be happy. I did everything for you. You just don't remember it. Well, Mom, let's remind me. What did you do that I'm shameless? I've forgotten everything. Remind me. Cassandra looked at her son carefully, not understanding what was happening to him. Most of the time they just said hello. Well, sometimes they could say a few words. But today was just a benefit. Her son was demanding some kind of explanation from her, and she didn't like it. I see what's going on with you. You had a thing with Jennifer, and now you're taking it out on me. Am I wrong? What does Jennifer have to do with this? Mom, you're always changing the conversation. I'm not diverting anything. I just see that you're taking your anger out on me, and I don't like it. Do you understand? I don't want my son talking to me like that. Do you understand? Jonathan stood up and walked down the corridor of the hospital complex. The hospital was not a budget hospital. The building had been built during the Soviet era. It was obvious to the naked eye. As soon as my father feels a little better, and as soon as he can be transported, he will immediately move him to another clinic, to a place where he will be comfortable. And anyway, as if reading his thoughts, his mother said, "Why the hell did you bring him here? Can't you see there's nothing they can do here? It's a hospital for the poor." For whom? Are you serious now, Mom? I don't think you came from a rich family either. And I bet you went to the exact same clinic when you were a kid. Jonathan, for the last time, don't talk to me like that, or I'll... What are you going to do? Mom, are you going to punish me? You won't do anything. You just don't like talking to me because I don't agree with you all the time. And because I have my own opinion on everything. You see, I've grown up and I see things differently now. In fact, you're to blame for a lot of things, but that's up to you. I'm just asking you, please don't act like this. You can talk to your mates like that, but don't talk to me. We're here together because my dad's not well. That's it. Cassandra pouted, but kept silent. She was uncomfortable with the whole thing, especially the way her son looked at her as if she were a stranger. Yes, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Jonathan rarely came to visit them out of town. Her daughter-in-law and grandson hadn't spoilt them with their visits. She'd forgotten what her grandson Richard looked like. He must be grown up now, though she wasn't interested. Her son was right, of course, but what could she do if she couldn't stand children from childhood? She'd never had any friends, because she'd always thought everyone her age was stupid, and she was the only smartest girl on earth. Jonathan was beginning to lose patience, and when finally the doctor came out of the intensive care unit and approached him. Well, the crisis is over, but he should not be disturbed now. He is still very weak. We've given him medication and he's sleeping. Was it a stroke? No, it must have been a microinfarction. Your father is mentally and physically exhausted. So I'll tell you what, he doesn't need to work anymore. As far as I can see, he's always at your work, letting all his problems pass through him. And this is the result. It's a good thing it ended this time. Next time it could be fatal. Do you understand? I understand. When can I pick him up? Tomorrow morning you can come and take him home. But he'll need care for now. And then of course he needs to go to the seaside. Not just for a few weeks, but preferably longer. I see that you are well-to-do people, so I don't think you'll have any problems with that. Jonathan nodded, agreeing with the doctor. He had been telling his father for a long time that he needed more rest. But, as always, his father didn't listen to anyone. And this was the result. When they left the hospital, he turned to his mother and said, "All right, I'll pick up my father from the hospital tomorrow. He needs to stay at home for the first time. And then I'll send you to the sea. My father has a cottage. It's got a life of its own. There are tenants there now. Tell them to look for another place. And you'll move there. You'll live there for a while." "How long do we have to live there?" "Mom, what do you care? Do something for your husband already. After all, you see the state he's in. Besides, you could use a change of scenery too. You don't look well, to be honest." Cassandra wrinkled her nose. She didn't like being told that. She preferred to hear only compliments. "You could be more polite. Besides, you know I don't like being told what to do. Mom, I said you and Dad are leaving, so that's what's going to happen. Do you understand? She stopped talking and looked at her son. She had never seen him like this before. What was going on with him lately, she didn't understand. In the past, although they didn't talk much, he had treated her with respect, unlike now. Whatever you say, son. Just don't talk to me like that again, please. It's like you're a stranger. Mum, stop it. You see how things are, but you're still trying to contradict me. You knew your father should have taken a holiday a long time ago, but you didn't do anything about it. You're his wife. Did you see how tired he was? I didn't see anything because he'd leave when I was asleep. He'd come back when I was asleep. Do you understand? No, Mum, I don't understand, because he loves you. I always thought everything was perfect between you two. What happened? Why did you become so inconsiderate of him? Because Cassandra didn't want to continue the conversation. Why would she tell her son that his father had had a mistress a long time ago? And she occasionally indulged in innocent pranks. That's probably what drove them apart. And of course she didn't want to go to the sea with her husband, because she realized that they were strangers to each other. Mum, are you not telling me something? I can see that you and Dad don't even live together. You know, son, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. This is between me and him, and it's none of your business. But I can handle it. I'm a strong woman, and if you say we should treat him, then we'll treat him. By the sea, then by the sea. Although I'd rather go abroad. Mum, not now. You realize flying might make him worse. I'd rather go to the sea. When he's stronger, then you can think about going abroad. And I'll support you in that, by the way. Let the doctors there examine him. Because I don't trust our medicine very much. Well, son, you're wrong, of course. But you know best. They got in the car and Jonathan drove Mum home. They lived in the country. His father had built a big cottage a long time ago. He wanted the whole family, including his grandson, to live with them. But his Jennifer didn't get along well with her mother-in-law, so they stayed living in the city. Although he could see that his wife liked the house very much. Who's going to look after the house? Son, as far as I'm concerned, we're not going there for one day. We're going to be there for a long time and we can't just leave the house. Of course, I understand. Please come and live with us. It would make me feel better. Jonathan nodded. But he realized that even though it was an elite cottage town with security guards and all that, he couldn't leave the house for too long. And that meant they'd probably have to live there. Don't worry, Mum, I've got it. We'll move in with you. Don't worry. I'll tell Jennifer to pack today. Tomorrow I'll pick up Dad from the hospital, and we'll move in a few days. That's good. That's great. I'll show Jennifer around and introduce her to the staff, the cook and the housekeeper. We've just had a maid leave the other day, and while Molly's been keeping the house in order. But it's hard for her to keep track of everything. You know, it's a big place, so we'll have to find a maid. All right, Mum, I'll think of something. So why do you bother? Let Jennifer do it. She's at your house anyway. And your son's a big boy, by the way. He's got a long way to go to school. So he's going to need to be picked up. I'll talk to Uncle Will, my dad's driver, so he can keep his job. He'll drive my son to and from school. Good, that's settled. Then I'll come home and start packing. I have to start packing so I don't forget anything. 'Cause if I do it in a hurry, I'm bound to forget something important. I will. Jonathan listened to his mother and smiled. He remembered his childhood, when his mother had always started packing for a trip a month in advance. And when the day came when she had to go somewhere, she had probably 10 suitcases instead of 1 or 2. My father would always scold me, but my mother would reply that she had taken everything she needed. So, Mum, here we are. I'm not going home, I'm going to work. I have to do something there, and I have to tell her that my father won't be here for a while and that I'll take his place. Then I'll go home and tell my wife to start packing too. We'll move in with you one of these days. Okay, son, I'll take care of things then. Thank you, son. You've somehow calmed me down, because lately I've been feeling like a stranger and unwanted. It's going to be okay, Mum. I love you very much. And believe me, Daddy loves you very much too. Cassandra didn't say anything to that. She smiled, stroked her son's cheek, and got out of the car. Jonathan had settled things at work, and when he looked at the time he realized that it was well past midnight. He often came home like this, even though he had planned to get home early tonight. Plus, Jennifer still hadn't called him back, and that worried him a little. Everything seemed fine, though. But still, something wasn't right. He got into his car and finally drove home. He was a little dizzy from fatigue, and all he wanted to do was take a shower and go to bed. Tomorrow would be a busy day. Now, he not only had to do his father's job, which was to run the company, but he also had to do his own job. Until someone else was hired to take his place. "Jennifer, what are you doing up?" "I'm watching a film." "What are you doing up so late?" "If you picked up the phone when I called you, you'd know why I'm late tonight." "So what's wrong? You can explain it to me instead of blaming me like you always do." "Where's Richard?" "Where is he?" "In his room, of course, asleep for ages. He and the boys went to a basketball game today, cheering for someone. And then he did his homework and went to bed. We should put him in some kind of sport, because he's growing up a bit weak." "I've always told you that. But you were too lazy to pick him up and take him there. And you kept saying he didn't need it. And now what? He's got to get ready for college. Last year of school." Jennifer flared up, jumped up from the couch, and was about to go into the other room when Jonathan grabbed her hand and pulled her against him. "I'm sorry, it's just hard for me. My dad got sick at work today. They took him to the hospital. It's just been really hard on me. I always thought my dad was a tough guy, that nothing would ever happen to him. But today I was just scared for him. I realized that I could lose him at any moment." "So how's he doing?" "He's all right, he's better, and I'll take him home tomorrow. He and his mother are going to the seaside soon." "And who will live in their house?" interrupted his wife. "We will, Jennifer, of course. Who else?" "I'm not going to live there." Jonathan and Jennifer turned round and looked at their son, who was standing in the doorway and had probably heard the conversation. "I will stay here because it is too far to go to school from there." "You'll have your own driver, son. Remember Uncle Will? He's going to be your grandfather's driver now. You see, son, that's the way it is now. So we're all going to have to go along with it." "You think it's easy for me? Call us, I get up even earlier than you do. But there's nothing to do. So we're moving as a family into that house." "All right, if I get a lift, then I'll take it. You can sleep in the car while I drive." Richard turned and went back into the room. Jennifer snapped her fingers nervously, thinking about something. "Don't you think we'll have to live there for a long time?" "Of course I do. Because Dad will probably want to stay there. And he had this dream of growing grapes. So I think he's going to want to finally fulfill that dream." "Would your mom go for it?" "It's so beautiful out there." "Of course she would. Besides, it's as nice a house as the one you and I are going to move into. My father planned to retire and go to the sea, but he didn't expect that time to come. He planned to work too." "Actually, I agree. I like it." "Are we going to sell this flat?" "Why sell it? Let it stay. Or you can rent it out. I wouldn't mind. Keep the money. You need it more because you're always complaining to me that you have nothing to wear. So go ahead." "I don't want to rent this flat. We've got all this renovation, all this furniture, and strangers are just going to ruin it. Let's just sell it." I said, "No, it's my flat. My parents gave it to me, so I'm not selling it." "If you don't want to sell it, you don't have to. Besides, it's not bad. I'll probably stay here a lot. Cause it's all on me now. I'll have to work day and night, and it won't always be convenient for me to come home. By the way, Mum said their maid quit, and she asked you to find someone to do it. Can you manage?" "What's there to handle? I'll call the agency tomorrow, and they'll send us maids, and I'll interview them and choose the right one. By the way, when are we arriving?" "How much time do you need to pack?" "I think I can do it in a couple of days." "That's fine then. We'd better do it when we get there. There might be some delays. It'll be awkward. You'll have people coming around for interviews and we won't have time for them. Mom's going too, so she won't have time to talk. I get it. Are you going to have dinner? It's so late. I wouldn't advise you to eat at night. It's not good for you. You should eat in the morning. Now let's go to bed. You're right. I can barely stand on my feet, so I'll take a quick shower and go to bed. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. And I have to pick up my dad from the hospital. Aren't you picking him up early? Maybe he needs to stay there for a couple of days. Knowing my dad, I know it's not too early. If I don't take him out, he'll leave. He hates doctors. Jennifer didn't say anything. She went silently into the bedroom. Jonathan sat down in the armchair and thought. A plan for tomorrow was in his head. He could have sat like that until morning, but feeling that tomorrow then he would feel wrecked, he got up and headed for the shower. Washing quickly, he immediately laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Jennifer looked at her husband, who was already sleeping a sound sleep. She was glad that they would finally be living in the house she had dreamed of, and also without her mother-in-law laughing. She had fallen in love with that house the moment she saw it. Only Jonathan didn't want to move in. And she understood why. He had a strained relationship with his mother and his father. Not with Robert the way he had with his mother, though. It felt like they were not mother and son, but two strangers. Jennifer was also disliked by her mother-in-law. At least that's what it seemed to her. And she realized that living together in this house would not work out. So she had to forget about it. But now she would be the mistress. She would be there now. Jennifer dreamily closed her eyes and blushed at her thoughts. She was glad that her husband had said he would be staying in town a lot. What? That was good for her. She'd replace everyone there, both the cooks and the housekeeper. She'd have her people working there, who she'd hire and who'd idolize her. And of course to keep quiet, because they would have to keep quiet. She would not be able to go to town often now, so they would come to her, and she wouldn't want her husband to know about it. Naive fool. He probably thought he was doing it for his family, for Jennifer, and that she should be grateful to him. She was just tired of sitting around waiting for him all day. She was bored, so she decided to take a lover. It's corny, but Oliver was a terrific man. He wasn't working yet, though, because, as he'd told her at the time, his mom was very ill, and he needed to look after her. He couldn't hire a carer, and his mom couldn't stand strangers in the flat. So he had to work part-time, sitting at home and looking after his mother. But he was desperately short of money. Jennifer took pity on him and started giving him money. And then they had a stormy affair, and she realized that at last she was truly in love. Oliver then asked her why she wouldn't leave her husband, because he was tired of sharing her with someone else. "Or do you love him very much?" he asked then. "Don't be silly. I only married him because I knew he was the son of rich parents. He already had a cool car and money. That's all. I never loved him. As soon as I saw you in the cafe, I lost my head. When I saw you, I fell in love with you too. You were sitting there so sad, thinking about something, so I decided to approach you. I see you waited for your friend Molly for a reason. She didn't turn up, rang me and said she was going to Turkey with her boyfriend. I was so sad. My husband and I have been together for so long. We've never been away. And he can afford it. It doesn't cost him anything. But he's got a job, you see. He doesn't care about me and my son. That's what made me sad, that some people are lucky and some people aren't. It's okay. As soon as my mom gets back on her feet, we'll go somewhere with you. You're helping me a lot. She'll get better in a little while. You're helping me with the medicine. I couldn't afford to buy her such expensive ones myself. You remember, I didn't earn anything. But once you came along, life took on new colors. I tell my mother about you all the time. She's happy that I finally met the one I've always dreamed of. Why didn't you introduce us? I want to see her so badly. It's not time yet, love. Not yet. Besides, Mom doesn't want you to see her like this yet. As soon as she's well enough, I'll bring you to the house. Jennifer remembered those words and blushed again. She remembered what they had done after that conversation. She had felt very good. She had never felt so good with her husband. And apparently that had driven her into the arms of another man. Though to give him credit, Jonathan was good in bed too, except he didn't have time all the time. More often than not, he came home from work tired and exhausted. and he wasn't in the mood for lovemaking. She couldn't wait. She wanted to date, love, and be loved. Finally, Jennifer felt sleepy too. She turned on her other side and immediately fell asleep. Jonathan arrived at work and immediately got down to business. He called a meeting to discuss the issues that had accumulated recently. Apparently, his father had not been feeling well for a long time because he had been putting them off. Apparently, his strength was no longer the same. After everyone had dispersed, he decided to go to the hospital and find out how Dad was doing. Dad was lying on the bed, apparently watching the news on the phone. He turned to his son and smiled. "Well, did I scare you yesterday?" "To be honest, I was a little scared myself." "Apparently, son, it's time for me to retire. You bring me the documents, I'll sign everything." "Because you can't sign the documents yet. So that's the first thing we need to do." "I got it." Dad's talking to the doctor, and he's already preparing the discharge. "So we'll go home now, and the lawyer will be waiting for you there. He knows what happened, and he knows exactly what to do." The water's beautiful. So Bridget and I are going to the sea. She called me this morning, asking how I was feeling, and I could even hear the joy in her voice. I guess she wants to go too. Yes, it's about time. I mean, it's been so long since we've been away together. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same in your family, Dad said. It's all work. But if you want a decent life, you have to make sacrifices. Well, I've been sending Jennifer and Richard on holiday. I don't think they need to resent me. No, son, you don't understand. Family is family. They'd like to go with you. They're on their own. They don't see you all the time cause we're always at work. Don't be sorry you chose to go this way. We just don't know how to balance work and rest. We're obsessed with our business, and that's not good. You have to pay attention to your family too. I'm glad this happened to me. At least now I'll be with my wife, and most importantly, my son. I'm finally fulfilling my long-held dream of growing grapes. I'm glad you're doing well, Dad. I was really scared for you yesterday. To be honest, I didn't expect this to happen to you. Yes, son, I realized it myself, that life can be cut short in an instant. Anyway, what's the sad part? Let me get ready and you hurry them up with a discharge, cause I don't want to be here anymore. I'm just having sad thoughts. Jonathan was driving his father home. He didn't realize he still had to get to work and get some things done. But he'd lost a lot of time today, and he hadn't made any progress on the things he'd planned for himself. Most likely he would have to postpone them a little bit, because he still had to move. So he won't have time to work now. Besides, it will be necessary to talk to a lawyer, to plan everything, and then to see how to act. But that's all later. The important thing is that Dad's okay, and he'll be fine. Cassandra's spirits brightened after her conversation with her son yesterday. She no longer resented her husband. She decided to forget everything, and now, when they go to the sea, she would try to make up for lost time, that is, to get closer to her husband. After all, she had always loved and admired him, because they had started everything from scratch. And now that they seemed to have everything, they had grown very distant from each other. She packed her things and thought that their life at sea would be like a fairy tale. After all, life is very short, and one should take everything one needs now, and not regret later that one didn't. She heard a car drive up to the house. She looked out of the window and saw that her son had arrived, which meant that he had brought her husband too. She dropped everything and went to meet them. You scared me so much. Please, next time you'll tell me immediately if you feel ill. And not just tolerate it, like you did this time. Jonathan and his father stood dumbfounded on the doorstep. They hadn't seen Cassandra like this in a long time. She threw herself around her husband's neck and hugged him. Robert hugged his wife too. You could see on his face that he was very pleased to hear this. So this is US standing on the threshold. Come on, go into the bedroom. Lie down and I'll make you something to eat. You need to take it easy and get more rest. Mum, the lawyer's coming and we've got some business to attend to. So Dad can't lie down right now. So let's go into the living room and he can sit on the couch. I think he'll be comfortable there. Here we go again, son, how many times? Mum, it's just a formality. You know, Dad's going to leave now, and I'll be running the company. So Dad needs to sign some papers now. It's necessary. All right, but when you finally signed everything, Robert, you go straight to bed. I'll be right next to you because I've started packing for our trip. We'll talk about it. All right. Whatever you say, darling. What about you, Jonathan? When is Jennifer moving here? I'd like to see Richard, too. Last time I saw him was a month ago when he came to the company. His grandson's all grown up now. I didn't even recognize him. That's because we don't see each other much. And now that we're going away, we won't see them at all, Cassandra sighed. The man looked at her in surprise again. Why do you keep looking at me like that? I've already explained to you that I was very frightened when Robert went into hospital. I realized how fleeting life is, and we live it so miserably, so now it's going to be different. Right. I'll make you a cup of tea, and I'll get on with my packing. I won't disturb you. When Cassandra had gone, Jonathan turned to his father and said, "You know, Dad, I think your illness has come at just the right time. Look what Mum's become. Maybe you should have been sick like this 10 years ago, don't you think?" "I think I should have been sick all the time. And maybe life went differently." They laughed and joked about it until the lawyer arrived. Only then did they settle down and get down to business. Jennifer, of course, really wanted to live in this house, but now it would be very difficult for her to get to the city. Naturally, traveling by taxi would be expensive, and Jonathan would start asking her where she went every day. So she'll have to ask him to buy her a car, and that would be a way out. Yeah, and then we could invite Oliver here too. I mean, she's going to need to hire staff. So she'll fire the gardener and hire Oliver. Then she wouldn't have to go anywhere, and they'd be together all the time. Which probably won't work. Cossie won't go for it. He had a sick mother, but she'd have to talk to him and see what he had to say. She immediately dialed his number and told him that they needed to meet urgently. She drove to the flat she had been renting for a few months now. At first they met in hotels, but she was not satisfied with that because she was afraid of meeting people she knew, and then she asked her husband for money. She rented a flat and now they only met there. Oliver was already waiting for her there. She was always surprised at how fast he came because she herself had just taken a taxi and swore at the traffic. "Well, it's a good thing you're already here because I thought you were late too," Jennifer said. "I was lucky. I was just in the neighborhood buying my mother's medication. So you don't have to worry." "So what? Did you buy it? Show me. At least I'll see what it looks like." "Alas, I didn't buy it. The pharmacist said she wouldn't have it until tomorrow. So I'll have to drive here tomorrow as well. But that's all right. The important thing is that I can see you. So my day wasn't wasted." "Listen, I've got news for you. Really, I don't know how you're reacting to it because I understand you have a sick mum," Jennifer said. "Jennifer, you're going to scare me. Tell me already what happened." "Oh, don't worry so much, honey, it's nothing. It's just that my father-in-law and mother-in-law are going to the seaside and probably for good. They've got a fancy house there. And since my father-in-law just got out of the hospital, you understand, they will live there permanently. So we're moving into their house. It's just outside of town. The house, of course, is just beautiful. It's every woman's dream to live in such a house. But there's one thing, it's very far from the city. I don't think I'll be able to take a taxi to our meetings. And I don't think you'd want to spend a lot of money either. So I don't know what to do now." "Wait, Jennifer, are you saying we're not going to see you anymore?" "Well, that's not right. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I've only got a ray of sunshine glimmering ahead of me. And now you're leaving me." "What am I going to do without you?" Oliver asked excitedly. "I'm not leaving you. You misunderstand me. On the contrary, I think I found a way out. Only I don't know whether you'll agree to my proposal or not. I understand. You have a sick mum you can't leave alone. But before you say no, think carefully, okay?" "Well, tell me already. Don't keep me in suspense. What's on your mind?" "I've thought of this. My mother-in-law is leaving, and that means I can change all the staff that work there to my liking." "I don't get it. What staff works there?" "I've just told you it's not a cottage. It's a fairy tale. There's a lot of land around it, and the house is quite large. Naturally, there are people working there. Besides, my father-in-law and my husband can afford it. Well, what do I have to do there? I'll fire the gardener and hire you. You'll live there and get a salary. And of course you'll meet me. How does that sound? But you can't leave your mom. Yeah, look, it's all solvable. I'll hire a carer. I've got the money, so it won't be a problem. Besides, from what I understand, you said I'd get a salary. So I'll have enough for a carer and my medication. I agree. Beloved, I'm so glad you agreed, because I was really worried that we wouldn't be able to see you often. You've thought of everything perfectly, and I'm happy again now. You have no idea how much I love you. When do I start my gardening duties? Hang on, we'll be moving there one of these days. Then I'll take care of the staff. And when it's ready, I'll call you straight away. Do you understand me? Jennifer asked. Yes. I'll look forward to the call, love. But now let's go to the bedroom because I missed you terribly, replied Jonathan. Jonathan sent the car out for his wife to load the things she would want to move now into their house. It became clear that his parents would probably stay at the sea. In fact, it would be better that way. His father would finally be able to do what he loved, and the local air would make him healthier. Jonathan was glad that everything had worked out with his father and that things were better with his mother. Cassandra had really changed. She never left her husband's side, and she acted as if she had been a loving and faithful wife all her life. She could see that Robert was coming around to her, so she tried to please him even more. Jonathan liked the way his parents treated each other now. He wished Jennifer would treat him that way too, because they hadn't talked much lately. But he'd come home from work and go to bed. He'd get up in the morning and go to work again. Everything was fine, it suited him. But he wished that his wife would at least sometimes meet him from work, and they would talk at least a little bit. He could see that she was excited about the move. Jonathan knew how much his wife liked the house before. And now she must be happy that she was finally going to live in it. In fact, why wouldn't she be? Maybe he'll try to be home more often now. He and his wife will have tea in the garden and talk. They used to have a lot to talk about. Except something had changed. And he didn't think it was just him. And Jennifer must have changed too. But it'll get better. If things were good for his parents, they'd be good for him. He was sure of it. Vanessa walked home sadly. I don't know what to do now, Vanessa thought. She had always thought that she would dedicate her life to sports. She had been going to karate since she was a kid, and she even had medals. But an injury ruined everything, and the coach told her that she had nothing to do in sports. At first, she was very upset, but her friend Sharon offered her a job. And when she told her how much she would get, Vanessa accepted. Besides, she wanted to enter the institute with constant training and traveling to competitions. That was out of the question. And now, when she was thrown out, she could think about studying. But things didn't work out the way she thought they would. Sharon herself worked as a maid in a wealthy house. She heard that her friend, her landlady, needed a maid and recommended her friend. Vanessa was hired, but she only worked there for a week, and then she was fired. Actually, it hurt her. Probably fired because you have to keep your cool and keep your emotions in check. I should have just turned round and walked away. But no, she just couldn't help herself. And here's the thing. The landlord waited for his wife to leave for the beauty parlor. I guess he decided to hit on Vanessa. She was just cleaning the master bedroom. When he approached, he grabbed her and threw her on the bed. Naturally, Vanessa didn't expect such a thing, but her reaction was lightning fast, and in the end the master was left lying on the bed with a broken nose. He should thank her after that, because she had hit him lightly, not as she had been taught. And if she had done it with her full strength, he wouldn't have got off so easily. Naturally, when the wife arrived and saw her husband like that, she immediately screamed and demanded an explanation. Vanessa told everything honestly. But the wife chose to believe her husband rather than her. And in the end, she was just out of a job. Don't be so upset, Sharon said. We'll find you another job. Why don't you? I'm not going to be a maid anymore, Vanessa said. It's not a job. It's a madhouse. Don't talk rubbish. There's only so much money you can make somewhere else. And you still want to go to school. Although I don't understand why you want to do that. You're already 23 years old. I think it's too late. No, it's not. Besides, are you going to be a maid your whole life? No, I don't want to spend my life cleaning up other people's messes. I need a profession. You don't understand anything about life. Do you think I want to work like that? No, I want to get married and have my house cleaned. Now I get it. Where can I meet a man like that? Only by hanging out with rich people. And the only way is to get a job with them. You think a rich man would look at a cleaning lady? I'm begging you, Sharon, just get your head back on straight. This isn't a fairy tale, this is life. Nowadays, rich men are trying to marry girls who are more simple. Do you understand? Because these girls who go to salons and make themselves beautiful, they only ask for money and nothing else. And you don't want to marry a man like that? You want to marry a man like that? Don't you understand? He doesn't know that. He'll take pity on me and marry me. And I won't be impudent. I won't ask him for anything at first, but I'll start slowly over time. That's how it is. It's like going fishing. You feed the fish first, and then you take the bait. And when the fish swallows it, you don't just pull it, you cut it off and then you pull it out. You've got a whole strategy worked out. I didn't expect that from you, Sharon. Or do you want to get married so badly already? Of course I do. Don't you think I'm tired of going round all day with a rag, scrubbing everything shiny and listening to my missus' voice? No, I'm sick of it. But I put up with it, because I'm going after what I want. And I'm on my way to my goal. But first I have to get in. I've learned everything, and I need money. The time is passing. The time for admission is approaching. And I still don't have any money, Vanessa said. That's all. Don't worry, I'll find you another job, Sharon said. You see, I've already made some connections, so just wait a little while. And soon you'll be back in a well-paid job. But please, next time, just walk away and don't hit anyone. Remember, you're there to save money. Got it? Yeah, I get it. But I didn't expect him to attack me like that. It was a reaction. He looks like a decent bloke. And he tiptoes around his wife. As soon as she walks out the door, he starts groping the girls who work there. I guess it was my turn. Only he attacked the wrong one. So I hit him back. So much so that I lost my job. Vanessa, I'm warning you not to do that next time. No matter how much you want to hit, keep your temper in check and think that it won't last long and that you'll soon get out of this and go to school. Do you understand? Why are you treating me like a little girl? I said I understood you. I won't do it again. And I'll try to avoid men so I don't get into trouble again. Good girl. Let that be a lesson to you. I'll call you tomorrow, cause I've been told I'm looking for a maid. So wait for the call. Jennifer, as planned, fired everyone who worked at her mother-in-law's house. True, she only kept the cook, but she also left the gardener, knowing full well that if she fired him and hired Oliver in his place, her husband would immediately realize everything. Because her lover didn't understand anything about flowers. So she decided for herself that they would have 2 gardeners and told her husband. I've hired another gardener, because this one can't cope anymore. Uncle Sebastian is really an old man. He's been with us for a long time. At first, he was my father's driver. And then when my father built the house, he said that his eyesight was bad and that he couldn't drive anymore, and he wanted to become a gardener. My father was surprised then, because he didn't expect such an interest in flowers from such a healthy man with hands as big as a spade. One day he started a garden at our house. Everyone loved it. As it turns out, it's his hobby. So there's no need to fire him, let him work. Well, get a young man to help him and let him take charge. That's what I did, darling, because I realized that Uncle Sebastian knew what he was doing and there was no need to sack him. I kept the cook because Aunt Bridget cooks so well, but I sacked the housekeeper because she's not needed. I'll be doing the house myself from now on. So I've got a couple of maids. They're all coming in for interviews tomorrow. Will you be there? You're the man of the house. Well, you're the lady of the house. So I think you'll be fine on your own. I have enough to do at work. Jonathan liked to see his wife like this lately. She was very happy and talked to him all the time. But it was about nothing, but he liked it. He had already decided that things would finally get better for them too, and they would be happy. Vanessa looked at herself meticulously in the mirror and was pleased. She fixed a stray strand of hair, tucked it behind her ear, and put some lipstick on her lips. She took her bag and went to the meeting. The journey, as it turned out, was quite far. She had to change buses to get to the cottage village, and she had to walk another half-kilometer or so. Yes, getting here wasn't going to be easy. But as Sharon said, they take staff with accommodation. That was good too, by the way, because tomorrow the landlady of the flat she was renting would start calling her and demanding payment. And she didn't have any money. If she got the job, it would be a lot easier. But what if they don't? The house was very fancy. Vanessa turned her head round and sighed in delight. Finally, the owner herself, an attractive woman, came out and beckoned her to follow her. They entered the study and she motioned for Vanessa to sit in the chair opposite her. "My name is Mrs. Catherine. I've had a look at your CV. I understand you've worked as a maid before, but only for a little while. And it says here that you were fired. And you're not embarrassed to show me this?" "No, because it wasn't my fault." "And why were you fired, may I ask?" "Don't get me wrong. It's not idle curiosity. I need to know who I'm hiring. I'll tell you. It's just that the landlord's a bit of a loose cannon." All the girls were silent, but I couldn't take it anymore, and I fought back. "As you've read on my CV, I'm an athlete and I can stand up for myself. That's why they kicked me out." "Oh, I see. And you know you're accepted. I like your candor and how you feel about how married men behave. Come on, I'll show you your room where you'll live. You'll get your salary here twice a month, an advance in the middle and your salary at the end of the month. Does that suit you?" "Yes, very much so. Because when I was traveling here and I thought that most likely all my salary will be spent only on taxes, I understand everything. We do live a bit far from the city. Here's a room, but you won't be living here alone. There'll be another maid living with you. If I'll have her, of course. In the meantime, make yourselves comfortable. Since you came first, you get to choose." "I'll go because the gardener's coming too. So I must have a word with him too," said Mrs. Catherine. "There's your uniform in the wardrobe. So get dressed and you can start your duties today. I don't have time to explain everything to you, so Aunt Bridget will tell you and show you. She's a cook and she's been working in this house for quite some time. Well, I'm off, and good luck to you." Vanessa opened the cupboard and looked at the uniform that hung there. Trying it on, she realized that the size was a little off, but it was tolerable. After examining herself once more, she sighed, left the room and went looking for the kitchen to finally meet Aunt Bridget. Soon the kitchen was found, and the ruddy Aunt Bridget, recognizing Vanessa as the new maid, sat her down to tea. "I'll show you round in a moment. First, let's have tea and get to know each other," she said. "I've been working here a long time. Cassandra hired me. And this Mrs. Catherine, who's the landlady now, is their daughter-in-law. The owners are away at sea. The landlord got ill, went into hospital, and was advised to change the climate. So they left. Now their son lives with his wife and son. As soon as she came, she started to set her own rules, to fire everyone. She left only me and the gardener. Yes, and she told me that the gardener was coming to work here. She's right, Sebastian can't cope anymore and needs a helper. Although I think Sebastian knows his job very well. But as they say, the boss is the boss. It's a shame she sacked Lucy. She used to be the housekeeper, and everything was top-notch when she was here. And now I don't know what's going to happen. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Their son, Richard, lives here too. He's not a bad kid. He's 16 years old, but he's showing character. You should hear the way he talks to his mum." Aunt Bridget continued. "But what do I care? I'm on my own here and they're on their own there. But I think you'll get along with everyone here. You're a bright girl, I can see that." "What's it to me? It's my job to keep the house clean, that's all. How they live there and what they do is none of my business," said Vanessa. "That's right," agreed Aunt Bridget. "Because they don't like it when you meddle in their business. So it's better to just mind your own business and stay out of it." "That's what I think," Vanessa nodded. "My landlady told me you'd show me around and tell me everything, so I came to you." "What a clever girl," the cook grumbled. "So she can fire and hire, but I can do all the work. As if I have nothing else to do. I understand everything, I know my job. Just tell me where their storeroom is, where they keep all the cleaning products, buckets, rags, and so on. I'll figure it out, I've been a maid before." "That's a good girl," said Aunt Bridget. "You'll come out of the kitchen, turn left, and you'll see a door. It's just under the stairs, and that's where everything is. So you can find it yourself. And once I find it, I'll get started. It's a big house, so I'll have a lot of work to do," Vanessa said. "I've already realized that you're not afraid of work, so you'll be fine," the cook nodded. Vanessa left the kitchen and went in search of the pantry. On her way out, she bumped into a boy of about 16. "So this is the Richard Aunt Bridget told her about," she thought. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people?" He mumbled and walked into the kitchen. Yeah, the kid's obviously pissed off at someone, Vanessa thought, and moved on so she could get to work. She saw Richard a few more times, only the boy paid no attention to her. He was busy with his thoughts. In fact, Vanessa didn't care about him either. The only thing that caught her eye was that he was very much preoccupied with something, like he had some problem he couldn't solve. Jennifer led Oliver out into the garden and looked round and threw herself at him with a kiss. "Are you out of your mind?" Oliver pushed her away, looking around cowardly. "What if someone sees us?" "Who's going to see us?" Jennifer objected. "The gardener's in the garden, the cook's in the kitchen, and the maid's cleaning the house. The son never leaves his room. So it's just you and me. I checked, we can't be seen from the window of the house. You see how the climbing rose is blocking everything. So it's like we're behind a screen." "Anyway, Jennifer, please just control yourself," Oliver said. "Listen, this house is really great. Were you telling me the truth?" "I didn't believe it at first, to be honest. I thought you were exaggerating. But now I see that your husband is very rich. That's wonderful." "Darling, what do you mean?" Jennifer asked. "That I'm going to work here and be near you. And where am I going to live?" "Come on, I'll show you a room. But you won't be living in the house. There's an outhouse in the backyard. That's where you'll live. But it's very cozy. I think you'll like it. I won't be able to visit you there, but I promise I'll think of something. You believe me, don't you?" "Of course I do, love," Oliver assured me. "I think you'll think of something and we'll be together. You don't know how much I'd like to be with you always, to have a home like this, to be happy. Have you never thought about it?" "I have," Jennifer answered. "Only we won't have a home like that with you if I divorce my husband. Sure, he'll give me money in the divorce, but that's a drop in the ocean compared to all this. So I'm not going to get divorced yet," Jennifer said. "Besides, you and I are good enough, aren't we?" "Of course we are," Oliver said. "But you have no idea how hard it is for me to share you with another man. If you say so. If there's nothing we can do, then we'll just keep seeing each other like this." "Don't worry, I'll think of something. You know me. You see how I've planned everything cleverly, and now you'll be with me all the time, and we'll help your mother cure at last. And I think it's going to get even better from here. Shall we go to my place?" There's no one in the house. The maid's in the kitchen, Bridget's helping, and you and I can go to my bedroom in peace. And I've missed you so much all these days. Well, what are you standing there for? Are we going or not? "I'm sorry, darling, but I feel kind of awkward," Oliver replied. "Come on, I'll get used to it, because you see, I'll be twitching all the time, thinking that your husband could come home at any moment. And I don't want to hide from him in the wardrobe." "Okay, you're right. We'll wait a little while to get used to the situation, and then we'll see," Jennifer agreed with a sigh. Of course, she was now the owner of such a huge house, and if her husband suddenly realized or noticed anything, she could lose it all. She wouldn't want that. Jonathan came home from work early. He walked into the kitchen and saw a young girl and a young boy there. They were already eating dinner. He introduced himself and got to know them. Then he came out and made his way to the living room, where a table was already set for them. "Darling, I see you have hired a staff today," he addressed his wife. "What do you think of Vanessa? She seems to be a quick girl. She managed to do everything. So I don't think I'm going to hire a second maid. She's doing just fine on her own. And the gardener seems to be doing a good job." "So it's all right," Jonathan answered. "How about you? How are you doing at work?" "Since when did you become interested in my work?" Jennifer was surprised. It doesn't sound like you. Well, I was just asking, and I thought you were going to tell me. I was just curious. Besides, what else are we going to talk about? Not my soap operas. Where's our son? Why didn't he come out for dinner? He's in a bad mood again. I guess he had a fight with the kids at school. He's been walking around all day puffed up like a turkey. I asked him to come to the table, but he said he didn't want to eat and that he'd go to bed early. I should go round and see what his problem is. I haven't seen him in a while. And you don't tell me anything about him. Do you even ask him how he's doing at school? Do you look at his diary? I think we've neglected our son. What is it with you today, Jonathan? I don't recognize you. You're acting strange. Is something wrong? No, it's just that I see a family coming today, a wife, a husband, and a son. And they're so happy together. You could just see it in their happy faces. And we're all living on our own, as if we were strangers instead of relatives. I decided to get closer today. We can't even sit at the table together. Jennifer sighed, and she didn't like this kind of talk. And she was even beginning to regret that her husband had started coming home early lately. How nice it used to be when he stayed late at his job and didn't care what was going on at home. And now what? Why was he suddenly so interested? Maybe he's found out something. She had to be very careful not to contact Oliver just yet. God forbid he suspects something, and then they'll just kick her out of this house. Jennifer didn't want to leave. She really realized that she wasn't going to get married that well again. So she had to try to hold on to what she had. You're thinking about something, Jonathan said. Jennifer shuddered and looked at her husband. No, it was nothing. Richard has been really withdrawn lately, and I think you should talk to him more than I should. He's a guy, and I think there are some things he's not comfortable telling me. What do you think? Jonathan nodded, getting up from the table and apparently heading toward his son. Jennifer sighed. Indeed, it was not human. It was not right. They're all strangers to each other, and even her son tries to avoid them. Vanessa had been working in this fancy house for a week now, and she was fine with it. And yet she had already drawn conclusions about the lady of the house and her husband. Jonathan came home late. Lately, he did not talk to his wife much, but went to his study and worked there. Vanessa didn't know how late he sat there, because she went to bed, knowing that she had to get up early tomorrow morning. But Mrs. Catherine was an interesting woman. Although she seemed to think no one noticed anything, Vanessa realized that she and their new gardener, Oliver, were lovers, because you could see the eyes she was looking at him with. Everything Vanessa saw, she didn't tell anyone, not even Aunt Bridget, but the one she really felt sorry for was Richard. It was obvious that the boy was very lonely and unhappy, and she could see that he had no friends at all, and that he was probably having trouble in class because of it. She would have liked to help him, seeing that his parents were not paying any attention to him at all. But she didn't know how to even approach him. Vanessa was cleaning the office when she heard some rustling. She looked out and saw Richard. He didn't look his best. There was a huge black eye under his eye. It was obvious he'd been in a fight with someone. Wow. Who did that to you? Vanessa asked. What's it to you? He replied in his usual rude manner. I don't. I just wanted to help, but I can see you can do it yourself. Exactly. Take the rag and do your job, Richard said. Okay, if you say so. You're not the one to say it like that. Or you might even get a black eye, Vanessa said. What are you talking about? You think that if I have a bruise, I can't stand up for myself? I can handle you, can't I? Before you know it. Richard didn't have time to say anything, because he didn't realize how he'd ended up on the floor. He was dumbfounded and looked at Vanessa, who didn't seem to do anything, but just took a step towards him and froze like that. What do you think you're doing? Richard jumped up and lunged at Vanessa, but immediately found himself on the floor again. He felt so hurt and ashamed that an unsolicited tear rolled down his cheek. He jumped up and silently went to his room. Vanessa looked after him and felt sorry for the guy. He was so lonely and lost that she couldn't stand it and followed him. She knocked on the room, but no one answered her. Then she slowly opened the door and peeked in. Richard was lying down on the bed with a pillow over his head. Let's have a chat. I can see you're in trouble. Well, don't take it out on me. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to teach you a little lesson so you'd talk to me normally, Vanessa said. There was silence. Then she went into the room and sat on the edge of the bed. You know, I know what you mean. My mom divorced my dad when I was 8. I was very upset, but I held it together and didn't show it, Vanessa continued. I was a very sickly, small and thin child myself. You know, I was also very ugly in class. I was always teased and hurt no matter what I did. Everyone laughed at me. And then I realized that nobody could help me but myself. And one day I was walking from school and saw a set of karate classes. So I signed up and started training. Then I started to go to competitions, made friends, and in class I gave back to my offenders. And everything got better right away. If you want, I can teach you to stand up for yourself. But it's not easy, and it takes practice. But if you have a goal, I think you can do it. Richard sat down on the bed and looked at Vanessa carefully. You're right, you're going to teach me how to fight. I told you that if you have the desire, I'll teach you how to fight. But we'll train in the evenings. During the day, you know, I have a lot of work, Vanessa replied. So, peace? She extended her hand to the guy. He smiled and shook her palm. Peace. And you know, you're really cool. I'm sorry for being rude. It's just that I'm already used to communicating like this because everyone treats me very badly. At school, nobody talks to me like that. There's this girl I like. She told me I was a coward and that I couldn't even stand up for myself. And then Norman hit me. I wasn't expecting it. I fell down, and the whole class laughed at me, the whole class. Do you know how hurtful that was? I know exactly. I told you I had the same thing happen in my class. There's one thing I can't understand. Your parents are rich, they have money. Why didn't they enroll you in something so you could learn how to fight? And to be honest, sport never hurt anybody. My parents just don't care about me, Richard continued. My dad's all about work. He's just like my granddad, only his illness stopped him. It was only then that he realized that there was more to life than work. I guess my father's the only thing that can stop him is the hospital. And my mother is a short-sighted woman. She thinks that if she brings home a lover, no one can see it. But I realized it all at once. Dad's the only one who can't see it. You guessed that Oliver didn't just turn up here, didn't you? Richard asked. It's none of my business, Richard. Because I just work here, and I can't pry, Vanessa said. I understand, I'm just telling you. It's a shame for my father, though he doesn't pay much attention to us, but he does his best for us, to make us live well. And she brought another man here, and she's going to pay his salary too. I'm disgusted by it. It makes me even more stressed out, and I don't want to see my parents. You know, Richard, I think the first thing you need to think about right now is yourself, and your parents will figure it out without you. You'll see, if you and I have noticed it, your father will realize it soon enough. It's none of our business how they deal with it. It was a delightful morning. Birds were singing in the garden, and the scent of flowers was wafting through the air. Oliver sat in the pergola and drank his morning coffee. How good he felt. Life was wonderful, except for the fact that Jennifer had gone off the rails. She followed him everywhere, and he was getting tired of it. Besides, he really liked that girl, the new maid. She was so beautiful, and her figure was driving him crazy. He tried to get close to her a couple of times, but Jennifer appeared out of nowhere, as if she were watching him. But for now, he was fine with it. As he settled into the house, he began to notice that this family didn't keep track of things at all. They could just leave a watch on the table. Or, for example, Jennifer had taken off her gold earrings and left them in the hallway by the mirror. And Oliver didn't like things lying around like that. So naturally, he took them for himself. Well, if people treated them that way, why couldn't he take advantage of it? Besides, he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. This was his compensation. After all, sleeping with a woman he didn't love was a punishment. He turned round and saw Vanessa, who got up very early and did gymnastics in the garden every day. It was only later, though, that he realized it was something else. She was doing some kind of exercise. He had seen it in a film once and realized she was doing some kind of martial arts. Yes, the girl is certainly very attractive. He's just crazy about her. Well, nothing. Now he will save up a little money and offer her to go away with him. To be honest, he'd had enough of Jennifer. She was stupid and naive, He didn't like that kind of woman. He told her all kinds of nonsense, and she always believed him, felt sorry for him, and gave him money. In fact, everything suited him, but he'd long ago grown cold to her. And he never liked her. It was just entertainment. Vanessa, on the other hand, really got him, but nothing he'll be able to buy a flat and then a car. And then he'd get Vanessa out of here and they'd live together. He couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up, looked around to make sure no one was around, and walked towards her. "Good morning, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?" Vanessa nodded silently, not interrupting her exercise. "And I'm amazed at people like you, because I've never had the fortitude to exercise in the morning. But I go to the health club once a week, and I think I'm good enough." Vanessa didn't react in any way to his words. She continued to work out, and he wanted to talk to her, but once again nothing happened. As usual, Jennifer appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed Oliver's arm and whispered, "What are you doing here? I've been looking all over the garden for you. My husband's gone to work. Come on, let's go to my place, before anyone sees you. What are you looking at her for anyway? Do you like her?" At that moment, Vanessa finished her exercises, said a polite hello, wished her a good day, turned and left. Oliver glanced at her, then turned to Jennifer and asked angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Do you want everyone to realize what we have going on? You think that you just walked up to me like that and no one would notice? We weren't the only ones here, so stop acting like this." "You mean the girl? She's stupid, she didn't realize. Besides, you saw her practicing with concentration. I've never understood people who exercise in the morning. It's rubbish." Oliver looked at Jennifer squeamishly, then said, "You know, I need to help Uncle Sebastian today. He asked me to. So I'm sorry, I can't go with you because I promised." "Okay, I'll see you later. Now I gotta go." "What the hell are you doing?" "Uncle Sebastian who? I told you I miss you and I want you to come with me." "I'm sorry, Jennifer. I just feel like you're holding me up as your servant. Don't you think so? Except you forget that I'm a man, and I have an opinion about everything. So don't give me orders, understand? If I said not now, then you should understand me the first time. Do you understand?" Jennifer was stunned. She'd never seen her lover like this before, but she actually liked it. "Okay, honey, what do you say? I just want you to understand me too. I miss you. You're always around and yet you're so far away from me. I can't stand it. So try to control yourself because your behavior will ruin not only me, but yourself as well. Believe me, if your husband finds out about your antics, he won't forgive you for it." Oliver turned and walked away. Jennifer went to the gazebo, sat down and thought. She had really lost her head. What had been going on with her lately, she didn't understand. She couldn't imagine herself without Oliver. The sight of her husband made her sick. Apparently, she'd never loved Jonathan. Just yesterday, he'd hinted to her that he'd missed her and that he'd like to spend the evening with her. But she said she had a headache, that she didn't feel well, and immediately went to her room and quickly got into bed. She felt sick just at the thought of her husband touching her. Oliver, on the other hand, was different. She melted at the mere sight of him. And when he touched her, she almost fainted. He's right, of course. We have to be careful. She'd lose her mind if she saw him looking at anyone else but her. Besides, Vanessa's always here. True, she was relieved that this girl wasn't paying any attention to Oliver, and that made her feel better. Still, she needed to do something right away. But she didn't know what. Sooner or later, Jonathan would realize that Jennifer didn't love him and would naturally demand a divorce. Because he's a man of character and nature demands its own. But she can't give him anything because she loves someone else. It's a vicious circle. Well, she would sort it all out and she would definitely think of something. Jonathan arrived at the office and went to his office. The mood of the morning was worse than ever. Not only was something wrong with his wife, but he had noticed that things were disappearing. Just this morning he couldn't find his cufflinks, although he remembered well that he had left them in the bathroom when he took off his shirt to throw it in the dirty laundry basket. But they weren't there. He looked all over but couldn't find them anywhere. When he asked Jennifer about it, she rudely told him that she had no intention of keeping track of his things, and that if he wanted them to stay put, he shouldn't throw them anywhere. At that moment, his deputy Norman entered the office. They had known each other for a long time, and as soon as Jonathan took his father's place, he immediately took him on as his deputy. "Why are you frowning?" "Has something happened?" Norman asked. "You have no idea. It's like the Bermuda Triangle in my house. I put something in one place, and then it just disappears. And I can't find it," Jonathan replied. "But that's nothing. Someone must have taken it and moved it. Have you looked around the house? Could it be somewhere else?" "Yes, I looked all over the house this morning, but I couldn't find the cufflinks." "All right, they're small. They could have fallen off and gone somewhere. But I've started missing watches. I'll leave it somewhere, but the next morning it's gone. But I'm not senile, and I don't have sclerosis yet. So I remember perfectly well where I leave my things." "That's absurd," said Norman. "Of course it's not you. There's probably a thief in your house. You should check the people who work there. As I recall, your wife hired someone, and it's likely that the thief is among them." "You're right. And it's probably a maid, a young girl. Only I don't believe it's Vanessa. She's so modest and sweet." "I don't think she's capable of that," Jonathan said. "Well, I don't have to tell you that looks are very deceiving. Is there someone else?" "Yes, a gardener. She's taken in a bloke who helps out. Uncle Sebastian now. But he doesn't come into the house, he only works in the garden. So that rules him out straight away. I see that leaves the maid. But I can't just accuse her of being a thief. I'll have to think of something." "What's there to think about? Just put cameras in the house. Just don't tell anyone. And then when you see what's going on, you'll have proof, and you'll find the thief," Norman advised. "You're right, I'll do that. Then order me all the equipment and find a man who knows what he's doing. I'll figure out what to say at home. Besides, there's no one to tell. My wife doesn't care about any of this. The son's always in his room and the cook's in the kitchen." "You don't have to put them all over the house. Put it in the living room and put your wallet in a conspicuous place. And then you'll see who takes it. That's it." "That's right, you see everything. You're not thinking straight because you're doing something else. You've got something else going on besides that, haven't you?" "Yeah, Jennifer's a problem. I feel like she's avoiding me. I don't know what to think." "Well, it's very serious. But in the meantime, why don't you figure out who's stealing stuff from your house? And when you figure out and punish that person, then we can think about your wife. Maybe she just needs to get away. Send her abroad. Let her get away for a while and everything will fall into place immediately. Or buy her some expensive jewelry. You know how women love that." "You're right. I'll think of something. But first the cameras, because I don't like this at all." Norman nodded and walked out. Jonathan leaned back in his chair and thought. Indeed, something was going on in his house lately and he needed to put an end to it. Soon Norman returned with a young chap who said he would make the best of it. "That's fine. Let's go then," Jonathan said. They arrived at the house and went into the living room. It was the largest room and had an entrance from the garden. He had decided to put the camera here. While Will was setting everything up, Jonathan decided to look for his wife to suggest a trip abroad. Maybe she really just needed a change of scenery, and then she would be more affectionate to him than she was now. But Jennifer was nowhere to be found. He looked for her everywhere and thought she had gone somewhere else. "There you are. What are you doing up so early?" she asked and looked at her husband fearfully. "What's the big deal? Can't I come to my house when I want to?" "No, you misunderstood me. I got scared. I thought something might have happened." "Nothing is wrong. It's just that the internet's been bad lately. I can't work in peace. So I had a specialist come round. He'll take a look at it, and then I'll go back to work." "Okay, it's fine." "I understand. I was just scared. In all these years, you've never been home so early, that's all. Let's go to the kitchen, have some coffee, and calm down." "So I'm calm. You're the one who's shaking. Are you all right?" "Well, I told you I was scared. I thought something was wrong." "All right, I'm fine. Let's go get some coffee. And I'd like to get something to eat afterwards. I'm afraid I won't have time." They had coffee and talked for a while. Jonathan thought his wife had come round, and he asked her where she had been for so long that he couldn't find her anywhere. "So I've been in the garden. I've been having headaches lately, and it's only in the garden that I feel better," Jennifer replied. "So I went into the gazebo and I must have dozed off, and only then I heard you calling me. I got scared and came running." "That's it," Jennifer said. "That's good then. I was thinking, since you've been feeling so bad lately, maybe you should go somewhere to get away. Richard's holiday's coming up. We could go away together. How would you feel about that?" "I think it's a great idea. I just need to think about it for a while because it's kind of sudden." "So think about it. And tonight you'll tell me what you've thought." "Okay," Jennifer nodded and took a breath. As soon as her husband asked where she had been, she was so afraid that she could hardly control herself. Soon Jonathan left, and she made her way to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. "God, we almost got caught. So engrossed in each other that we didn't even hear my husband arrive. I got so scared I thought he'd realize from the look on my face and just kill me. But it was all right. My heart is still pounding really hard, though. I need to think of something to be ready in case my husband wants to come early again. He won't scare me like that again. I'll be ready for anything now." Now I had to get up and go find Oliver. He was pretty scared too, so she had to calm him down and talk to him about where they should meet. She found Oliver in his room in the outhouse. He was shaking with fear and didn't even answer the door right away. He was afraid she hadn't come alone. "Are you a fool? Do you think I'd bring my husband here?" "What's wrong with you?" Jennifer asked. He didn't understand anything. "I said I dozed off in the garden and he believed me." "Why did he even come here so early? What did he want?" "We've been having internet problems lately. So we brought a specialist," Jennifer replied. "That's all." "Were you that scared?" Jennifer asked. "I would never tell him. Even if he suspected something, I would deny it or make something up. But we'd better not see each other yet. I'm not feeling too good about this whole thing. I hope you don't either." "I've calmed down a little, so I'm fine," Oliver said. "You're right about us seeing each other. It's going to take a couple of days because, to be honest, I was pretty freaked out myself. But I'll figure out how to move forward. So don't worry. It's fine. And now you have to go." "I have a lot of things to do around the house," Jennifer said. "Are you kidding me? How can you have chores to do when they do everything for you?" "Well, you're wrong about that. For instance, I'm going into the kitchen now to draw up the menu for tonight so Bridget can make a nice dinner." "All right, spare me your bartending. Just go. I need to lie down. I don't feel well." "All right, sweetheart, you rest. I'll go inside. I need a distraction too. I still have a lot of pounding in my chest." Jennifer turned and left. Oliver locked the door behind her and rushed to the wardrobe. He had some things in there that he'd been finding around the house lately and taking for himself. They needed to be stashed somewhere just in case. Of course, rich people don't even notice when they lose things, and that's just to his advantage. He'll sell it all. Well, not all of it, of course. He'll keep some of it for himself. Besides, he's got a serious amount of money saved up. After all, he didn't spend anything now. He ate, drank, didn't pay his rent. And he was getting paid for it too. "It's a wonderful life," said Norman. "We shouldn't be in a hurry to leave yet. Vanessa wouldn't go anywhere, and he could save up some more money. After all, most likely there will be no more such a good opportunity. And he would probably never find a more trustworthy person than Jennifer." Jonathan arrived at the office and called Robert again. "So everything has been established?" he asked. "And when I left the house, I left my purse in a conspicuous place." "Well done," Robert said. "I reckon a thief is bound to take the bait. From what I understand, you've lost more than one thing, so he's got a taste for it. That's fine. He feels he can get away with it now. So he's going to take the bait. That's what I thought. And if it's Vanessa, I'm going to be very disappointed. I really liked that girl. Not only was she beautiful, but she was smart. I did a little research on her. And to be honest, I never would have thought she'd be the type. She's an athlete. She's been to the Olympics. She's even got medals. And I didn't think she was capable of something like that. Well, maybe it wasn't her, Robert said. Why suspect her in the first place? It's just that there's no one else. Bridget couldn't have done it. Besides, she's been working in this house a long time. And the only newcomer is Vanessa. And she's the only one who has access to all the rooms. But there's also the gardener, Jonathan said. What's he got to do with it? I told you they don't go in the house. Their place of work is the garden. That's where they work. I've known Uncle Sebastian for a long time, too, and I have 100% confidence in him. So that makes it Vanessa. What will you do with her when you find out the truth? I don't know, Jonathan answered. As far as I understand, she wants to study and she probably needs money for that. So she started stealing. She could have just asked me for it, and I would have given it to her. But since she did it her own way, she can give it back and get out of my house, Jonathan said. Do you understand? You won't call the police? Robert asked. No, I think it would teach her a lesson. And if she doesn't, someone else probably will. If she doesn't stop, you know best. And you're right. I do feel sorry for the girl. I don't want to ruin her biography. All right, well, why don't you watch the tape first and then you can make your judgment? Okay, you're right. We need to be sure first, and then decide what to do with her. Vanessa left the room she was cleaning and headed for Richard's room. But she knocked on the door and called out to him. He'd come in. And I've already finished doing my homework. So you can get started, Richard said. And I'll help you, Richard offered. No need, Richard. Your parents pay me money for this. It's my job. Well, let me help you, because you do so much for me. Vanessa smiled and looked at Richard. I see you can put the ointment I gave you on your bruise. You're looking much better already. What did your mom say when she saw it? Nothing. I don't think she noticed. I haven't seen my dad in a couple of days. So when I do, I probably won't have anything on my face, Richard replied. How are things going at school? It's going great. You were right. Jack was trying to catch me off guard again. But that trick you taught me the day you suggested I study was the best thing that ever happened to me. Everyone just went wild. And now some of my classmates are talking to me and even offered to go to the club with them, but I refused. Besides, you don't want to go clubbing with that face. Yeah, I don't think it's too early for you to go out there. But that's up to you. It's not for me to tell you. I'm glad, Vanessa said. But if you don't mind, we could keep going. You'll need it, Vanessa said. In a little while, you'll be dating a girl. And you'll have to be able to stand up for her. Besides, trust me, girls like strong guys. So you're going to be a winner. Thank you, Vanessa. You've been so helpful. You're like a sister to me, Richard said. I don't really have any parents, to tell you the truth. I've realized that because I've been working here a long time and I've seen a lot of things. You're right. We're quite a family, Richard said. It's a shame about Dad, because he's been so busy lately, he's been a bit lost. And I think he's starting to realize that your mom's cheating on him. Or maybe he's just having trouble at work. You keep an eye on him just in case. Just in case, she continued. Men react differently to cheating. Besides, from what I've heard, your grandfather had heart problems. So God forbid your father might have a heart problem and end up in hospital too. You're right. We'll have to keep an eye on him, Richard agreed. Besides, that's probably not the reason. Maybe he's having problems at work because Mom's acting like nothing's wrong. You're right, it's probably work, Vanessa nodded. Then let's not think about the bad stuff. All right, I've got to get on with my cleaning. And if you want to help me, go ahead. Then I'll finish faster today and we'll study as usual. We come to the living room. It's quieter in the evening, and it's a lot more space. We could do it in the garden. But it's likely to rain tonight. So you'd better come into the drawing room, said Richard. Jennifer had been worried for a couple of days. Oliver had been avoiding her, trying to keep out of her sight. If she did see him, he wasn't alone at that moment. She was also alarmed by the behavior of the cook, who kept looking at her strangely. And when she came yesterday to prepare the menu, she even said that she didn't like women who were unfaithful to their husbands. Why are you telling me this, Bridget? Jennifer asked. Or don't I know something? It's just that a friend of mine cheated on her husband." "Well, I still can't get over it," Bridget said and turned away. But Jennifer didn't like that. She was sure that Bridget had said that to her. Did she somehow find out that she and Oliver were having an affair? How? Where could she have seen them? After all, they kept everything so carefully hidden. She decided not to delay the conversation and went to look for Oliver. She found him in the living room next to Vanessa. The girl was cleaning the room, and he was telling her something. Jennifer stood in the doorway to watch them. "So Oliver said, and when I got out of the car, 'Excuse me, but I'm all cleaned up and I have laundry to do, so I don't have a lot of time. Do you want me to help you?' he offered. 'Besides, I have plenty of time, and you'll finish faster. And we could sit in the garden and have a coffee. How would you like that?' Jennifer tensed. She felt uncomfortable, and yet she was anxious to see how Vanessa would respond to the suggestion. "I'm sorry, but I have neither the desire nor the time to have coffee with you," Vanessa said coldly. "Good day to you." It was only then that she saw the landlady at the door. Vanessa grabbed the bucket and mop and silently walked out the door, while Jennifer entered the room. "So you wanted coffee?" she asked wryly. Well, go ahead and drink it." "It's just a game," Oliver said. "Everyone should think that you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't have to go in the house to think that, because your job is to be in the garden. Do you understand?" Oliver realized that he'd overdone it a bit and that Jennifer might kick him out. And that wasn't his plan just yet. He walked over to her, looked round and pulled her against him. "What's the matter, love?" "Don't you know me?" Oliver said. "I'm doing all this for us. That's all I'm doing. And besides, I missed you too. So I came here thinking I'd catch you, and there was this Vanessa cleaning. So I started talking to her. That's all." "I think you weren't just talking to her, you were flirting with her," Jennifer objected jealously. "Do you like her?" "She's just a gray mouse compared to you," Oliver assured her. "Stop sulking at me. I don't deserve this." Jennifer started to move away from Oliver, then turned and ran over to Oliver, and they kissed. Then, as if they'd come to their senses, they pulled away from each other and went their separate ways. Jonathan decided to finish his business early and go home to see who was stealing things in his house. When he entered the house, he saw his wife, who greeted him and told him that she had not had dinner yet and that she was waiting for him. "Why did you decide to wait for me?" Jonathan asked. "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong," Jennifer answered. "Besides, don't I have the right to want to wait for you? Besides, you and I haven't had dinner together for a long time and we've grown apart." Jonathan smiled. He immediately forgot about the camera because he was very pleased with his wife's attention. They sat down at the table and Jennifer took out a bottle of wine. They had dinner and then retired to the bedroom. Jonathan woke up in the middle of the night and looked at Jennifer sleeping. He smiled. Apparently they were finally going to be okay. His wife had told him she loved him, and they were doing amazing. He carefully got up and made his way to his office, spun the footage from the camera, and watched. At first he didn't realize what was going on, and then he was just stunned when he saw what the maid was doing to his son. She was kicking him and even hitting him with her hands, and Richard was flying away from her like a ball. But then he'd get up and go at her again. He watched the video a couple of times and only then realized that Vanessa was teaching his son karate moves. It showed her showing him a particular move, then demonstrating it on Richard, and then they reinforced what she had shown him. He watched the tape again and made sure Vanessa hadn't touched his wallet, although he had been convinced before that his wallet was missing after all. But then who had? Vanessa was above suspicion. Oh, and on top of that, she was teaching his son techniques so he could stand up for himself. Jonathan smiled as he switched the tape on again and again to watch this fragile and pretty girl teach a boy taller than her how to fight. But then, remembering why he had set up the camera in the first place, he decided to re-watch the whole thing again and find out who was really to blame. After all, he was sure it was Vanessa, and had been scrolling through the film exactly to the moments where she appeared. And now he decided to watch everything in more detail and finally find out who the thief in his house was after watching what the camera had captured. During this time, Jonathan couldn't stand it and went out onto the balcony. He was short of breath because he felt sick after what he had seen. What he didn't expect was to be stabbed in the back. What should he do now? What to do, how to behave, and how to go on with his life. Jennifer woke up early in the morning and realized that Jonathan was no longer there. She was sure that after the night they had had, her husband would not be in such a hurry to go to work and would stay for breakfast with her. But it hadn't worked out that way. He still left for work. She stretched out in bed and smiled contentedly. Things weren't so bad. Her husband believed her, and that was the most important thing. A couple more days and she could go out with Oliver again. Everything was going according to plan, and yesterday she'd made sure Jonathan had no idea. That was exactly what she needed. Jonathan paced from corner to corner in his office, unsure of what to do. "Did you find out what you wanted to know? Is it really Vanessa?" Norman asked him when he entered the study. "No, I was wrong. The girl didn't do anything. She's just a smart girl. Besides, I told you she's an athlete. Well, she's teaching my son karate, and I've seen how much he likes it. Plus, I've started to notice how my boy's changed. He doesn't walk around like a pouty, disgruntled teenager anymore. He acts like a real man, and I didn't think much of it. Now I realize it. It's her fault." "Oh, that's wonderful. And that's just great. Then why are you so angry? You're not even wearing your face. Did you find out what happened? Tell me." "Yes, I found out, but I can't tell you yet because I'm in complete shock. To be honest, I came to work. I thought I'd take my mind off it, but now I see I was wrong to do that. I'm going home now. I've got some business to take care of while you keep an eye on things." "Don't worry. You know very well you can count on me. Just you. Just be careful you don't do anything stupid." But Jonathan was already out. He couldn't wait to go home and face them, because he hadn't expected such a betrayal. Jennifer was sitting in the gazebo drinking coffee. Her mood was just fine. She was enjoying everything around her and was happy. She was a little confused when she saw her husband enter the garden. Then, remembering the previous night, she realized that he probably couldn't stand it and had come to be with her a little longer. She smiled and waved at him, but Jonathan didn't respond. He silently walked over and sat down next to her. Jennifer felt the tension, but didn't pay it any mind. She reached up to kiss her husband, but Jonathan abruptly pulled away from her and then stood up. "What are you doing, honey?" Jennifer asked. "Nothing, Jennifer. Did I make you feel bad?" She didn't realize anything. She decided to calm down, even though panic was starting to spread throughout her body. "You what?" "I'm fine with you," she replied. "Then why are you cheating on me with the gardener?" Jennifer froze. She couldn't understand how he knew that. Who had told him about it? And anyway, why would he even think that? "No, what kind of nonsense is that?" "Well, think about it. Where am I and where's the gardener?" She protested. "Then come on. I'll show you something." She had no choice but to follow him into his office. He switched on his laptop and showed her the tape. She understood. There was no point in denying it. It showed her and Oliver kissing. She looked at her husband to tell him she didn't mean it. But when she met his gloomy gaze, she didn't say anything. "Okay," Jonathan said. "Tell your Alfonso to keep everything he's stolen from my house. Not even the money you paid him to work here, do you understand? I'm not completely stupid. I spoke to Uncle Sebastian the other day and I found out. And I want you both out of my house. Do you understand? But Jonathan, why don't you listen to me? Maybe we. There is no maybe we now, is just you and your gardener friend. My son and I are no longer in your life. I'll give you an hour, and if you don't clear out, I'll call the police and file a report. I'm done." Jennifer walked out and Jonathan sat back in his chair and thought. Maybe it was for the best that things had happened this way. But so far he had no answer to that question. And as usual, he thought that time would tell. Unexpectedly arrived at my mother-in-law's house, and when I opened the door I was shocked to see her .mp4. "Mr. William, hello. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to deliver the project on time." "What happened, Julia?" "I had an accident the day before yesterday. I'm in hospital now. How? You weren't driving, were you? No, I was in a taxi. Anyway, the doctors say it's going to be a while. So the project should probably be handed over to someone else. Do you need help? I don't know yet. My husband will be here. He'll bring my sick leave. All right, darling, feel better. Julia leaned back on the bed, dizzy and aching. What are they giving me? They say it's an anesthetic, but it's probably something else, and my back hurts and I'm dizzy. She tried to remember the day before yesterday and couldn't concentrate. She had been traveling to a client, taking a project. She usually tried to always leave in advance and on public transport. Well, in the extreme case, the boss, the same Mr. William, gave her a car, but here she refused the car. And Nicholas had made a row in the morning about an unironed shirt. You'd think after almost 20 years together, you could have said so from the night before. But no, he got angry like a child. Can't you take care of your husband at home, iron his shirt? Nicholas, you're a grown man. You can't do it yourself, so ask in advance, Julia said. It's like in the first grade. We need to bring a craft tomorrow. You're like, I need an ironed shirt. Why do I need a wife if she can't do such a small thing? So you need me? Shirts to iron? Julia asked. By the way, I work all day too. I cook, clean, and do laundry. The washing machine does the washing, not you. Then ask her to iron your shirt, Julia said. I'll find someone to ask. You can start looking. He brought Julia to tears. While she calmed down, tidied herself up, she did not iron her shirt on principle. In general, with her husband tried to meet as little as possible in a 2-room flat. When finally he angrily slammed the door, the woman looked at herself in the mirror. God, I look like an ant. That's what I am. What do they say? 45 is a woman berry again. I don't know. Maybe, of course, in a couple of years I'll blossom. For now, I'm just a watermelon, and not ripe, Julia thought. There are bags under my eyes, pale skin, some spots. If I had divorced him at once, maybe I should have done it, rather than to endure scandals for nearly 20 years for the sake of property division. She looked at her watch. There wasn't much time left, and Julia began to frantically pack, realizing that she wouldn't be able to get there in time by public transport. She had to call a taxi. She was still late, but at least she could call her client and apologize. The driver got into the situation and tried to get the client as quickly as possible. But at an intersection they met a large Jeep, which was in an even greater hurry. It hit the door where Julia was sitting. Either she had sat down awkwardly or had turned round at that moment. But besides the blow, the woman felt pain in her back, from which she lost consciousness. She woke up in hospital. Fractured spine. For the first 24 hours she did not think anything at all, but only did what the doctors said, moved her arms and legs, tried to say phrases. There was no amnesia. She immediately remembered everything that had happened. However, they gave her a call only a day later. Of course, husband Nicholas and son Thomas flew to the hospital. No, the husband did not ask for forgiveness, but he behaved carefully. Talked to the doctor, asked his wife what she wanted and what she could bring. Thomas told the school news, trying to distract his mother from her sad thoughts. She looked at her son and rejoiced. 18 years old. Good kid, caring, always ready to help. I'm surprised he didn't take after his father with his rudeness. For 5 days after the accident, Julia was in shock. Then she was gradually brought back to normal by doctors. And then the next trouble came upon her. Julia, the doctor told her during her regular rounds, "We have stabilized your condition and your life is not in danger. However, you need to get used to the idea that you will no longer be able to walk." Julia's ears pinched again. "What does that mean, doctor?" she asked. "It means we've done all we can, but the lower part of your body will remain paralyzed," the doctor replied. "But how?" "I moved my legs like you asked." The doctor shook his head. "It only seemed that way to you. Unfortunately, you can't move your legs. How many times have I asked you to do so? Besides, we've done other tests. You can't feel your legs." "Alas," said the doctor, "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but at least you're alive and everything else is fine. You'll just have to learn to live a new life. In a wheelchair." Oh, really? What about work? And how am I going to get down from the third floor? Do I need a nanny now? The doctor threw up his hands. Well, I'm powerless to do anything about it. Believe me, in time all problems will be solved. And then, you have your husband and son. I'm sure they'll help. I'm not so sure about that, Julia thought and closed her eyes. She pondered how to break the news to her men and what she was condemning them to. Now they would have to look after her all the time, hire a carer. And she herself would now not be able to just get dressed, go to the shop, the pharmacy, or just go out for a walk. What kind of life is this? Why has it all fallen on me? And if I had divorced Nicholas, would I be alone now? Or is it his fault that I'm in this position? If he hadn't scandalized me, none of this would have happened. Julia indulged in thought and feeling for a long time. She looked for someone to blame, terrified at the thought of what kind of life was ahead of her. And this at 40, what's the next 30 years, maybe more? I have to live like this. And Thomas, he'll have to look after me all the time now, instead of having his own family and grandchildren. Oh no, we have to come up with something right away. Maybe the doctor doesn't know everything. Maybe there are some prosthetics, Julia thought. You have to live on something. I can't sit on Nicholas's neck. He'll reproach me with every piece of food. I couldn't bear it. What am I going to do? By the time she was discharged from the hospital, Julia had not thought of what to do, but just mentally waved her hand. She decided to act on the circumstances. When she got home, she was amazed at how the flat had changed. A lot of space had been cleared where some things and other rubbish used to stand. Now there were spacious passageways. The doorways seemed wider. And from the bathtub, the threshold that prevented a wheelchair from getting through was gone. Thank you, boys, she looked at the men with tears in her eyes. What's the matter, Mum? It's all for you, Nicholas pronounced. What are you crying about? Thomas was indignant. It's me from happiness. Then let's see how you'll move around. Just then, Nicholas took Julia's chair by the handles and began to roll it from the room to the kitchen, to the other room, and into the bathroom. Everywhere the pushchair went through without a problem. It's just a matter of a few things. Learning to drive it myself, my wife smiled. Everything will come with experience. Well, I'm off to work. Nicholas disappeared out the front door. Julia looked up at her son. Don't you have somewhere to be? No, Mum, I'm going to stay with you, help you settle in. So don't be shy. Ask me if you need anything. Okay. Okay, honey. Julia got used to moving around the flat quickly, but the fact that now she had to ask someone in the household to go outside for any reason, whether it was to take out the rubbish or to get her medication, she couldn't get used to for a long time. Over time, of course, she learned to adjust her desires to fit her husband and son's life schedule. But she still felt discomfort when she had to ask for something. It also depressed the woman that she was unemployed. No, of course not. Mr. William had helped her financially at first and even bought her a nice expensive pram. But Mr. William couldn't support Julia for the rest of her life. She realized that very well. All her work in her previous life had involved not only dealing with clients, but traveling. And in her present condition, it was impossible to do so. At home, scandals were increasingly frequent. You, by the way, live on my money, this phrase from the lips of her husband was heard more and more often. It got to the point that he began to reproach not only Julia for spending too much on useless, as he put it, medicines, but also his son Thomas that he wanted to continue his studies after school, rather than go to work to provide for his mother and care for her. Julia spent a long time researching training opportunities for people with disabilities and finally decided on a sewing course, which she had always been good at. A special vehicle was sent to her on the day of the course, which traveled around people in wheelchairs like her, bringing them to the course and then taking them home afterwards. Except that the classes were only about 4 hours long, and Julia's journey took all day. She was very upset about the lost time, during which she could have done something around the house to avoid Nicholas's reproaches. But over time, the woman realized that no matter how hard she tried, she still could not avoid scandals. So she began to let her husband's words pass her ears more often. But Thomas always found out in advance from his mother when she was studying, and on that day was at home in the morning and evening to bring his mother down to the yard and after the study lifted back up to the flat. After completing the course, Julia had clients who came to the flat. She started sewing to order and getting a solid raise on her disability pension. Also, on one of her trips, the woman met a taxi driver, Scott, who was very attentive to his passenger. He knew how to help the woman sit down, how to fold her pram. "I have a younger sister in a wheelchair. Here's her medication and works," he explained to Julia. They exchanged phone numbers. The woman became freer in her movements and means. This again really pissed off Nicholas, who thought the whole world revolved around him. But his wife had managed to break free from his financial dependence. "Dad, where are you going?" Thomas walked into the flat as Nicholas pushed the packed suitcases towards the exit. "That's it. And you, Thomas, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to live apart." "Have you been raised? You're so big and independent. I think my mission as a parent is over. I want to live for myself for a while." "All this time you've been living for who?" "For you, for Mum. And now I want to finally fulfill my own desires, not someone else's whims." "What about Mum?" "We've talked it over with her. She's fine with it. We'll get a divorce, that's all. We have no minor children, so it's easy to do." "Well, wait a minute. She needs help. Go to the shops, go for a walk." "So? Let the social worker do it. I'm not a babysitter." Thomas looked into the kitchen. Mum was sitting at the table, staring at one point. "So as long as life revolved around you and your mum catered to you, you were fine. The minute Mum needs help, you run away." "How do you talk to your father?" "I've been helping your mother settle in for almost 3 years, by the way. She's quite used to it now and can be on her own. She got a job, even though she could have stayed at home. Disability pension. Are you kidding? If she would do the cleaning like before, do the laundry, iron my shirts, after all. All I hear are reproaches, you won't help me." Thomas looked at his father dismissively. "You wanted to live for yourself. That's where you start from. I'm no help to you now. My mum needs help, and I'm not enough for you too. I have arms and legs. Do it yourself." Thomas turned away and went to Julia in the kitchen. "You'll come crawling back. Both of you come crawling back to me," Nicholas shouted angrily and slammed the front door. The sound made Mum feel as if she had woken up. "Thank God he's gone. I can't bear to listen to his reproaches and whims. How are you doing, son?" "I thought everything was fine this morning, but now." "Don't worry, it's between us." "What do you mean, our thing? He left you helpless, and you've been cleaning up after him for 20-odd years. We just got tired of each other during that time. He thinks he deserves better. Better than me." "Dad, where else is he going to find one? Maybe he already has." "So he's run off to a woman." "Thomas, he's your father and he raised you. Don't talk about him like that." "How are we going to cope?" "The same way we did before." "Have we seen much help from him?" "More talk. I'm in the know, I've done courses. I've got customers. I'll keep sewing at home. They say it's a very sought-after specialty." "You didn't answer what's new with you." "I'm fine. I closed the session. The day after tomorrow, I'm invited to bowling for my birthday. I'm going with my fellow students to have fun. By the way, do you know what a girl can get for her 20th birthday?" "Like what?" "Flowers, of course." "No, that goes without saying." "What else?" "Do you like the girl?" "You misunderstand. She and I are in the same group. She has a boyfriend. That's Marcus, a friend of mine. Remember?" "Of course." "So Molly is getting her girlfriends and his friends together so Marcus won't be bored alone in the girls' group. Then give some handmade chocolates or a soft toy. Something that isn't too obliging." "What if she doesn't eat chocolate?" "Trust me, that's already her problem. She'll just enjoy getting a gift from you." "Thanks. I'm on holiday later. Maybe we could go out." "So what? Are you going to spend the whole holiday with me, Thomas?" "I'm asking if you want to go out with your son. And you're just as quick to jump in." Julia nodded at the wheelchair. It's all from that. I take everything as pity and wanting to look after me. Maybe that's why your dad left too. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about him now, we're talking about you. Where shall we go? Museum, theater. You know, I've been wanting to go to the planetarium for a long time. But I don't feel comfortable asking. What's so inconvenient? It's decided I'll get the tickets and tell you when we're going. It's good that you don't plan anything for that day. What can I plan? I don't know. A client's coming over, or you're going on a date yourself. You're a fast learner. I need to keep an eye on you. That's right. I'll switch on the second speed. I'll fly away on the wings of love, laughed the woman. Bowling. The birthday girl, Molly, suggested we split into male and female teams. No, Molly, that wouldn't be fair. Maybe I want to play on the same team as you, Marcus protested. And if we share who wants to play with whom, then those who no one knows will be offended, objected the girl. Let's write names on pieces of paper now, and Paul Thomas suggested. One cap has the names of the guys and one cap has the names of the girls. And for example, you and your sister, or Marcus and I take turns pulling from one or the other. So Thomas ended up on the same team as the birthday girl's sister Amanda. And his friend Marcus pulled a piece of paper with Molly's name on it out of the woman's cap. Can't be helped. Fate, he smiled and kissed the girl lightly. As it turned out, Amanda was 2 years younger than her sister and a very good balloon thrower. When she threw out a strike with her last hit, which defeated the opposing team, Thomas happily lifted the birthday girl's little lightweight sister above the floor and lowered her, putting her back down. I don't like this one, she smiled. What Thomas wondered and brought the girl back to the ground. When strangers touch me, Amanda explained. So we do know each other. Well, not that familiar. Well, I'm sorry. Molly's older sister addressed her. Thomas has just known you for a couple of hours, so he's not aware of all your quirks. And if I sit next to you, you'll just tell me what you don't like yet. Would that be okay, Thomas asked the girl. Easy, Amanda nodded with her blonde hair. It was a warm June, so Julia went up to the outdoor area with Thomas after the planetarium cinema. She walked between telescopes and sundials from different eras and civilizations, reading the accompanying information and generally enjoying the weather and the company of her son. Hello, Thomas, she heard a girlish voice somewhere off to the side where her son had retreated. Julia turned round. Standing next to the young man was a short girl. The guys were talking about something and smiling. Pretty in such cute ponytails, Julia thought, and saw the couple heading towards her. A couple of years ago, the woman would have been very embarrassed by her position and would have tried to avoid making acquaintances. But now, smiling, she waited for the boys to approach. Mom, I'd like you to meet me. This is Amanda, Marcus and Molly's girlfriend, sister, Thomas almost stammered, trying to pronounce it. Nice to meet you. And my name is Julia. How do I address you? Why is that awkward? Are you interested in astronomy too? I like to look at the stars. If that's called being interested in astronomy, then yes. But I'm actually here with my mates. And the girl waved her hand at the company standing nearby. Pretty, that Amanda of yours, Julia said to her son when they got home. Mum, she's not mine at all. We met at a bowling alley when Molly was celebrating her birthday. Too bad she's not yours, though. Then someone else will be lucky. But you won't be so lucky. The first thing she said was that she didn't like strangers touching her. Did you touch her? We won, and she threw the winning strike. Well, I spun her around. She demanded to be put in her place and spoke her mind to me. Well, she's right. Who likes to be hugged and spun around without being asked? You have to be more careful about expressing your feelings. I'll try next time, Thomas muttered and went to his room. Mum left the day after Amanda's birthday when she turned 10. The girl woke up expecting a delicious breakfast and her mum's cheerful voice, but instead, her dad Oliver was sitting on the kitchen table, fidgeting with her note. The girl read it later as an adult. Oliver, I have fallen in love with another man. I was hoping to deal with this feeling, but I can't. I don't want to deceive you, so I'm leaving. I'm leaving the girls to you. I believe they'll grow up to be wonderful girls. Don't hold a grudge. Mom took one suitcase with her. Most of her things remained lying on the shelves, and it looked as if she would be back soon. It wasn't until about 5 years later, when Dad started renovating the house, that he sorted out the rest of Mom's things. The good ones he gave to charity, some he threw away. Some he kept as a memento. As an adult, Amanda still couldn't understand how anyone could do such a thing. And it was okay for her. But Molly's wife was Daddy's stepdaughter. Dad had married Mom when she was already pregnant with Molly. And he raised and educated his eldest daughter as his own. Never gave Amanda any preferential treatment and made sure that none of his daughters felt left out of his father's love. And just like that, to walk away because she fell in love with someone else. Leaving her daughters behind, Molly made attempts to find her mom, discouraging her younger sister from helping her. But Amanda had her daddy's ironclad temper. She didn't want to know the one who left her. She always took her father's side, and even when she grew up, she never felt the desire to find this woman who was a stranger to her. Dad did everything for his daughters. He collected them for school, helped with lessons, went to parent-teacher conferences. Both girls did well. Only Amanda sometimes received remarks on behavior because of her too sharp, almost boyish character. Dad always signed in his diary that he had seen the teacher's note, and he said, "Everybody's character is different. You got a boyish one. What can I do about it? I'm not going to break you over my knee." "When you grow up, you'll understand," Dad said. It was only for her father's sake that Amanda tried to behave calmly at school. True, once when one of the elders said that she and Molly were orphans, Amanda threw herself at the offender with fists. "We are not orphans. We have a daddy, the best daddy in the world. No mom can replace him. Understand?" screamed the girl. She was barely dragged away from the high school student. The physics teacher took Amanda to her classroom, and only there did she burst into tears. Why? They don't even half have fathers or don't live with them. That's normal. And when we only have one dad, we're orphans right away? We're normal. Understand? Our dad is better than most, Amanda wailed. The teacher stroked her head and nodded in agreement. Then she let her wash up in the back room and let her go to her lessons. Daddy Oliver always gave money for every activity, whether it was a trip to museums or a tour of the city. "I work," he excused himself to his favorites. "I can't go with you all the time. And this way you will grow up not only beautiful but also well-educated." Sometimes Oliver helped with the classroom. If desks needed fixing or cabinets needed hanging, Amanda, the new daddy, was always called. He would come with a suitcase of tools, take a good look at the front of the work, and get to work. By graduation, Oliver himself found an attire and took his eldest daughter Molly there to have the most beautiful dress she had ever dreamed of made. 2 years later, Amanda went to her graduation in a store-bought trouser suit. "I don't need these princess dresses," she said. "I feel like a fish out of water in them. And besides, they're all out of my style. You and your blonde curls would be like a fairy in a film." "I hate those curls and I'm going to dye my hair black," Amanda blurted out. But thank God she did not experiment with her hair. Amanda also chose a male institute, physics and technology. "I feel good there," she said when asked about studying in a male team. "They are all busy doing their own things. They don't pay attention to me. And I don't care about them, to be honest," Amanda thought. But she did go to the bowling alley for a girl's birthday party. There were fellow students, Molly and her boyfriend Marcus, whom she had been dating for 2 years. Amanda loved bowling and she was good at it, so she helped her team win. Everyone congratulated her, and the team captain and his friend Thomas even lifted and spun the girl in the air. It took Amanda's breath away, but she wasn't ashamed of the guy, but rather of her own enthusiastic reaction, which was not her style at all. The next time Thomas met Amanda was at a football game. A friend had called him over. "Listen, it's a great match, but my Molly's canceled. She's either got a manicure or a hairdresser for that time. Do you want to go?" Thomas wasn't a fan, but sometimes went to football for the atmosphere and the spectacle. And in the company of his best friend, he immediately agreed. What was his surprise when he saw Amanda next to Marcus? "Hi," he smiled at the girl. "What brings you here?" "You think only men like football," Amanda replied defiantly. I don't think anything, Thomas mumbled, wondering to himself why this girl was so defiant towards complete strangers. Marcus explained that he had taken 4 tickets, but only Amanda could go and the others refused. At least I found you. And the 4th ticket is missing. Upset the friend finished. Next time tell me there are 2 tickets. Maybe I could find someone, Thomas suggested. At halftime, Marcus went out for a smoke while Thomas bought coffee and crisps. When he returned, his friend was still out and Amanda was sitting on a chair with her legs tucked up. The weather was chilly. "Do you want coffee?" Thomas asked. The girl nodded. He handed her a cup and felt how cold her hands were. "Are you completely cold?" "I don't have anything to give you to put on," the boy said. "How about you don't be stubborn like a donkey? I'm hugging you just to keep you warm." "Don't think too much," Thomas said to Amanda. "No, I don't mind," the girl smiled. "Look, I've been out for 10 minutes and you're already sitting here cuddled up. What do you call that?" Marcus stretched out with a chuckle, returning from his smoke break. "It's called cold weather. If you're cold, you can join us," Thomas said. He pointed to the seat next to him. "No, I don't know what Molly will think when she sees you and me cuddling. I'd rather sit on Amandine's side. She's a girl, after all, at first glance." At least immediately, bending down, Marcus jokingly received a fist on the forehead from Amanda. "All right," Marcus said conciliatingly. "Pretty girl, no reservations. But remember, I'm with your sister Molly." "I have no claim." Amanda showed him her tongue. After football, Marcus went to pick Molly up from the cinema, where she had gone after the beauty salon with her friends. And he had strictly instructed Thomas to walk Amanda all the way to the front door. "I'm responsible for her, and if she runs off anywhere, I'll give you a hard time," Marcus threatened. "I'm not going anywhere," Amanda said. "I just want to get home quicker in general. I'm freezing. Sorry." Amanda, accompanied by Thomas, walked towards the entranceway. "And sorry if I'm asking the wrong question. Why is your mom in a wheelchair?" "You don't have to answer if you don't want to," the girl asked. "Oh no, she was in an accident. Her legs were paralyzed afterwards," Thomas shrugged. "A long time ago, over 3 years ago." "I see. Do you want to come in? Get warm?" "No, I think I'll go. Mom will be worried. Thank you, bye." Amanda suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Thomas on his unshaven cheek. The girl had already disappeared down the driveway, but he stood there, rubbing the spot where she had kissed him. The next day, Marcus called Thomas at 7 a.m. "Are you crazy?" Thomas snapped at him. "It's the weekend. You'll wake Mum up." "Put it on mute," said his friend judiciously. "Actually, it's a small but urgent request," Marcus said to Thomas over the phone. "I'm taking Molly to the train station now. I want to ask you to buy some medication for Amanda and take it to her. She's been sick since last night's match." Marcus gave the list of medication and the address flat 38. "She'll get it, because my dad won't be back from his shift until after 12, and she doesn't even have any antipyretics." "Got it. I'll do it," Thomas replied. He hung up the phone and started to get dressed for somewhere this early. "Where are you going?" woke up Mum wondered. "There's someone I need to help. Don't worry, I'll be back by lunchtime," Thomas said as he kissed his mum on the top of her head. He grabbed his purse and closed the front door. Amanda looked very pale. How could it be? Didn't the coffee or Marcus and I hugging you help? Thomas asked. "I don't know myself. This sort of thing doesn't usually happen. I'm actually a hardened person. I've been camping in the rain, in the snow, freezing in tents, and I've never been sick. But here's some football, and immediately the temperature is 39. Well, go to bed. I'll do everything now. I'll bring you some medicine," Thomas said. "Have you had breakfast, by the way?" he asked. "I don't feel like it." "Okay, I'll figure it out. The kitchen is this." Amanda pointed with her hand and retired to her room to her bed. Thomas boiled the kettle, poured in the instant medication. Then he looked in the fridge, took out 2 eggs and set them to boil. Finding bread, he made a cheese sandwich. Not finding a tray, he took a large flat plate. put the medicine and food in it, and carried it into the girl's room. Amanda opened her eyes and sat down on the bed in surprise. "Wow. How did you get the hang of it so fast? Who taught you that?" she asked. Life Thomas smiled. "Come on, sit down, we'll have breakfast now. Did you take your medication?" "No one has ever brought me breakfast in bed before." "Well, there's a first time for everything. How did you know I wanted eggs?" "I didn't guess," the young man shrugged. "I just know from myself that when you're sick, it's hard-boiled eggs that go best. And here's another sandwich. It seems to me that no one has ever invented anything tastier than a cheese sandwich." "I like it with red caviar or fish," Amanda said dreamily. "I love them too, but you can't eat them every day. But you can have them with cheese." "I don't get bored," Thomas said. "Eat. Come on, stop talking." Amanda happily took an egg from the dish and began peeling it onto her plate. After the girl ate her breakfast and drank the healing potion, Thomas carried everything back to the kitchen. "Leave it," Amanda shouted after him. "I'll wash it myself." She noted with some admiration, however, that the young man had not listened to her. From the kitchen came the sound of pouring water. "Well, why did you? I told you I'll wash it myself." "I know how men don't like to do the dishes," Amanda said. "Who told you that?" "I love it when I do the dishes, thinking about life or some difficult problem that needs to be solved." "And you know it helps," Thomas replied. "You're right in my words. Who taught you that?" "Mum. She always said that you can find positive aspects in any activity. You just have to be lazy to look for them." "My dad hates washing dishes, but he has 2 daughters. It's not hard for the 2 of us to share the housework." "Where's Mum?" Thomas asked. Amanda sighed. "Mum's gone." "I'm sorry, no, you misunderstand. She didn't die. She packed up her things one morning and left one morning, leaving my sister and I to Daddy." "How come she left you?" "It turns out she did." "Wow. How long ago?" "The day after my 10th birthday. That is, she decided that Molly and I were grown up and could be left to Daddy." "I don't think she decided anything. She wrote a note saying she was in love with someone and disappeared from the horizon." "Didn't you try to find her?" "Molly tried, and I refused. I thought the search was unfair to her father. I mean, kind of a betrayal. He raised us and we're still looking for our mum." "Exactly. You're using my words again, aren't you? I can't imagine living without my mum." "I have the opposite situation," Thomas said. "Well, it's much simpler, really. My dad left when I was almost 20, said I was grown up and he wasn't a babysitter, and left my disabled mum." Amanda ahed after the accident. "No, he lived with us for a couple more years. Like he said, waiting for Mum to settle in. And then, I'm sorry, and then it was just the 2 of you and Mum." "Yes, but you wouldn't think so. She's very independent. She managed to finish a tailoring course, and now she sews at home. Only sometimes you have to go somewhere with her. To the hairdresser, for example. And after the accident, she's also become easier to get along with people. She even knows a taxi driver now. That's amazing to me. It was a taxi that got her into the accident." She said she had to fight her fears. So she started taking taxis more than she did before the accident. That's where Scott and I met. Now if I can't take her somewhere, she calls him, and voila. He comes and takes her wherever she needs to go, mostly to the shop for thread and fittings. But she can't travel much on her allowance, so she has to work part-time. "You've got a heroic mum." Amanda smiled and was alert when she heard the front door lock open. "Here comes Daddy." When Oliver entered the flat, he was greeted by Amanda and an unfamiliar young man. "Hello," the father looked at his daughter questioningly. "Let's get acquainted. This is Thomas." "Nice to meet you." Oliver the man held out his hand. "Thomas brought me some medicine, otherwise I'm sick after the football yesterday." "Why didn't you text me? I'd stop by on my way out now and buy everything." "Well, it's almost 12 now. Thomas brought me everything from early this morning. Has Molly gone? Yes, Mr. William. Marcus took her to the station. Thomas is a friend of his, by the way. Well, thank you, young man, for your concern for my daughter. Have some tea with us. No thanks, I'll be off. Amanda is in safe hands. I have many more plans for today. See you soon then. Goodbye. Why? As the door closed behind his guest, Oliver looked questioningly at his daughter. A friend of Marcus's, then. Well, yes, we met him back in the holidays. He was captain of my team. Then we met at the planetarium when I went there with my girlfriends. And he was with his mum. With mum, Dad was genuinely surprised. Yes, his mum's legs are paralyzed, so he sometimes goes out with her to places like that. And yesterday there was a ticket missing. So Mr. William called Thomas to come to the football with us. That's all. All right, daughter. It's noticeable that I've asked you practically nothing. Did you tell me everything yourself? Yes, I know. You're generally sensitive and understanding. Amanda didn't bother to kiss her father. Because I'm sick and retired to her room, to her bed. After Scott dropped Julia off at the usual place near Schweik's shop, she rounded the corner to the entrance and was horrified to find that the pavement there had been ripped up. A ditch had been dug in the pavement and bridges had been laid, which she could not climb up on her own. At a loss, she sat next to the decking and looked around, hoping for someone to casually help carry her over the obstacle. But in the middle of the workday, grandmothers with small children walked by. Can I help you? A man's voice sounded to her right. The woman exhaled with relief. Yes, please, if it's not too much trouble. She caught a glimpse of a man about her age who took a firm grip of the pram's handles and began to carefully lift it up the steep climb. Why are you without an attendant? He inquired. Oh, as long as there was no construction here, I managed on my own. And today it's a surprise, agreed the stranger, as she crossed the bridge. Where do you want to go next? Right here, to the Schweik's shop. Julia pointed to the entrance. Thank you very much. I can take it from here. You're welcome. How'd you get back? About the same. So maybe I should wait for you. Well, why would you waste your time? Some other kind person will find some other kind person. The man didn't put the pram down, rolled it up to the very entrance of the shop and held the door open. And yet I'll wait. No, I'll be there to choose and I may be late. I've got nowhere to rush. It's my day off and the weather's fine, so you can manage my time. Julia, realizing that she was expected after all, tried to finish her shopping as quickly as possible. When she appeared in the doorway, the midday sun was blinding her, and she didn't immediately notice the man waiting for her. He quickly walked over to the pram, took hold of the handles, and began to lower it. You don't think I'm imposing, but I thought your face looked familiar. Only I can't remember where we might have met. Then stop here. Did you decide I was clingy after all? No, it's been so long since anyone's courted me that it would probably be nice. I just want us to stand in the shadows and I'll look at you. What if I recognize you? Otherwise you've been behind me all the time and I couldn't see. When the man found himself standing opposite Julia, she too thought something familiar about him. What's your name? Oliver. And you're Julia, aren't you? Julia, is that you? Is that you? Me, Oliver from the neighboring school. Remember we were in the same school? At the talent encounter competition or something? You were reciting your poetry then? And Gwen was playing drums, seeing you off. She was in love, remember? The image of a blonde-haired, funny-looking boy with a girl's haircut came to Julia's mind. Oliver, of course I remember. I was in love with you too. We used to walk in the park and go to the cinema together. Right. Where did you disappear to? I went away to study. I got married. I have a grown-up son. Did you get married too? 2 daughters. Why are you in a pram? I had an accident 4 years ago in a taxi. Now I live differently. Leave me here, I'll call a taxi and they'll pick me up. Oh, really? Let me take you home. No, I'm telling you, don't. I've got it all worked out. The cattle will pull up right here. He's been driving me for over 3 years now. Julia, it's not hard for me, really. It's hard for me, Oliver, so thank you. But don't. Well, then maybe we can exchange contacts. Why? You can't ask me out on a date. You're not likely to come to visit either, are you? Let's just leave it at that. There's nothing to rekindle the past. That's a shame. Sometimes I thought we had a lot to say to each other. Believe me, I don't. Just an ordinary life like everyone else's. That's it. Come on, kiss you bye. Julia rolled the pram up to the taxi that had pulled up. Oliver looked sadly after her and went about his business. Dad, why are you looking so pensive? Amanda suddenly interrupted her story about going to the cinema when she saw that her father wasn't listening. Eh? No, I'm fine. Come on, it's not fine. Usually you always listen attentively. Now you're somewhere else. Come on, what happened? Falling in love. Bah. Amanda, what are you doing? What fall in love? I just met someone I know. We went to neighboring schools. So what? She's an old lady now. No, it's not that. She's still beautiful, but only with her mature beauty. She's my first love. She's in a wheelchair. And she's traveling around the city. She's adapted. She looks like she's not discouraged at all, just like 30 years ago. So what if she's in a wheelchair? Thomas's mom also uses a wheelchair to get around without the help of a man, and lives life to the fullest. Did she recognize you? Not right away, of course. Both of us have changed in the meantime, but we talked anyway. She's married and has a son. I told her I had 2 daughters, that's all. It just made me sad. Now I'm thinking, why didn't I take her coordinates? You didn't. Well, I asked, but I don't think she really wanted to give them. Maybe she has a jealous husband or was afraid I'd start hitting on her. Anyway, it's like this meeting never happened. Would you have? What started hitting on me? I don't know. She's pretty. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to resist. There you go, good for you. She sensed that and decided not to give you a chance. There's no point in reminiscing about your past loves. It's time to look for new ones. You're an optimist. I'm too old for new ones. Even the classics said that love is for all ages. You'll find yourself a young, beautiful woman. Would you like me to introduce you to my mates? So Amanda, stop being sarcastic. We've had our heart-to-heart talk and it's bedtime. I'm going on shift tomorrow. Good night, Dad. The youngest daughter kissed the sitting father on the top of his head. By the way, where's your sister? Suddenly remembered. Amanda shrugged. Who knows her, Molly? Maybe she's staying at Marcus's? Or hanging out in some bar again? I can't wait to get married, or I'm starting to worry about her. And for me. Not for you. Igoza, I know you can handle your problems on your own, and if you need help, you can complain to your daddy. I'm always ready, but I hope you won't need it. Me neither, Amanda said, slamming the bathroom door. Thomas thought for a long time about what excuse he could find to see Julia. Then he just texted her. Hi, what are your plans for today? How are you feeling? Hi, I'm fine. Thought I'd go for a walk to clear my head, but I can't. I can't get my head round nuclear physics. And the day after tomorrow I have to pass my exams. Just don't get snotty, or it'll be like football. You're just like my dad. Can you come with me and supervise? No, if you don't want to, why should I? I'm the one who called you out. Then I don't mind. Well, are you coming? I'll be there in half an hour. Waiting. Thomas began frantically pacing around the room, trying to figure out what he should wear so that if Julia got cold, he could lend it to her, with a wide, masculine gesture. Mum, I'm leaving. Mum, I'm going out, but I'll be back tonight. He glanced over to Julia, who was typing up another order. Okay. She looked up and smiled. Just get some bread. Deal. Thomas sprinted out the door. They walked with Amanda along the river, talking about school, friends, and parents. Dad can't wait for Molly to finally get married, the girl said suddenly. Why, Thomas wondered. He feels that only then will she stop wandering around the bars and sitting with her girlfriends. But I don't think his sister is planning that anytime soon. And if Marcus proposes to her, will she refuse or ask her to wait, but still refuse? She told me herself that married life is not for her. She likes to spend her time as she pleases, not hang up her obligations to her husband and, God forbid, her children, if anything. That's what I'm quoting. That's odd. And I would never say that. Especially when you look at their relationship with my mate. You'll excuse me, but that's not for broadcast. She's got a temper like that. She likes dating for now. She'll be with Marcus. Once she finds something more interesting to do, she'll leave him. I wish I was wrong. Me and Dad like him. It's just Mum's temper, the grimaces. I think you either underestimate your sister or you're just jealous of her. What's there to be jealous of? Well, time will tell. So I'm not going to argue. It's a waste of time. I realize you value your time. So you don't think our walks are a waste? No, of course not. At the moment, I'm taking a break from nuclear physics and getting to know a nice person better at the same time. Double benefit. You know, Amanda, that's what amazes me about you. You say everything directly. No flirtatiousness, no innuendos, no sly looks. Maybe that's what I want to impress you with. Well, you've succeeded. But why? Do I like you? Is it okay if I said it first? It's cheeky, but it's great. That's why I like you too. Then maybe we'll go out. Not everything has to go to your Molly, does it? I'd love to. Do you know where I live? There's my phone number. I'm always on call and I'm up for any entertainment within reason, of course. I suggest we start the classic way, the cinema. You can't go classic. The first one was football. We have a good chance of getting on the right track, cinema. Why don't we watch an action film? Or a cartoon, depending on what's on. By the time Amanda turned in her session, summer was in full swing. She and Thomas went to the beach, sometimes with Molly and Marcus to grill kebabs, rented boats, and went to the middle of the river to put their faces in the fresh breeze. Thomas was seeing more and more of the girl's father, and the men found many common topics of conversation. I've always been dismissive of these fashionable professions, Oliver told his daughter, but it turns out that marketers can be interesting people too. Like your Thomas, for instance. Why did he suddenly get drawn into such a strange field? The name itself sounds like a swear word. Dad, we can't all be engineers, electricians, mechanics, Amanda objected. If he'd been some kind of sales manager or a taxi driver, which would have been better. I can't say about a salesman, but a taxi driver is quite a man's profession. How ancient are you, Amanda, smiling, looked at her father. What's so old and boring? Well, there's a little bit. Okay, Thomas's excuse is that he's pretty good with cars and knows a lot of the history of the world's biggest brands. And did you ask him? Does he need your excuses? Well, I have to be sure who I'm giving my car to, don't I? So the fact that he, Molly, and Marcus are in school is only now becoming a concern to you. But she's already got a temper of her own, twisting everyone around as she pleases. And you're my favorite? And if something goes wrong, will you be upset? What could be wrong? So you don't mind the favorite. Amanda realized that Dad had cleverly lured her into a verbal trap and went on the offensive. I don't get it at all. It's easy for us to discuss either I'm favorite or I'm not. Now, a long time ago, no one measures by such categories. It's nice, it's fun. So I'm really quite old then. I thought love was still necessary. Come on, let's stop being boring. We're just spending time together. Got it. Silence. Hey, do you want strawberries? Oliver pulled an ice cream cone out of the freezer, cut some fresh strawberries he'd bought at the market into it, and handed it to his daughter. This one's to keep you in mind. Daddy always knows what you love and who you love too. Amanda laughed as she gorged herself on the treat. Before the new school year, the girl left for a student internship. It was difficult for outsiders and relatives to come there, as the city was closed and it was not easy to get there. Therefore, Thomas only called Amanda and told her the news. However, he did this often every day. You were right, though. Molly told Marcus it was time to break up. I comforted him all night last night. He was worried he'd done something wrong. We're about to start our degree. He was hoping to defend himself and propose to her. But it didn't turn out that way. I'm sorry I was right about Molly. Honestly, I was hoping she wouldn't do that to Marcus. But no, I don't even know what to do to calm him down. It's okay. The kid's a grown-up. He'll get over it. How's your internship going? Very interesting. Too bad I can't tell you anything, but it'll be over soon. I miss my dad and you terribly. Me too. Amanda. Come back soon. A couple of days before she returned, Thomas suddenly stopped calling and only texted back. He said it was inconvenient. He didn't have time. On the one hand, Amanda calmed down, but on the other hand, she thought about the fact that Thomas was nobody and had no right to do as he wanted. Back at the beginning of the summer, she would have called him herself. But now something had subtly changed in their relationship. When she, tired from the train, walked into the flat, she was surprised by some new look in the hallway and the fresh smell. From the kitchen door, a smiling dad looked out. There she is, he pronounced to someone and went to hug his daughter. Thomas came out of their girls' room carrying a huge bouquet of red roses. He smilingly handed them to the girl. Her heart leaped with happiness. But trying to appear nonchalant, Amanda said, "Hi, everybody. What's going on here?" "Oh, just this. Thomas has come to ask for your hand in marriage. I suggested we wait for you. After all, Dad winked at the groom. And we've been waiting for you for 3 days now." Thomas laughed. "Are you guys serious or something?" "No, I get that he's so serious. Practitioners' senses of humor are atrophying, but not to this extent. It's just that Thomas helped me redecorate the corridor. Here's the wallpaper lighter, the furniture fixed, right?" Amanda agad, looking round at the new interior of the hallway. "But that doesn't defeat the main purpose." Thomas dropped to one knee in front of the girl. "Will you marry me? I'm no engineer, of course, but I can still do something with my hands. See, and then your daddy will always help if I fail." Come to think of it, Amanda squinted. "Because I haven't even had time to wash my hands from the road." "Well, go wash, then. Think about it. If you're so indecisive." "Come on, wash later. I missed you." "Of course, yes, I'll do it." "There you go, you hesitated. I told you so." However, that wasn't all the news on his return. At the table, her father told her that Molly had left home, practically repeating her mother's behavior. A week ago, she came out to breakfast and said, "Dad, I've fallen in love, so I've left Marcus. You have no idea how good it makes me feel. Only now do I realize what true happiness is. That's why I'm leaving with him without even meeting him. I don't think that's possible right now. I'll call you and Amanda, but we're going south, so we won't be able to see each other." "Down south where? Miami or something?" Dad asked. "No, North Caucasus. That's where he's from." "I figured that would be a problem, so I didn't want to introduce you. Yes, he's from there. We're going to live with his family." "Daughter, are you sure about this man? It's a different culture, different customs. And there will be no such liberty for you there." "Dad, that's out of the question. The suitcase is already packed by 11. It'll be waiting for me at the driveway." "What about your diploma? All you have to do is defend it." "To finish my education, I'll deal with that. That's all." Then she took her suitcase and left, leaving Dad alone. "I think I'm missing something, but there's no way I can figure out what exactly they're going through. She's 22. She's a grown woman. Let her live her life as she knows how. But she's my daughter, just like you. And now I'll be thinking about how she can settle down among strangers." It was her choice, wasn't it? If you had forbidden her. If you could, what then? Amanda asked. Oliver shrugged. "I don't know. I don't know. I do. She would then blame you for all her failures. Now, God forbid she does well. But if anything happens, she can always come back here. I calmed your father down as best I could. Thomas excused himself as the two of them walked alone into the room. Don't make a drama out of it. Haven't you had enough trouble with your mom? So now you're also acting as a shoulder to cry on for my dad. I love you, Amanda. But sometimes I can't understand why you're so callous at times. Must be a tough man's upbringing. It's just a shame she won't be at my wedding. Or me at hers, apparently. It's become. Shall we go and break the news to my mum? I'm not tired at all. And now I can roll mountains at all. Now I'll get changed and let's go. Julia was sitting at the sewing machine when Thomas came whirling into the house, shouting from the doorway. Mummy. Mummy, where are you now? I'm here, she answered from the room. She finished her stitching and headed out into the corridor. Her son handed her a bouquet of her favorite chrysanthemums with shining eyes. What's the occasion? Julia asked. I have news. No, we have news for you. Amanda, come in. The girl Julia and her son had met at the planetarium entered the flat. I proposed to Amanda and she agreed to marry me. So, Mum, you've already met Amanda, of course, but now accepting her in her new capacity as my future daughter-in-law. Julia became agitated. But why didn't you say so before? I'd be quick to prepare something to celebrate. I haven't even got anything to serve for tea. You don't need anything. We brought a cake. Amanda pointed to the box. Where's your kitchen? Let me help. Thomas took his favorite by the hand and led the way. Julia returned to the room to put her work away and gather her thoughts a little. What a frisky boy. She was surprised at her own calmness, that he'll have more to worry about now. And I'll probably have more too. 5 minutes later, Julia was in the kitchen helping the boys set the table. So when are the wedding plans? Mom asked when everyone had finally sat down to tea in a friendly manner. We're planning to apply tomorrow, Thomas said with a mute question looking at the girl. Amanda smiled and nodded yes, tomorrow. And they usually give you 2 months there. So somewhere around the end of October or early November, most likely. And how do you plan to celebrate? Who are you going to invite? Thomas looked questioningly at Julia now. Well, we should probably invite Dad. Well, I don't know about calling, but you should definitely let him know. He's your father. And you, won't you be offended? Offended by what? I wouldn't invite him to my wedding. But it's your party. And Nicholas is no stranger to you, Julia said. Well, yes, that's not what I'm talking about right now. There are a lot of guests. Where and how do you plan to celebrate? We haven't planned anything like that yet. Thomas proposed to me, and we went straight from home to your place, Amanda replied. Julia smiled. It's my pleasure. It's just that I think you need to think about how you're going to celebrate your holiday. How about we just sign and call it a day? Thomas asked his favorite girl. Amanda nodded confidently. Julia, seeing her confusion, decided to help a little. Can I tell you what it looks like as an adult? And then you can decide for yourselves, okay? And after the children agreed, she continued. You can just sign your name and that's it. That's what people usually do when they get married for the second or third time, if the previous ones were unsuccessful for some reason. But in general, the holiday is for both of you to remember the day. And when you have a hard time, I hate to disappoint you, but there will be. That's when each of you could mentally return to this festive day, remember the happy eyes of your loved one, and look for a way out or ways to reconcile. Well, and in addition, you will then definitely not forget when to congratulate your wife. Usually men have a hard time with such dates. Julia looked at her son and Amanda mumbled in embarrassment, but I don't even know who to invite. Parents and friends, relatives of those with whom one wants to share this joyous day. Daddy's the one you want to share it with, and Molly, my sister. But she's gone, and she'll be gone for sure, Thomas said. I will, Mr. William. You don't mind, do you? He looked at Amanda. Of course I don't. Only I'm not sure he'll want to come after what Molly did to him. But I've discussed it with him. No more than 10 people will be gathered anyway. We'll make a small reservation at the restaurant. Julia, will you help me with my dress? Amanda suddenly asked her future mother-in-law. Thomas told me that you make party dresses. Amanda asked. Of course, darling, I'll do anything you want, Julia replied. Over the next 2 months, Amanda began to turn up at Julia's sometimes with Thomas, but more often alone. I don't want him to know what dress I'm going to wear before the wedding, she explained to Julia of her visits alone. First, they discussed the style. Then the girl brought samples of fabrics, from which the seamstress chose a light lilac silk. And after the material was purchased, Julia set to work. At each fitting, she found something that could still be improved in the dress. And in the meantime, she asked the girl about her life. You said Dad will be at the wedding. What about Mum? Mum hasn't lived with us for a long time. Molly and I were raised by her, Amanda replied. Well, you should at least let her know. Thomas's dad doesn't live with us either. But you have to tell him. Amanda waved her head negatively. I'm not going to. Besides, even if I wanted to, I still don't know where she is. So you don't keep in touch at all? Absolutely, Amanda sighed. Julia shrugged. I don't understand it. To just leave your daughters like that and not think of them at all. Maybe something happened to her, but that's not how it works either. It happens, Amanda sighed sadly. Molly tried to find her but couldn't, or told me she couldn't find her. And now I've repeated her fate myself. It's a good thing she didn't dump her children on her father and me. We'll get over it somehow. But what's it going to be like for her? I would have asked her to the wedding, but she told me not to look for her and said she'd call me herself. Dad must be upset, but he doesn't show it. He's comforting me, too. I'd love to meet him. At our party, you'll see how good he is. He's the best. I'm sure he is, Julia smiled. Mum, would you be okay if we stayed at Amanda's for now? Thomas asked Julia shortly before the wedding. No, why should I be offended? Julia wondered. If that's what you've decided, then it's what's best for you. It's just that Amanda is the mistress there, and here it'll be the two of you. And then it's closer for her to get to school. And Oliver works shifts, and sometimes he's gone 24 hours a day. And I'm here all the time. She continued with a smile. Don't worry about me, Thomas. You know I've adjusted well. And then I trust you won't leave me anyway, and you'll at least call. Not just call, but come alone and visit with Amanda. You and I have been through so much together, I'll never leave you, my word of honor. I know, son, everything will be fine, but only if you're happy. And if you need such a small thing as living at Amanda's to do that, who am I to object? I have the most understanding mum, the loveliest mum in the world. Thomas rushed to hug her. Well, don't exaggerate. Though I am certainly pleased. On the day of the wedding, Thomas had been very nervous since the morning of the wedding. Even though the registration was scheduled for 4 p.m., he got up at 6, and by 10, he didn't know where to put his hands. Distract yourself. Shoot a film or something? Watch it, Julia urged him. Mum, what film? Wedding Crashers, for example. Or 4 weddings and a funeral. I appreciate your sense of humor, but I'm having a today. Why did you have to call the reception so late? I'm going to go crazy waiting. Well, hello, here we are. I waited 2 months. Everything was fine. And in a few hours, he's worried, what if she changes her mind? No, she won't. I wish I had your confidence. I can tell you why I'm sure. Why's that? If you'd seen how stunning she looks in her wedding dress, you'd realize too that no girl would agree to give up the ceremony in it. And then you could get a divorce afterwards. Thomas choked. Just kidding. Just kidding. You do have a lovely bride. You'll see for yourself soon enough. It was decided that Marcus, as the groom's best friend, and Oliver, the bride's father, would accompany the newlyweds to the registry office. And I'll go to the restaurant to make sure everything is ready, Julia said. Mum, are you sure you don't want to come with us? Thomas coaxed her. That's right, son. The registry office brings back unpleasant memories for me, so I'd rather stay away from it." Thomas realized how right Mum was when 3 hours later he rang the familiar doorbell of Oliver's flat. He opened it and signaled for him to come through to the large room. "While the bride and makeup artist finish her makeup," Oliver said. When the bride emerged from the doorway of her room, Thomas couldn't believe his eyes. His favorite girl looked like a fairy with shoulder-length curls and lilac flowers woven into her dress. The wedding dress made by Thomas's mother sat on the girl's perfect figure like a doll. The groom was afraid to say a word. Then Amanda waved her head. "If you keep quiet, I'll change into my shoes and jeans and go to the registry office." "Right." "Yes, my breath just took away from such beauty." "No, please. You'll wear your favorite shoes later. In the meantime, walk around like this for a little while." "All right, you got it," the bride smiled. Oliver smiled silently the whole time and looked at his daughter. Finally, Marcus called and said the hire car had pulled up and they could come out. "I had the wrong sister in mind," he smiled as he looked at Amanda. "It's getting late," the groom frowned jokingly. "Yeah, I'm not even making a claim. I just realized that you're lucky again, as you always are. I'm jealous of you. And Molly doesn't even know I'm getting married." With all this wedding stuff going on, Amanda thought of her sister. But she decided not to spoil the festivities and dismissed the thoughts. Nicholas arrived at the restaurant at the appointed time. He was escorted to a table where he met Amanda's friends. "Which side are you from?" one of the girlfriends asked. "I'm the father of the groom," the man replied proudly. The girls looked at each other in surprise. "Strange, I thought we were told that Thomas only had a mum. I guess we must have misunderstood something," they added. "Sweet girls, but you're adults. A person always has two parents," the man said in an admonishing tone. Well, yes, they nodded, not wanting to get drawn into the conflict Nicholas already wanted to set up. At that moment, Julia entered in her dark blue stunning trouser outfit. "Hi," as if nothing had happened, she said, as if they had broken up this morning over breakfast. "So where's your date?" "What couple?" "Thomas said he invited you along with your sweetheart. I don't know if she's your friend or your wife. And she said there was nothing to do, so she let me go alone." "Allowed? Well, I'll give you the benefit of rationality. Well, sit here, the guys will be here soon. Don't you want to sit next to me and tell me how your life is and who your fiancé is?" Julia looked at her ex-husband appraisingly. "Honestly, not really. Besides, I have a lot of work to do with organizational matters for now. But don't worry, once your son arrives, you can ask the bride's father about anything you want to know about their family. He's sitting right next to you." "And where are you? Will you be?" "Opposite. It's more convenient for me to get out of here than there. Next to the wall." "And what? We're not even going to talk." "What are we going to talk to you about? I think we've said everything we want to say to each other in 20-odd years. And maybe even what we didn't want to. Are you still that vindictive?" Julia really wanted to answer, but she turned away and walked toward the hostess in charge of their tables. Finally, the car with the bride and groom pulled up in front of the restaurant. Thomas, who had jumped out first, opened the door for Amanda, easily picked her up and carried her in his arms to the entrance. But the two of them couldn't go any further, and the happy young man had to put the girl on the ground. Amanda kissed Thomas on the cheek and walked through the door. The driver got out of the car, walked to the driver's window of Amanda's father, who Julia hadn't seen yet but guessed was him, ducked into the open boot, and pulled out a box of wedding cake from there. Julia headed out to meet him at the entrance. No way, her mind flashed as she saw the man up close. Julia was dumbfounded. She stood in the doorway and blocked the passage. "You'll pass," the staff member hustled over, taking the cake from the man's hands. Oliver took 2 steps and still stared in amazement at the beautiful woman in the wheelchair. "And how are you here?" he asked, the first thing that came to his mind. "I'm actually the groom's mum," Julia replied. And in her mind, she put together the puzzle of that meeting outside the sewing supplies shop and today's celebration. "I'm the father of the bride," Oliver muttered confusedly. I guessed that the woman smiled. "Have you two met Thomas?" asked his mum, inviting everyone to the table. I happened to Oliver, nodded and took off his jacket and handed it to the cloakroom. When he sat down in his seat next to Nicholas, the latter immediately introduced himself. Nicholas, father of the groom, and extended his hand. Oliver, father of the bride. "You have an adorable daughter." "Thank you. They look good paired with your son." Oliver answered Nicholas' machine gently, while he remembered everything his daughter had told him about the groom's mother, about her moving around in a chair, about how Thomas's father had left the family, leaving him practically alone with his mother. That Thomas kept in touch with him occasionally and had invited him to his wedding. What Oliver heard did not add sympathy for Nicholas in his eyes, but the man decided to behave properly with this guest without singling him out. After drinking a little, Nicholas was drawn to a heart-to-heart talk. "Where's your mum?" He inclined his head towards his neighbor. "Mine," Oliver wondered. "No," your wife clarified the visitor. "Ah, no, I brought up my daughters myself, as she passed away." "Why?" "I hope not. It just so happened that we separated and my daughters stayed with me. I left my son with my mother, too. I couldn't take away the one she loved so much." Oliver still didn't understand why two, or whether Nicholas was comparing himself to his ex-wife, considering such an act honorable. "I heard Thomas was an adult when you two separated," he said, the first thing that came to mind. "To us, our children are always children," the neighbor muttered in an enthusiastic tone. "Isn't that so? Except you can't take them away or give them away, unlike 10-year-olds. Here they can make up their own minds." Nicholas stood up. "I'd like to make a toast." Julia looked at him and glanced warily at her son. Thomas nodded. "Dear Thomas, I congratulate you on this important step in your life. I wish you long love, fidelity, and happiness. Remain attentive to each other in sorrow and in joy. Be the head of the house, that is, the one whom your wife will obey. Then you will be happy all your life." The son rose from his seat. "Thanks, Dad. It seems to me that the main thing here is not obedience, but mutual trust. And we'll be happy together. We can't do it alone. Isn't that right, love?" Amanda nodded in response. There's a saying Nicholas was already unstoppable. The husband is the head and the wife is the neck. Where I want to go, I go where I want to go. So I wish you were both head and neck, and anything else lower. He suddenly laughed unpleasantly. All the guests were silent, and the groom tried to straighten out the situation. "Let's drink to the happiness of everyone here." "Oh no," his father suddenly became indignant. "This is your wedding? Let's drink to you. To everyone here, too. I don't want to drink to your mother's happiness. She ruined 20 years of my life, and then she had an accident. She wanted to take it out on me." Julia sat blushing as she listened to her ex-husband talk. Then she couldn't take it anymore and walked away toward the exit. Oliver jumped up and tried to get Nicholas to sit back down, but he was getting more and more upset, blaming the wheelchair-bound woman for all his own failures. Then Oliver picked up his neighbor and carried him out into the fresh air. Yikes, Thomas stretched out quietly to his fiancée. Mum wanted the holiday to be memorable. Now it's sure to be memorable. "Thomas, we need to find Julia," Amanda asked him. Walking out of the restaurant, Oliver slapped Nicholas in the face. "Come to your senses. You can't get that drunk." "Why should I?" he resented in a drunken voice. "Just the truth. Tell me, did you live with her? Why are you hiding your eyes? What has he done with my wife already, eh? No? Try me. Have you ever lived with a handicapped person? Do you know what it's like? That's right. So don't shut me up." Thomas was right. "I shouldn't have invited you." Oliver looked at him thoughtfully. "What? I'm his father, by the way. Without me, your daughter wouldn't have a fiancé. Understand? So I'm in charge here. And who are you? Without me, your son wouldn't have a wife. There's a bundle of them at the market for a nickel on market day. You should have found another." Nicholas had no time to finish, for a powerful blow to the jaw knocked him to the ground. Oh, you like that? Are you going to fight some more coward the fallen drunk in a snowdrift, trying to get up? Oliver watched his attempts, rubbed his knuckles, shrugged, and hailed a taxi. Remember the address, he asked Nicholas, pushing him into the back seat. The man replied. That's where you take him. You get him up to the flat, they'll pay your fare. He's a priceless treasure. Everyone's afraid of losing him. Then he shut the door and tried to forget what had happened. When Oliver returned, he caught Julia's decisive look. Sent him home in a taxi, he replied. Then he took the chair by the handles and rolled it to the banquet table when all the extra people were gone. Sorry, Thomas. A guest has already left. We can finally relax and get on with the festivities. The man smiled at the guests and took on the role of toastmaster. He did a great job. Half an hour later, everyone had practically forgotten about the unpleasant incident. As a gift, Oliver gave the newlyweds a week in a nice hotel in the city center. Just the two of you, he said as he handed over the gift, so you won't be disturbed by any mums, dads, or other personalities close to you. And then welcome home. As the new family left for the hotel and the guests began to disperse, Oliver offered Julia a ride home. Oh, really? She began to refuse. I still have to finish up with the staff here. Then get my stuff. I'll call Scott and he'll pick me up. Who's this Scott who's always crossing my path? The man jokingly shouted. No way. I won't listen to you this time. I'll wait for you if I have to, even until the wee hours of the morning if necessary, and then I'll take you home. No answer is not acceptable. Julia, hello. I'm sorry to call you, but I picked up a girl on the road and she has nowhere to go. Can I bring her to you? Would you take her in for the night? And then maybe she'll tell you her address. I think she's afraid of me. Sure, Scott, the flat, you know the place. Bring her in. I'm afraid she won't come with me. Can you come down with me so she can come with you? Please. All right, I'll wait for you. The taxi driver arrived at 11:30 in the morning. You see, I had a booking out of town. I come back. I see someone walking along the curb. I slow down. I look at the girl and her eyes are frightened. I said, "Get in. I'll give you a lift to town for free." And she ran away from me into the woods. But she didn't run far. Then she tripped over a stone, fell down, lay there and couldn't get up. But I picked her up and took her to a trauma center. They said it was a bruise, no fracture, and she didn't have any documents with her. Anyway, they sent us out of there. Where am I supposed to put her at night? I can't. And how do I start talking to her? She's in a corner and doesn't talk. I've locked her in the car now so she won't run away. Scott helped Julia downstairs, drove her to the car and opened the door with the key. Inside sat a girl, thin and dirty. Julia started talking to her as gently as possible. You're hungry. Come to my place. We'll eat, spend the night, and then we'll look for a shelter for you. The girl moved away from the outstretched hand and looked at Scott. I tell you, she's afraid of me, said the young man with a typically southern appearance and accent. Sometimes indeed girls were afraid to get into his taxi when he came to a call. The man was not offended by this. He guessed that not all men with such appearance behave respectfully towards women. However, sometimes he wanted to help and he couldn't because of prejudice. Just like now. No, he's not coming with us. Julia interpreted the girl's behavior correctly. Just me and you, and then I'll let him go now. But I must have someone to help me up to the flat, and there's nobody around but you. Shall we go this time? Julia moved slightly away from the door, as if inviting the girl out. It worked. Scott quickly thanked the woman and left. Julia and the stranger stood not far from the entranceway. So are you going to help me out? Or will I have to wait for another passerby? The woman asked. The girl took hold of the handles of the pram and rolled it towards the entrance. Julia gave a little prompting and corrected her actions. When they reached the flat door, the woman opened it with her key and swung it open for her guest. Take a look if you want to. I live alone. There's no one in the flat. My place is safe. The girl cautiously stepped inside, carefully wiped her shoes on the mat, and took off her shoes. Julia smiled. As long as the man remembered the rules of decorum, everything would be all right. She escorted the girl into the flat and closed the door. "Hungry?" Julia asked. The stranger nodded affirmatively. Julia went to the kitchen, pulled chicken out of the fridge and put the kettle on. While the girl cleaned up and washed herself, Julia quickly prepared a hot side dish and set the table. "Eat." The hostess placed a plate in front of her guest. She took a fork and began to eat, taking care not to lose a single crumb. When the first hunger was satisfied and the girl relaxed a little, Julia asked, "What's your name?" "Miriam." "Hey, Marion." The girl shook her head negatively. "Miriam." "Okay, my name is Julia. Where are you coming from, Miriam?" From far away, the interlocutor waved her hand uncertainly. "And what made you go like that? Where are your papers? Have you lost them?" "I ran away from him." "Wow. Did he beat you or something?" "No, just punished me." "What do you mean he punished you?" "Various things." Miriam lowered her eyes. "And why did you put up with it? You could have complained to the police or your relatives." "The relatives are all on his side. If he raises her and punishes her, it means he loves her. If he didn't love her, he'd just throw her out the door like a kitten." "Is that what they say? And yours too?" "Mine aren't there." "Well, what about the police?" "They're all there for their own, and I'm a stranger." "I see. What do you plan to do?" "I don't know. I have relatives here. Maybe I'll find one if they accept me. But no, I'm going to work. I'll build a life from scratch." "What might they not accept?" "I ran away from home and haven't kept in touch with them." "I don't know." "Let me help you find them. What are the names of the relatives?" "No need. I'll do it myself." "You're on your own. Where will you live?" "You can stay at my place. I'm alone. My son and daughter-in-law come sometimes. I have friends and clients, and so no one will interfere." "Thank you, I'll think about it. Can I go to bed now?" "Sure. Good night." Julia didn't sleep well that night. She was worried both about Miriam and the fact that she might turn out to be a fraud, only pretending to be unwell. What if she and Nicholas were in cahoots? Ugh. How many years have I known the man, and still I doubt it. What am I to take? The woman was angry at her own thoughts. I mean, he sees how I live, and she obviously needs help. In the morning, she texted Oliver and asked him not to come. They had agreed that they would go to the shop, but Julia realized she couldn't leave the girl alone just yet. Why? Has something happened? The man was frightened. "There's nothing wrong. It's just that I've got company. She's afraid of strange men." "Shall we reschedule for tomorrow then?" "I don't know yet. All right." After the boys' wedding and their move to Amanda's place, Julia felt like Oliver had taken over her. He contacted her often, offering to help, bringing her groceries, and sometimes suggesting that they spend time together in the park or at the cinema. If Julia wasn't swamped with work, she gladly agreed. On the one hand, she noticed that she was becoming attached to him, but on the other hand, she was afraid of losing the few joys in life that she had recently acquired. In the morning, Miriam looked much better. She helped Julia with breakfast and was a little more cooperative. "Thank you so much. I haven't had such a good night's sleep in a long time," she said. "You're welcome. I slept great today too. So what are you planning to do?" "I don't know yet. I'd like to get a job, but it's impossible without papers." "Where did your husband keep yours?" "I ran away." "What kind of slavery is that? Why did you marry him? Did your parents make you marry him?" "No, I loved him myself. He was completely different before I became his wife. He used to carry me in his arms, guessing my every wish. But after the registration, he changed dramatically. He took away my papers, told me to wear a headscarf. He started calling me whatever he wanted." "It's like Miriam, so it's not your name?" Julia asked. "No, that's what his family called me. Told me to forget my name. If I didn't respond to Miriam, they punished me." "Who all?" "His mother, father, sisters." Everyone chiseled that my name was Miriam. I became her. And why did you give me that fake name yesterday? I don't know you. What if you know his family and you'd give me away? That's why I called myself Miriam. Yeah, I have no idea who your husband is. And if I did, I'd strangle him with these hands. Look at you, a beautiful young woman. No children. No, that's why I was also chastised for not being able to get pregnant. It was like living in the Middle Ages. So what's it like? Do you know the address of your relatives and acquaintances? I know, but I can't go there yet. There's someone I want to find. Did you go to school with him? You don't remember his phone number. How did you lose your memory? How are you going to find him? Do you have internet? Maybe through social media. Well, try it. There's a laptop. Miriam spent almost the whole day, while Julia sewed, searching. Then she asked her landlady for her phone and dialed a number. Hi. It's me. Did you recognize me? She said into the receiver. Can you come over? I really need to talk to you. Please. What's the address here? She asked Julia. She dictated it. Miriam hung up the phone in surprise. I thought he wouldn't want to talk, but as soon as he heard the address, he shouted that he was on his way. So maybe you were afraid for nothing. I've done a lot of bad things to him. I want to ask for help and forgiveness. Even if you can't bring back the past, you can still be human. What do you think? Of course, everything will be all right. He'll help, don't worry. The doorbell rang about 40 minutes later. Julia opened it and was stunned. Standing in front of her was Marcus, her son's best friend. Where is she? Who's Miriam? She asked. Miriam, who the boy looked at her in surprise. Molly, it was the hostess's turn to be surprised. At that moment, the guest came out of the room. Hello, Marcus, she said. Julia exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, Molly. The guy hugged the girl and she suddenly cried on his shoulder. Please forgive me, please. I have deceived you so much, Miriam, Molly said. That's all right. Calm down. It's all right, replied Marcus. How did she end up here? He asked Julia. Cattle found her on the side of the road. Didn't know where to put her, so he brought her to me. She went by the name of Miriam. Why Miriam? He asked Molly. That's what everybody called me. I'm used to introducing myself to all strangers that way. And do you know who you happen to know? That's Amanda's mother-in-law, by the way. Your sister's sister. Yes. While you were away, she married Thomas. And this is Thomas's mum. We'll consider it an introduction. I'm sorry, I didn't know, Molly muttered. Julia remembered Oliver's sad eyes as he talked about his eldest daughter, and a strange anger rose in her. Do you know how your father worries? The landlady snapped at the girl and disappeared inexplicably. Told me not to look. I couldn't even call you to my sister's wedding. How can you do that to people you care about? Daddy. Do you know him? Molly asked. Well, what do you think if our children were married? Now I'm definitely not letting you go anywhere until you call your father. Understand? And don't look at Marcus. I'll kick him out if I have to. I'm all for you calling Oliver myself, Marcus interjected. There's a phone over there, too. Molly picked up the phone and stared at it for a long moment, gathering her composure. Then she dialed the number. Hey, Dad. Dad. Oliver had a morning shift tomorrow, so he was getting ready for bed when suddenly the phone rang and Julia's number popped up. Something's wrong, his mind flashed, because his lover wasn't in the habit of calling this late. In his mind, he'd been calling her exactly that for a long time. My sweetheart, but he was afraid to admit it to her. All the time he found some excuse. Maybe now is the time, Julia thought. Hi, Dad, it's me, said the receiver. Who am I? Molly, the voice answered. Oliver ahead and sat down on the couch, then jumped up and paced around the room. Why are you calling from this number? What's wrong? Oliver asked. Dad? I'm back. I'm fine, but Marcus and Julia are almost all here now. She's the one who gave me the call. When are you coming home? Dad, I'm with Marcus, but I'll definitely be there tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. My papers are all gone. They have to be restored. Jesus, it's just little things. What do these papers mean? We'll restore everything, don't worry. The main thing is that you're safe and back. I love you, Daddy. And I love you so much, my daughter. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Kisses. Put Julie on the phone, please. Molly handed the phone over. That's why you canceled. Because you had my daughter. And you didn't tell me. Wait a minute, Oliver. I didn't. She introduced herself by another name, and it's not like I've never met her. Anyway, it's a long story. She and Marcus will tell you all about it later. Okay, how's she doing? How does she look? Tired, but she looks unharmed. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Don't worry, Julia reassured the girl's father. I'll come and see you tomorrow after my shift. But they're on their way to Marcus's now. Let them. You heard what I said. I'll come to you. The news spread quickly, and by morning Thomas and Amanda knew that not only had the prodigal daughter returned home, but also to Marcus. He was overjoyed. He helped her adapt in every way he could. He took her to the hairdressers, then to her treatments. Afterwards, they went for a walk together, and Molly talked about what she'd been through. You know, all my life I wanted some kind of drive, some kind of adventure, something unusual. So I went there. And here everything seemed routine and swampy to me. But there, it's exotic, patriarchal relations, family, love. Now I realize that I would rather have my own swamp than incomprehensible risks of being punished for the slightest offense or misunderstanding. It must be very difficult for you to forgive me, but I ask at least to understand. If you can't, I'll understand and just let you go. But maybe we can try to start over. Marcus had thought to himself more than once about what would happen if Molly suddenly came back. At first he decided he wouldn't let her go anywhere, because he'd take revenge on both her and the hot guy who dared to take his love away from Marcus. And afterwards he'd resigned himself to the fact that apparently it wasn't fate. And only now, when the girl came back, he realized that he had never loved anyone like that. And maybe he would forgive her, and they would be together again. Thomas and Amanda, after his sister's return, began to discuss how they would be housed and whether it would be better for them to move in with Julia. However, Marcus was quick to set the record straight. Molly will live with me, he stated unhesitatingly. We have a lot of business and plans together, so we'll come and visit you, of course, but nothing more than that. Won't we, dear Molly? The girl with tears of happiness in her eyes nodded and occasionally kissed her young man in front of everyone. After Amanda and Thomas were married and then Molly returned, everything fell into place for Oliver. He was calm for his daughters and increasingly thought it would be a good idea for him to confess his feelings to Julia too. What if she doesn't accept me with my confession? After all, we are relatives now. How will we communicate, he thought. But the more he watched the happiness of Thomas and his youngest daughter, the more he wanted something similar for himself. Perhaps if he hadn't been so infatuated with Julia, he would have found someone else. But now, in his eyes, no other woman compared to her. Sometimes he wanted to see her so badly that he would make up all sorts of different and sometimes ridiculous excuses to come to her after his shift and then go home. Julia saw this and had strong feelings for Oliver, but she couldn't offer herself to anyone in such a state. Why would he want an invalid? She thought. He's such a good-looking man, he can find a young and healthy woman who can bear him more children. Not like me, half immobile. Oliver came to her this time, thinking that they would go to the cinema together. And there, finally, he would confess everything to her. But the woman refused, saying she wasn't in the mood to go out. Then, if we're not going anywhere, maybe you could show me some old photos or an album, Oliver asked suddenly. Because the kids are already married, and I've never seen how young my son-in-law was. Julia was glad for a quiet evening, and was happy to show the man where to get the photo albums. They settled down next to each other on the sofa and immersed themselves in memories. Oh, here are my school ones, the woman marveled, pulling black and white photos of her class out of the bag. And that's you, Oliver pointed at the young girl in one of them. That's right. And how did you recognize it? I don't recognize myself in them sometimes. You haven't changed a bit. You're the same now. Look at you. Don't flatter me so rudely. I'm a feeble old woman. And an invalid. You have a crooked mirror. You are a beautiful woman, whom I love very much, the man suddenly burst out. Julia looked at him intently. Shall we pretend I didn't hear that? No, we won't pretend. You heard perfectly well what I said. I love you and I want you to hear it all, by the way. He moved over and kissed Julia firmly on the lips. She sat still at first, but then something stirred inside her, and she responded to the kiss more forcefully. She felt dizzy, and Oliver gently laid her beloved down on the bed. They touched each other gently, slowly undressed, and savored every moment and every mole of their desirable bodies. It was a thrilling feeling. It gradually but surely carried them higher and higher, to those heights of bliss that each of them could not even dream of. Finally, tired, they lay next to each other and basked in the warmth of their bodies. At that moment, the front door slammed and the doors to the room swung open quickly. Amanda walked in. Oliver only had time to cover his beloved with a blanket. The daughter looked at her father in silent horror. Thomas hadn't slept for the second night. He had a toothache. He was afraid to go to the doctor. Amanda coaxed him as best she could. You're a grown, married man. How long can you stand it? Go to the doctor, at least he'll see what's wrong. The sick man shook his head. I have a salary in 3 days, then I'll go to a paid clinic. I don't have any money now. Go to an ordinary clinic. There you will do everything for free. The acute pain will be relieved, and you will go for treatment after your salary. But the husband hoped to wait until the end of the week. On Wednesday, in the middle of the day, Thomas realized that he had no more strength. He took a day off work and went to the free clinic. He was immediately given an appointment for acute pain, but was asked for a policy. Oh, I don't have one, the man was confused. Not at all, was surprised by the girl at the reception desk. No, I don't have it with me. Well, call home, ask to have it dictated to you. That's enough for us, and you don't need to see the policy itself. Thomas called his mum, as he had not had time to take the policy with him to his new place of residence. Mum didn't pick up the phone. She's probably with a client, he thought as she worked on an order with a customer, switching off the sound on the phone so she wouldn't be distracted. Thomas thought feverishly about what to do. He decided to call Amanda. In case you don't have class, and drive over to your mother's to pick up the policy. Where is it lying? The wife asked. Well, that's where you'll come. If Mum's not there, ring up and I'll tell you. As it is, she knows well. The girl agreed. Taking his keys from the nightstand, drove to the flat. Amanda was in a hurry to be there in time for Thomas's appointment, because he'd been told strictly that the doctor wouldn't see her without a policy number. She almost flew upstairs, and frantically opening the door, ran into the room and froze in horror. Hello, daughter. What are you doing here? Oliver asked her, covering Julia lying on the bed with the covers. Daddy, the purpose of her arrival and all the words that needed to be said slipped out of the girl's mind. She looked at her father and mother-in-law in silence and tried to gather her thoughts. Amanda, could you step outside for 5 minutes? Her mother-in-law asked her. Yes, sorry. The girl popped out into the kitchen. Oliver immediately got up, got dressed, and helped Julia sit down and clean up. They giggled quietly amongst themselves, a little embarrassed by the situation. Finally, the man opened the door and stepped out to his daughter. Amanda, we're adults, he started to say, but then changed his mind and asked, didn't they teach you to knock? I was, the daughter agreed. You did. But Thomas couldn't get Mum on the phone and thought she was with a client. And it's an emergency for me. You've only known each other for a short while. When did you have time to? Well, how can I put it? Well, actually, we've known each other since high school. And then I was courting Julia. And then, remember I told you about how I met a woman from the same class, but I never got her phone number. Amanda covered her mouth with her hand. So that's her. Yes, and the next time I met her was at your wedding. But this one is hardly a coincidence. I think it's fate. Are you two going to whisper like that in there? Julia's voice came from the room. Dad and daughter appeared in the doorway. Come in, Amanda. I'm sorry we met you like this. Oh, please, Julia, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Bursting into your house without warning or a call. By the way, what's the emergency? Right, I almost forgot. Amanda tapped herself on the forehead. Thomas went to the doctor with acute pain, and the policy is here, so he asked me to come over and dictate the number to him. Wouldn't it have been easier for me to call? He did. Only you didn't answer the phone? I thought you had customers. Amanda excused her husband. And he's already sitting in the queue. He won't be admitted until he has a number. He's had a toothache for 3 days. A little embarrassed that she hadn't answered her son, Julia walked over to the dresser and pulled out a folder containing the paperwork. Digging around, she pulled out Thomas's policy and handed it to her daughter-in-law. Here you go, call him. Told him not to run his teeth. He's so scared of dentists, he waits until he's in a real bind. Well, thank God. I thought I had a perfect son-in-law with hands, with a head. No, but he does have his faults, doesn't he? There are. But I won't tell you about them. Think of it as his only one. Julia nodded. Dad, what took you so long? Amanda fussed in the corridor. Well, tell her. Dad, I got here 3 hours ago and you're still not ready? Why did you have to break in at 7 in the morning? Julia and I were still asleep, by the way. Well, what about balloons to buy? And flowers are expensive. At 7 in the morning, the flower and balloon shops aren't open yet. I knew it would take you 3 hours to get ready. I'm coming anyway. She said to be there by 11:30. Amanda sat in the kitchen and chuckled at the fuss. You'd think it was his wife and child, she said to her father. Finally, everyone was ready, and the 2 cars drove amicably out of the yard. On the way, they picked up Marcus and bought everything for the party. When a happy Molly with the baby in her arms came out of the door of the maternity hospital, Marcus immediately flew up to his beloved, and Oliver handed flowers to his daughter. Then, everyone crowded round the envelope-wrapped baby and opened his face. The baby was smiling in his sleep. Oliver leaned over to him and said softly, "Well, hello, Travis. Welcome to our friendly family."